Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the County Grounds at Wantage Road. We hope you're well. We hope you're looking forward to what's going to be an interesting fourth day of first-class cricket between Northamptonshire and Middlesex. My name is Dan Jadzovic. I'm joined by Phil Rowe. We're powered by Daffabet here at the County Grounds. The players make their way out to the middle. The two Middlesex not-out batters overnight, Max Holden and Ryan Higgins. And Northamptonshire will take to the field. How do you see it, Rowie?
Do you know, I knew you'd ask me that. And there are so...
Well, you're the qualified one between us.
We'll talk it through. But what I would say before we launch into that is there are going to be so many qualifications to anything that's said that it almost makes it meaningless. But I suspect that we might have a situation where Northants are invited to chase a score in the fourth innings, i.e. Middlesex pull out at some point. The question is, will that happen? Don't know. I suspect it might happen. There's no reason why it shouldn't happen. You've got teams who are both in need of a win, both need to make something happen.
Can't get relegated.
Can't get relegated. From Middlesex's perspective, they will be thinking it's very, very flat. Wickets have been hard to come by. We need a long time to try to bowl Northants out. And in order to have that long time, that means we need to get a score on the board. That won't happen naturally. We might either have to play really aggressively and or get a bit of help from Northants to get to that kind of number. Come back to that.
It's Luke Proctor this morning. A ring field and 3 sweepers on the boundary. Starts with a single off the hip to start the day.
So with all those caveats, and I've got loads more caveats in my pocket as well, I've gone the other way and thought, what does an inverted commas fair run chase look like? Given that Northants will have to kind of pay a premium to get Middlesex off the field and get batting themselves. They won't.
Well, it's a willingness from both sides, isn't it? It's not just a willingness for Middlesex to set it up.
But they're in control of that, aren't they? Middlesex would say, well, if you don't fancy it, that's fine. We'll just keep batting. How do you like those apples? That's a possibility. But I reckon 70 overs will be the number of overs if they can get to that between the two of them. 70 overs will give Middlesex, I think, an ability to potentially bowl Northampton out.
Yeah.
And then you're talking about, well, what's the number then? And the number for me would be, we talked about it before we came on air. I started at 350. You talked me off the ledge there down to about 325, something like that. So something in that order between 4.5 and 5 over a long period of time. Both teams can win that game. It's slightly weighted in Middlesex's favour. That's what I mean by Northampton have to play a premium to have that opportunity because they haven't bowled Middlesex out in the third innings.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree with you. I think overs left will be the most important factor. I suppose the thing is, you could look at that number from a Middlesex perspective to be slightly smaller and more inviting because you then still would have the ability, if things didn't go to plan, to turn around and say, okay, well, actually, we're just going to go really defensive now for the last hour and a half because we've got this wrong, or you've got a bit better along than what we thought you would. There's another single there tucked into the leg side by Max Holden. So it'll be 2 runs off the opening 4 balls from Luke Proctor. But the other thing we spoke about as well is the fact that I think we're going to get 30, 45 minutes of proper cricket before any form of conversation happens between the two parties. Or not to say those conversations may not have already happened, but actual conversations to set things up.
Yeah.
And you'd say with Luke Proctor opening the bowling that's exactly how it's going to start.
Yeah, and the reason for that is because what's the lead at the minute? 193. Should Northampton bowl Middlesex out this morning, let's say on the stroke of lunch, the lead will be about under 300, and Northampton will have 2 sessions to chase that down. It could happen naturally, but I don't really see it.
I haven't seen much to suggest that would be the case.
The big thing to talk about, I think.
Short ball. Higgins can't catch up.
In terms of the cricket that might happen in the 4th innings, is going to be Zafar Gohar. He has looked the most dangerous spinner. I think potentially others could have bowled as well as he has, but he has outbowled the other spinners in this game so far. He's very consistent. So let's assume he bowls to his kind of normal potential. The wicket has started to offer sharper and more frequent spin.
Yeah.
Northampton, if in a run chase situation, should that come about, Northampton will have to get on top of him. Because if he bowls pretty much half the overs, which he nearly did in the first innings, I think that's a much harder chase. Then Northampton will have to make an effort to get on top of him and give Toby Rowland-Jones some thinking to do. Because if Gohar bowls half the overs, Middlesex are probably winning that match. Not in terms of will win the match, but they're on top in that situation.
Yeah, another tick in the right box. It's Liam Guthrie, the left arm Aussie from the Lynn Wilson centre end, and a bit of a full start there. I'm not quite sure what Max Holden was distracted by, whether it was a bug or whether it was a shadow. I'm not quite. He was looking over his shoulder, wasn't he? But anyway, it is going to be Liam Guthrie from the David Capeland. He got 7 wickets in the first innings, 1 for in the second. He got the wicket of Josh De Cares for 87, caught by Calvin Harrison at first slip, who, well, there isn't a first slip at all. There is a catcher at short mid-wicket, and that's it for Northamptonshire. So they're being incredibly defensive here. They don't want this number to get big, and I suppose that's...
Well, I think this is fair dinkum in terms of the play. It looks a bit odd, and I never like to see no slips, but what this reflects, this very defensive field, it's saying you want to make the run in Middlesex, make the running, because our best chance of getting wicket is you making a mistake.
Yeah, that one into the hip. But then that's what makes it almost silly, doesn't it? Is if it doesn't work for half an hour, then you go down that route of, well, we need to give some help now. Because you could have given some help earlier and ended up with more time left in the day to go and... Hey, it's an interesting game, and
Yep.
these conversations that we're having, and as you said, caveating with every possible scenario, they're going to be happening all over the country today. There aren't
they are.
many, if any at all, that won't require a bit of help and a bit of orchestrating. I think it's only the Somerset Warwickshire game that Somerset are in a position where they're batting, and then therefore will be able to control that and pull out kind of when they want to, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
They're nearly, I think they're 270 in front with 7 wickets in hand.
And time again is going to be the issue there, isn't it?
Yeah.
How many overs are they going to need? They've been criticised, Somerset, for not pulling out soon enough, haven't they, this year?
Well, certainly that game, was it Worcester, wasn't it, when
That's right.
Tom Banton scored that incredible 300 short ball. That's got Max Holden in the grill. So we're going to have a concussion check for Holden. Not the most exciting start to this from Proctor and Guthrie. There is little to no pace coming off this surface whatsoever.
Well, Holden got hit in the grill there, and he looks to be okay. Let's hope he is. I'm sure he is. He looks fine. But he was through the shot very early, wasn't he? He'd gone past the line of the ball very much before it got to him, which, as you say, shows how slowly it's coming off the surface. It rattled the grill, but he doesn't seem to be particularly perturbed about it.
No, there was a slower ball bouncer from Luke Proctor, wasn't it? That I think got through to Lewis McManus on the second bounce by the time that it got through to the wicket keeper. Don't think we're going to see many overs of seam this morning, Rowie.
I don't think so. No. Yeah. Check completed. Helmet intact. The ball hit the grill, and you probably heard that through the mic. Hit the grill rather than the actual lid itself, which means no thought at all was given to swapping out Max Holden's helmet. Generally speaking, what the manufacturers say, the helmet manufacturers say, and I guess they would say this, is that if you get hit on the head, it compromises the honeycomb structure of the helmet and will need replacement.
Down the leg side, not far away from McManus, but it's going to be 4 for Holden. He's going to move to 40. The score up to 221, and the lead 199 now.
Yeah, let me just quickly finish up. So the makeup, the structure of the helmet is kind of a series of honeycombs. That's a very strong shape, as we know. And what the manufacturers say is, a decent blow on the helmet, on the lid part of the helmet, will dent at least or break some of that honeycomb structure, and it therefore spreads across the rest of the structure.
Yeah.
And you need a new helmet. But what I see is people getting hit on the helmet in first-class cricket. The physio comes out, does the concussion check on the field, and runs off again. And I very rarely see helmets swapped, which does surprise me.
Maybe the regulation has changed. Maybe the technology's changed in it. But I would agree. That was my understanding anyway for a long period of time, that if there was a significant impact on the helmet, then it was a case of a switch. And had those funny moments, didn't you, when a bowler got hit in the helmet and then all of a sudden the 12th man had bought 4 out from other people's kit bags to see which one had fit and things like that. So it was a genuine thing that was a big part of it for a while, but seems to have changed. I mean, stylistically, those helmets have changed anyway. One that Holden is wearing, Higgins is wearing, would have been a cloth cover, and it's now a bit of a buffed plastic, isn't it? Which
don't like those done.
No, I don't either. But whether that's something to do with the technology of the structure of how they've been made or not, I don't know. But
they look rubbish. I mean, they do the job. They're not there to look good, are they? They're there to protect your bonds. Yeah. So, and they do that. So that's tick, move on. But as you say, in terms of appearance, they look a bit naff.
Short ball down the leg side. Slower ball again from Luke Proctor. 1 for the over called, which I don't know whether that did go over shoulder height or not in the end. But
do you know what I mean, this is perhaps more a comment about myself than anyone else, but the body language out there it doesn't feel very purposeful, does it? It doesn't look very purposeful, sorry, I should say.
No.
From either side, I'd say that.
There's a bit more purpose to it from Holden. Didn't really bounce, did it, from Luke Proctor, but tried to play that over mid-wicket for 4.
There was no ooh or ah audible there. There was absolute nothing.
Oh, you'd think that he's just left that alone, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
With the reaction to it has the potential to be a really interesting day.
It does.
It does have the potential to be a really interesting day. That I think is the way that you have to caveat it, as Holden plays that down to Lloyd Pope. There isn't the jeopardy in the sense that you could be talking about a relegation from the 2nd to the 3rd tier of so at that point there you potentially can be a little riskier than what you would be otherwise. If the two teams have got aspirations for promotion, and it's almost playing for 2nd place now with the start that Leicestershire have had to this season. Shot by Max Holden, 1 bounce down to James Sales just for a single. They are going to need to win games of cricket.
Yep.
And there's only one way they can do that, because if they continue at the tempo, or the game continues at the tempo that it has for the 3 days, it's going to be a shake hands at 5 o'clock type scenario. And thank you very much. We'll see you next week.
Yep. Entirely correct.
I don't think it'll be anything like that England Lions game that I commentated on up here a couple of weekends ago. I don't think it'll be like that.
You're still scarred by that.
Yeah, I wake up in the night with shivers and cold sweats and nightmares.
Do you think James Sales slept in that tent overnight over there? He was on that boundary most of yesterday afternoon, and he's on that boundary this morning. It looks quite inviting.
Well, it does if they've left any of the barrels in there as well.
Oh, that'd be handy, wouldn't it?
It wouldn't be the worst way to spend it, would it? The lead over 200. 223 for 3. Holden will keep the strike, and Guthrie will continue to bowl from the David Capel end.
The scoreboard has frozen, hasn't it? The big scoreboard to our left, which is the one I always look to. Because on that scoreboard, it's 193 run lead. That has frozen overnight.
Warming up. Sharp bouncer from Liam Guthrie. And 1 signal for the over. It does, as you say, feel like Northamptonshire are just quite happy to let this happen.
Well, it may be that there was. I mean, again, caveat, we don't know. It may be that between the two camps they weren't able to quite reach an agreement, and that's fine. And it may be that actually Middlesex say, okay, well look, let's not give ourselves, let's not try and negotiate a 70 over opportunity. Let's just pull out at lunchtime when we'll be about 300 ahead.
Yeah,
we'll be 300 ahead. It'll be 60 odd overs left. Let's go there.
Let's see what happens.
It could therefore happen naturally, and that may be what we're seeing unfold in front of us. Just it being natural, this session happens, unless Northants make strong inroads. Well, with no catchers anywhere in sight, they don't think that's going to happen. And so, I mean, the lunchtime around that period might be a period where you say, I just personally, I think Middlesex will want and need more than 60 overs to win the game. The shorter the run chase, the more Northants can have a free hit.
Yes.
If they make a strong start.
Particularly at the comfort at which Lloyd Pope respectfully batted for the length of time that he did with Justin Broad.
That's a very good point.
You can have a good go and maybe for longer, knowing that actually the tail will stand a really good chance at occupying the crease just to get through to the end of the day. Well, I suppose we'll see what happens. We could sit here and we could theorize and try and come up with scenarios, but as you said, the reality of the situation is we don't know, and we are just guessing. I did see a few of the Middlesex lads this morning, but I didn't think it would be right to ask the question. It's not really my place to.
I guess every team is different the way they go about things. Every player will have a view of how they could manufacture an opportunity where both teams can think they win the game in the fourth innings. That's what you're after. But it'll be the captain with input from the coach who leads that conversation, and it will be shared when it's done, I think.
Yeah.
Wow, I mean, that tells you how comfortable Max Holden is. Just sort of whipped that ball. It was hit straight to mid wicket, but he had so much time. He could have hit that ball in so many different places. In fact, I wonder whether he thought about just running it off the face. Trouble is, there's no pace on it to run it off the face and beat the short third man, which is quite remarkable, isn't it?
There hasn't been much off the surface at all, has there?
He's had a little look square, Max Holden, anticipating a short ball. And if I get one, where do I need to hit it to avoid the fielder?
Short ball.
Not there.
Straight to save. On the half volley. End of the over, single from it.
Something's being run out, although it looks like it's deliberate in terms of not a message. She's being run out. Looks like gloves for Ryan Higgins. That's early, isn't it?
Yeah. Oh, we haven't had enough cricket yet, Rowie, have we, to think about a change of plan that wouldn't have been discussed 16 minutes ago?
No, I don't think so.
Surely not.
I mean, Max Holden's getting involved in that as well, so
maybe it was.
It's possible, isn't it?
Well, we'll soon find out if there is a change. Be Holden on strike. Higgins has barely faced the ball this morning. It's Luke Proctor bowls and starts his third over of the morning. Short ball pulled away just over the top of Vascocellos and beats a diving James Sales on the boundary. Powerfully struck by Holden. He's played a few of those this morning. That's the first one that he's managed to get across the boundary rope. I suppose a different fielder there. Maybe Vascocellos wouldn't have been far away, but moves to 47, 3 away from a 50.
There's a bit of pressure on the guy, usually the 12th man, whoever runs on with a message, to get that message right. We saw a lovely example of how that can go wrong yesterday, didn't we? With George Scrimshaw running on, Northampton's 9 down, and Justin Broad trying to farm the bowling with Lloyd Pope, the number 11, averages 6 in first-class cricket. And there was some uncertainty about when do they take the single? Do they take the single? Do they bat normally? Does Broad go boundary hunting? What is the plan going to be? There was a little bit of uncertainty between the two batters. And as a result of that, George Scrimshaw was sent out with a message.
Yeah.
And out came George Scrimshaw to give the message. And then for the next couple of overs, they kept taking the run at the wrong time. It was absolutely brilliant.
It was the very next ball, wasn't it? That the single was taken, and by the time the lofty George Scrimshaw's head had poked up over the stairwell opposite us in the heavy suite and the dressing rooms, Lloyd Pope was back on strike again with 4 balls left in the over.
Just lovely, wasn't it?
It was perfectly timed. It was maybe there wasn't a message. Maybe they just wanted a drink. What have you made of the trial, the Kookaburra game, the ball, the performance of it? Anything that you've thought has gone well? Anything that you've thought has gone poorly? Has it had a fair slow ball? Has it had a fair chance in this game? We've obviously not watched all of them.
So you'll hear me say this from time to time, and I try to be good to this. It's not always easy. Is you should review things against what it was you set out to do, not against what happened, but against what you set out to do. Okay. So what were the reasons for introducing this experiment? So that's going to be a wide, isn't it? So we go back to those reasons, and then we look at what's happened, and we say, has it been successful? Is it too early? Has it been unsuccessful? Rather than saying, oh, it's been dull and it's been
fair.
Because that's just a comment on what's happened, not on what was attempted to take place. Right. So the reasons for it were, I mean, one of them I think is slightly commercial, to have an alternative to the Duke's cricket ball. I think that's one point. Well, that ticks itself, because as soon as they use it, it is that. Okay. And then we get into more crickety reasons very quickly. And more spin is one of the reasons to bowl with the Kookaburra.
Yep.
That's happened. Less medium pace English type seamers at 75 miles an hour nipping it around. That's happened. So 2 ticks there. One thing that, and we've talked about the reasons for this, one thing that the experiment has tried to promote is, so to get 20 wickets, you're going to have to find different ways. More spin, that's one, and more bowlers with airspeed, with gas, with real pace.
Yeah.
One of the issues here is not many of those bowlers exist. Not many of those bowlers are playing red ball cricket because of the predominance and where the money is in white ball cricket. I see Mitchell Stanley played for Lancashire yesterday and bowled 20 overs. Would he have been in that side bowling 20 overs with a Duke's ball? I don't think he would, because the other seamers, Sir James Anderson, Tom Bailey and so on, and others in the Lancashire ranks would have bowled with the Duke's ball before him. So did we find out more about Mitchell Stanley bowling 20 overs? Because he is a young bowler with airspeed. That's a brilliant run. I looked away from that because I thought they weren't going to run, and they did run. That was a stealth single. You take my point. So, that's one example. It just jumped out at me that he came on about third, fourth change and bowled 20 odd overs, because Lancashire were trying to find a way to get wickets, and they knew that throwing it to Balderson, who bowls sort of medium pace, isn't going to do the job. They need airspeed.
Yeah.
And so Stanley maybe even wouldn't have played in that game. I don't think he's bowling 20 overs in that side. Where's that gone? That's gone for 6.
Yeah, couldn't quite see how close that was to Lloyd Pope round the corner at fine leg, but is it 6 or 4?
I think it's signalled 6.
Nicely timed, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was hit up. There's no question about that. It was hit up. It's with the breeze. The breeze is not as strong as it has been, but it's still a decent breeze. It was hit up to catch the breeze, and it did that. So I think, in one example there. Now, actually, let's think about that one example. That's Lancashire. Massive staff. They have the resources to have a bowler like Mitchell Stanley in their ranks, currently fit and ready to go. Not all counties have that. So certainly the smaller counties with smaller staffs, fewer resources won't have that. But as an experiment right now, I'd say it has probably ticked more boxes than it hasn't. I think it's good to have a look at it, because again, going back to what were the reasons, come back to that after this ball. Oh, that's a nice cricket shot. Some of the reasons we talked about earlier in the game have been away from home, the Duke's ball is not used. Down under in particular, the Kookaburra is used. The pitches are a bit flatter, and the ECB think we need to be training our players to take wickets with this Kookaburra ball, and trying to find cricketers, performers that can utilise successfully the Kookaburra ball. So I think it's a good idea to experiment with it, and largely I think if you're very disciplined in your review and you only review against what they were trying to do, at this stage you'd say, it's been moderately successful. So good. Cricket is slow to change, isn't it? We know that, and this is quite a big change. The ball is such a massive part of the game of cricket. So to change it, to introduce it, I mean, the first year they introduced it, it was a howling failure because they introduced it at the wrong time of year. But when the sun's out, the wickets are firmer, and the ball doesn't get wet.
Yeah.
Then fair enough.
Yeah, and as you say, if they were the measures, then absolutely that's some good responses, good feedback, good research. I suppose then the elephant in the room becomes, and I realise this is, well, it's not just an outlier, is it? All of with the exception of Surrey versus Worcestershire, and I think Worcestershire, unfortunately for them this year, are going to find the remainder of the season incredibly tough, regardless of what conditions and who they're playing and where they're playing. Is the search for those players has been successful, but then the players so far across the 3 days of what we've seen, and if there is setups and things, then it is slightly fabricated.
Yeah, that's true.
Then yes, it's been successful because it's happened, but has it been successful because it hasn't not worked? I'm struggling to find the right word to describe it.
But one of the things about this is, let's say this is not going to happen. This isn't the intention either, by the way. So let's not get carried away. But if at the end of this game, Mr. ECB said, you know what we're going to do? We're going to do away with the Duke's ball now. We're just going to play all red ball cricket with a Kookaburra ball. Now, pretty quickly, in that situation, academies would start slightly altering their talent ID requirements.
Yeah.
They would start looking for slightly different cricketers. They'd look for more spinners, for example, and they'd look for more gas. They always look for gas, but they'd look for even more gas. You know, the young, skillful seamer who looks maybe a bit like Ryan Higgins probably might find it difficult. I mean, he bats, so he gets on your academy. He's a brilliant cricketer. But if he only bowled, he still gets in this Middlesex side. But would he get in this Middlesex side? That's a very well struck cricket shot. Would Ryan Higgins get in this Middlesex side in red ball cricket if he didn't bat, and if every game was played with a Kookaburra ball? I'm not sure he does.
Yeah.
I'm not sure that 75 miles an hour seamer who doesn't bat gets in a county championship first team with a Kookaburra ball all season. So, but that will take time to come through.
Yeah, of course.
So it's you can't say, well, teams aren't picking those gas men, because the reason is they haven't got them in the main. That's okay.
Yeah.
It's a hard ball to control. That, I mean, Max Holden couldn't hit that, couldn't reach it really. But even if it was straight, it's hard to control.
Out the back of the hand, bumper from Luke Proctor. Max Holden, just a couple of balls before, brought up his 50 here at Wantage Road. So he averages over 40 here at the county ground in Northampton. So that's going to help. And that's been snooker cued around the corner from Max Holden. Get a bit of chalk on that one.
There'll be people, and I as you know, I like a debate, and I like to hear other opinions, and I'll move my own opinion around and learn from others, etc. Because just trying to do that now in my own head and take another view, there'll be plenty of people looking at this and going, "Sorry, Phil, you think this has been a success?"
Yeah.
There's no slips. Northampton not trying to take wickets. Yeah. How can that be successful? And there is another view of it.
Yeah.
But I think this is...
Well, I think that was the view that I'd kind of teed up there, wasn't it? Yes, it's been successful, and what's happened is what has wanted to have happened, but actually what's happened hasn't potentially been strong enough in order to create a natural or potential natural result in this sport. I saw somebody commenting a bit tongue-in-cheek about the fact that these round of county championship games would be brilliant if they were 5 days.
Well, there's a thought.
It's another thing to think about, isn't it, as a trial?
There's a thought, ECB. Unexpected consequences, you might say, in a situation where we know the ECB are looking to reduce the number of county championship days. There's a vote going on very soon, I understand, between the count, amongst the count, around the counties, to reduce the number of county championship games from 14 to 12.
Yeah, it's
12 5 days.
Is it a vote yet, or is it a search for unanimity? I think, as if that's the right word.
Well, that's tight.
Single taken. Gonna take it. Well, backed up. Holden had run so far past the stumps there was no chance of a second. So I don't necessarily know if it's gone to a majority vote yet. I think it's gone for a search to see whether all 18 counties agree with a new proposal, whatever that proposal looks like. Whether then, if that doesn't come back as unanimous, it goes to a vote after that, I don't know.
Okay, so they're looking for feedback.
That's my understanding.
Yeah,
anyway.
okay. Well, alongside that, they're also looking for feedback on reducing the number of T20 games, aren't they, from 14 to 12? And that'll be turned around pretty quickly, I suspect.
Well, that's a inventive shot by Holden. He's tried to run it past Lewis McManus on the offside. The ball's just followed him a little bit, and he's ended up running it past Lewis McManus on the leg side instead.
So we spoke this morning, Dan, about there'll be half an hour, inverted commas, normal cricket, and after that, we might see a slight change. And I think we've just seen the slight change.
Yeah.
That's the first aggressive intent that we've seen. Max Holden backing away, opening up the stumps. As you say, his intention was to miss third man. He got lucky with the inside edge, but there we go. That might be the result of the message that came out.
Yep, the lead is 226 now.
100%. That's what's happened, because he's gone after that one as well. It's just a very good length.
Yeah, well, we've had predominant seam through the course of the half an hour as well. It's been 4 overs from Luke Proctor. This was Liam Guthrie's 4th as well. No sign of a spinner getting loose yet. And Northamptonshire, the field's still spread, so they're not interested in assisting at the moment, are they, with the field that they've got set up at the moment?
No, this is Middlesex looking to give themselves, there we go, give themselves a number. Well, that's flipping heck. It's taken three days and half an hour, and I've got one right, Dan.
Well done.
Oof, that's a red letter day for me. I'm going to write that in my diary.
On this day, 2025, Phil Rowe was right.
God, blimey. There we go. You say enough things, you're going to get one right, aren't you?
Yeah.
I think that's the Michael Vaughan school of.
Well, I like it.
Punditry.
I like it as a move, and I'm glad that you are right as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm glad that you're right, and I'm sure a lot of people watching are glad that you're right as well, because that's gone straight through him.
That's a delivery.
What a delivery that is from Liam Guthrie. Well, that might curtail the rightness. We were right for 2 minutes.
Wow, what a delivery that was.
Rowe, Guthrie's got 2, and he picks up Holden for 54. Clean bowled.
Just flicked the bail, didn't it? It was a beautiful delivery. Oh, absolutely bang on. Top of off, they say, don't they?
Holden,
and there it is.
Yeah, he's kind of put himself in 2 minds there. He's opened up the offside to give himself some room, and then kind of realised, or not followed through with that, put himself in a position where he's tried to kind of play with his hands there and just missed the ball.
He did. It didn't do a lot, did it? But it only needs to do 2 inches. I think it's broken the bail, because there's another bail coming out. The assistant groundsman, Tony Hall, bringing out the replacement bail. Max Holden gets a nice round of applause for his 54. Luke Guthrie has now got 9 for in the match.
That'd be a nice takeaway for Guthrie.
It would be a nice takeaway. Got a first baller when he batted. The game of cricket takes away, but it also gives. He, he's bowled nicely in this game, hasn't he? He's bowled with real endeavour, real heart, real energy. He's done exactly what his captain needs him to do. In this attack, in this Northampton attack, he is the gas man.
Yeah.
And you want him to bowl fast. And he has bowled his heart out, really, predominantly from the David Capel end down the hill. And he's banged it in time and time again, asked lots of questions. And he's got 9 wickets in the match for his efforts. And that's very well deserved. I'm pleased to say, Dan, that Ben Geddes is the next in, because he got a nasty blow at short leg yesterday. He went off the field, didn't come back on the field, and he's obviously fit enough to bat, so that's good to see.
Yeah, very good.
And there's no slip. That's not so good to see.
No, that's not ideal. I'd like to see a nice Yorker here from Liam Guthrie first up. Search for your 10, why not? Get it up on the toes. It's played aggressively over the offside. Rob Keogh's going to give chase. Is he going to win? I think he is. The ball almost stops, doesn't it? And Geddes gets off the mark with a 3. Well, there you go. Middlesex want to get on with this, and they want to get on with it quickly.
And what I think we're seeing here is the equations we've talked about, and all the caveats that we gave, is they will want as many overs as they can possibly get. what they've done is they've said, the only way we lose this game is if in the first half hour or so, Northampton go bang, 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 and then we're in a bit of trouble. So let's just play, get yourselves in, work out what the wicket's doing. And then if we're none down after half an hour, then we can go, because we've currently got a lead of 229. We bat through to number 10 at least. We're not going to get rolled over cheaply. And if we do, we'll have a number that is thereabouts anyway. So Middlesex in charge. And now it's a matter of how successfully they can accelerate that rate to the number that they want. And then it's for the number of overs that they want, really. The runs is obviously a part of that equation. That's beautifully bowled, Luke Proctor. Taking the opportunity to practice his white ball skills there.
Interesting that Northants have gone double seam for the entirety of this morning session as well. Whether that's a thought of it's easier to control, harder for Middlesex to get away than bowling the spinners. Harrison could come on and bowl some T20 style leg breaks.
I think, oh, that's flat batted back down the ground. Is it going to go all the way? No, just bounces inside the ropes for 4. It was as though Ryan Higgins knew what was coming there, wasn't he? He just stood up and waited for it to get to him and flat batted it. He did very well to control that and find the middle of the back. It was so far away from him. He was pretty clear always where he was hitting that. He was going straight, wasn't he?
Yeah, it was almost put on a tee for him, really, by Luke Proctor, wasn't it? The slower ball into the pitch.
Yeah, I'll come back to that in a minute. The seamers versus the spinners. That's a full pace short ball. Helped around the corner. It's nicely fielded on the boundary by Guthrie. Because he was under pressure there. From the first run was absolutely lightning. Any fumble, they'd come back. Yeah, there's many things going on here. One element of the reason I think Northampton have opened with 2 seamers is to make sure they don't bowl too many overs here.
Yeah, okay, I hadn't thought that.
Just play the game at a certain pace. That's a little leg cutter, I think, that Geddes was through early. Rehearses the shot. Yeah, he got hit at short leg yesterday, Ben Geddes, from a really full-blooded sweep from Justin Broad. We couldn't see where it had hit him, but there was some concern amongst his teammates, which suggested to me there was either blood on display or it had hit him in the head, one of those two, or both. But thankfully, wherever it did hit him, he's recovered sufficiently well to be out there, so that's good news. Oh, that's a no ball from Luke Proctor, the captain. Well, that'll help one thing, which is making sure that this is a slower over than it would have been otherwise. So currently, where are we? Let's have a look at it all. Middlesex lead by 239. Currently, there are 87 overs remaining in the day. At what point will we see Northants batting? I think it's pretty clear to say this. I'm not going to caveat this. Northants will be batting at some point today.
Yes. Yeah, that I think I can make a guarantee on.
And we'll work backwards from there. I reckon they bat 15 more overs, scoring up, let's say 5s. It might be more. 6s. Gives them 90, gives them, yeah. It's going to be about 320, 70. 320 runs, 70 overs, something like that.
Yeah. Which
is what we spoke about before play, wasn't it? In that order, you talked me off. I was 350. You were 320, I think, somewhere around that.
I think, I mean, to be fair, I think you're probably going to be more right than I am with that 350 as a number, because I think it's so easy to sit here from a distance and watch a live stream or watch it on the telly and go, oh, well, they must do this if this is what's going to happen. But like you've made the point quite a couple of times, they're not your runs to spend at the end of the day. And,
That's right.
And that, I think, becomes slightly easier for us to turn around and go, wow, just do that. It's the only way that you can possibly do it.
Yeah.
In reality, another 5 overs, 6, 7 overs here and there to get that up to 355 or something puts you in a position where you think, wow, we're really not going to lose this game now.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely right. A meaningless conversation between Keogh Proctor and Guthrie just slows things down. It's banged in, it's pulled away. I think it's gone on the couple of bounces to Lloyd Pope. He was a little slowish getting rid of that ball. And as they have done throughout the game, with bat or ball or infield, Middlesex looking to do something positive, putting Pope under pressure. And you heard in the effects mic, get it in, as Pope had to, he was put under pressure, and he responded well to that pressure. I see Justin Broad warming up at mid-wicket.
Quite telling, isn't it?
It is.
That is quite telling.
Lewis McManus wants Calvin Harrison on the third man boundary, and he's got his way. Always thinking, isn't he, Lewis McManus? Always contributing to whatever's going on out there. Good cricketer. It's wide, it's slash square. It's straight to save, who's on the backward point boundary.
Keepers have got good cricket brains, haven't they, Rowie?
Most. Well, they do, don't they? They do.
Best seat in the house. Get a good view of everything as to what's going on.
Yeah,
isn't always right, but
usually keepers are lunatics, badgers, and good thinkers, aren't
they? In that order.
Yeah, bit grubby as well often.
Some whiffy kit after a season, that's for sure.
Chipped over mid-wicket. Justin Broad, who was warming up to bowl, has got some running to do, but James Sales completes. Is it James Sales out there? No, he's somewhere else. That's Vascocellos.
Yeah.
He's a long way away, Vascocellos. They do look quite different, Phil. 2 runs to Geddes. I think Geddes has played an attacking shot at all of the balls he's faced so far.
Yeah, he's come out with a clear role, isn't he? And a clear mindset. Joe Cracknell will be carded next, and he is a very, very attacking white ball cricketer.
Yeah, well, Dan, people can't see it. Dan looked at me with his arms out, and it was very high, wasn't it? I do think that gotta say what I see. It's not just about these umpires. I think all umpires, from what I've seen over a few years now, really struggle to consistently get that call right. Was it overhead height? Was it over shoulder height? And with full tosses, was it over waist height? They struggle with that height issue. I've got one solution for this. I'll put it to you, see what you think. Oh, that's nicely timed by Geddes through the leg side. They're going to push for 2. They're going to get 2 comfortably. Struck very crisply. I mean, it applies to cricket, but it will come in more in white ball cricket, and that is the ball that's above waist height, because the complication there is batters at different heights.
Yeah.
If it's a slower ball, it might have been dropping.
Yep.
If the batter strikes it well out in front of him, where would it have been when it got to him?
Yeah.
Was he down the, etc., etc. I've got a solution to all of that.
I'm looking forward to it.
And I'm amazed that no one's thought of it before. Perhaps they have. I'll come up with it and I'll tell you in a minute. I've trailed it well there, haven't I?
You have.
Yeah.
I'm excited, Rowie.
Click this link if you want to know more. Forget the batsman. Talk about the bails. Would the ball have carried over the bails without bouncing? If it would, it's a no ball. If it wouldn't, it's not a no ball.
Yeah.
And you can take everything else out of the equation. Where the contact was made, where the batter was standing, where he started, etc. Just my assessment is that ball was dropping, therefore it would have hit the stumps, or it was a full pace ball, it would have carried over the stumps, therefore it is a no ball. Forget everything else. And the height of the stumps never changes.
I like that. I'll buy that. I'll buy that. Do you reckon that's like discovering a star for the first time? Do you think you get to name that as well?
Yeah.
Rowie's Law.
It's not. We know. I've often thought, what will my imprint on this world be when I depart?
Law change.
I was hoping it might be more than. He wrote something about the no ball, or we ignored it. Yeah.
Calvin Harrison comes into the attack from the Lynn Wilson centre end. So Luke Proctor is going to take a break. George Scrimshaw has just been out and has spoken directly with Luke Proctor. So there's a conversation from the Northamptonshire dugout to the skipper in the middle. Only George Scrimshaw and Luke Proctor will know, and head coach Darren Lehman will know what that message was.
Send 3 and 4 punts, we're going to a dance. Is it one of those? You've no idea what I mean. Okay, I'll have to explain
a clue, Rowie. Myself and potentially a lot of other people watching, but
well, I don't think it's an anecdote. I think it's just the nature. It explains, it illustrates the difficulty with passing on messages. I'll fill in the gaps, which are many in that story in a minute. Starting round the wicket. Well, that's turned and bounced. Yeah, the story goes that during the war, a runner was given a message.
Uncle Albert's coming, is it?
Yeah, sort of like that. And the runner gets to the front and says, are you Captain Blackadder or whatever it might be? And he says, reverse hit. Going with the spin. And he picks up one. And the runner says, yeah, the message from HQ is send 3 and 4 punts. We're going to a dance. And the message was supposed to be send reinforcements. We're going to advance. So George Grimshaw, I'm sure, didn't get it that wrong. Oh, that's nicely played by Ben Geddes. There's not a second there as Vascocellos did well. Herring in off the long on boundary. It's a long run there. He did very well, actually, to stop 2. It did turn, but it turned very, very slowly. And what Geddes did well was he just waited until it got to him. He could easily have just chipped that up very softly to mid-wicket, but he didn't. He played it well. More work in the outfield. Robinson's gone back there at mid-wicket. They only get a single. The lead's nearly 250. Currently 85 overs remaining in the day. But since 11:30, when the bugle was sounded, Middlesex have gone aggressive. And there we go. If you need any evidence of that, the reverse hit by Ben Geddes will explain what's going on.
So if our maths are right, there's 13 overs left in this Middlesex innings then?
Yeah.
That's right? Because they will lose 2 for the turnaround.
I'd say so. I'd say so.
Which would take us just before lunch, which I quite like as I always like that. I like...
Although I think they'll need more runs. They'll have to go very, very well.
Yeah.
They'll have to go. It might end up being 65 overs, possibly. I mean, it depends how well they go. It's difficult to get boundaries, isn't it? Because
the field's spread.
The field is spread. They're big square boundaries here. The ball is turning a bit. It's turning a bit slow. They're going to have to take a lot of risk in order to score at anything over 6 and over. 7 and over maybe is going to take a lot of risk. Lloyd Pope is going to join the fray. He's coming on from the David Capelin, replacing Liam Guthrie.
I love that declaration that just leaves a horrible little session before a break. Yeah. I love that.
Yeah.
And it can't always be orchestrated in that way. And I don't necessarily think it in recent history, it's the way to do it, but I love it.
Yeah, I agree. Absolutely. If you can, work very hard to try and give yourself the opportunity to make the opposition batters start twice. Absolutely. A long conversation before the start of this over between, again, Keogh, Proctor and the bowler, this time Pope. And that's just that is purely for slowing things down, making sure they don't bowl too many overs. Now, the obligatory field change as Rob Keogh comes over from mid-on.
Yeah.
Or mid-wicket to point.
Just 3 inside the circle, Rowie. We must be outside the power play now. 4 in the circle, sorry.
So we'll talk you through the field after this first ball from Lloyd Pope. Driven through extra cover for a single. So there is let's go offside first. There's a long off and a man on the cover boundary. There's an extra cover, 2 men behind square on the offside for the reverse sweep. And then moving around, we've got Vascocellos on the single at 45 degrees, a man at backward square on the boundary, a man at mid-wicket on the boundary, and a man at long on the boundary. That one's gone to one of the 5 boundary fielders, which is safe save on the point boundary for a single. And this field says, you're going to make all the running, Middlesex. We're not going to give you any help. You're going to make all the running.
Yeah, the reverse sweep is an option, isn't it? But you got two incredibly tall cricketers at short third and backward point.
Two phenomenal catches as well, aren't they? I mean, those two together. Crikey, they've taken some catches in. Rob Keogh's had a longish career so far, and Harrison hasn't. But that's leading edge just dropped short of the captain at extra cover. Rob Keogh's caught more than his fair share of worldies, and actually Calvin Harrison, if he plays as long as Rob Keogh, he will probably be up in the same bracket. A fantastic field. That is a beautiful cricket shot from Geddes. It was slow and turned slowly, so he threw it slightly early and got it square, but he lofted it nicely over the man at extra cover, Luke Proctor. The helicopter view of this, if you're looking for the gaps, that's a lovely gap at extra cover. It's hard to get it there because it's so slow coming off the pitch.
Yeah, and I think Lloyd Pope is bowling slower here as well, as what he has done through the course of the game so far, isn't he?
That was lovely.
Fielded and backed up by Calvin Harrison.
It was reverse sweep, well played. It went straight to Calvin Harrison. Rob Keogh dived for reasons I can't explain. And just on the effects mark, I heard Luke Proctor. Good from you, Rob. Which is just a lovely Mickey take. Got to keep yourselves going out there sometimes. 275 for 4. The lead's 253. And the Middlesex batters are trying to get as many as they can, as quickly as they can. And Northants are trying to go for as few as they can, as slowly as they can. So in that respect, it is a contest. And currently, the bat is just about on top of the ball. Harrison.
It's still not what you call reckless, is it, for Middlesex? It's very, very calculated.
Yeah.
That over before went for, 4 runs from Lloyd Pope? It wasn't exactly like it's 2 boundaries and over yet.
Absolutely. 5 boundary fielders again. This one goes to one of those. Safe Zaid running around to his right, diving, stopping. Oh, that's brilliant field and Safe Zaid. He had 15 yards to make up to his right. The ball was hit incredibly hard by Ben Geddes. He struck the ball beautifully since he's been hit. It's not been very long from the get-go. Prevented a second. It was a great bit of fielding. He's going to have another go now, and this time he's not going to catch up with it because it was slightly wider, and Ryan Higgins, recognising where the fielder is, just let the ball go a little bit further and almost hit it on the back of the head with his sweep, which meant it went finer behind square and beat that fielder who'd done such a good job earlier. He'll now be thinking, well, I should have let them get 2. It was a great shot from Higgins.
I dare say if 2 had been taken, Geddes would have played the same shot to that ball.
Just 1 this time down to Vascocellos at long on. You can't see many 20 overs, can you? I mean, it could happen, but Northamptonshire fell very badly, I think, for that to be the case. Well fielded, falling away to his left there, Justin Broad. That beats him. That probably goes for 4. I think he saved 4 there. It was a really, really crisply struck. Geddes timed the ball so well. He's hit that with a reverse hit. Almost got it too well because it went very square, which is where the fielder is pretty much. James Sales just had to run slightly to his left towards his tent. Owned that tent.
Nicely fielded.
He's got squatter's rights in that tent now. He's been there so often. Well, that's nicely bowled. It was very slow. And Higgins waiting for it, trying to run it down. It had no pace on it, and then it just bounced over his outside edge. But an over with a boundary and a few singles in it means that the lead has progressed to 260. A little conversation between the 2 batters, and they'll be talking about what's the best place to hit Lloyd Pope. In that last over, Geddes tried to lift him over extra cover. It was a nice looking shot, didn't get it there. So where is the boundary option? Square sweep is a good option. There are 3 boundary fielders on the leg side. Deep backward square, deep mid wicket, long on. And actually, as I say, that Ben Geddes is having a look at the gap between the too many might stop a sweep. If he gets it hard and square, he probably gets 4.
Yeah, in front of Rob Keogh. It's quite a big gap, isn't there? So's quite, well, relatively straight at deep cover.
The 2 fielders who are there for the reverse sweep, they've actually got a stagger going on now, which is quite a good move, actually. I quite like that. It's a very subtle change. Rob Keogh has gone a bit closer. He's the square of the 2, and Calvin Harris has gone a little bit deeper. Well, that's been hit very hard, and very hard for 4 through extra cover. Ryan Higgins deciding, actually, I'm not going to loft it so much, I'm going to drive it through extra cover, because if I do that, I can probably get it in the gap between long off and cover, the 2 boundary fielders there, and he was absolutely right. Good thinking, good decision making, good execution. That he's on 42.
Do you know one thing I think I could say with some confidence now after 56 minutes of cricket this morning is I don't think the 2 sets of captains and coaches have spoken about day 4.
Well, they haven't agreed anything.
Yeah,
that's what it says to me. The Middlesex have to make the running,
and
they are doing. This was always an option, wasn't it? Half appeal went over the top edge of the attempted sweep. That was always an option. That actually, if Middlesex get a motor on in the second half of the morning, then they will get somewhere near the number. But they're going to have to take risks to get there. And what they did was they made sure that the first half hour they didn't lose wickets, gave themselves a platform. Swept, but I think glove on that really rather than any bat. It went very fine, very slowly. Another single. Something's happening this ball. Geddes is going to try and hit him straight down the ground, I think.
He tried the first ball of the over, didn't he?
He did.
And just ended up picking up 1 just a bit early on it. It's quite a big gap, isn't it, back over Lloyd Pope's head?
It is. Can't hit that over the top, but he can hit it hard through extra cover. Saib making good ground. Stops the boundary, but they can comfortably come back for a second. 2, 6, 8. The lead. 82 overs remaining in the day. And a conversation taking place between McManus, Pope and Proctor. Guess what?
I don't really know. There's a great deal that can be changed, Rowie, with any form of field placements.
This is, I'm going to point over there, and I'm going to point over there. I'm going to scratch my head a bit. And we're going to just take a bit of time out. It wouldn't normally be a consideration in this scenario. Time wouldn't normally be a consideration, but it's in recognition that Middlesex are going to bowl their overs very, very quickly, i.e. they're going to bowl a lot of spin. And so reducing the amount of time they've got to bowl those overs is a smart move. It just messes a little bit with the equation that Middlesex will be working out on the balcony there.
Yeah, and day 4 has a set cut-off as well, doesn't it? It's not a case of, well, we've got overs left in the day, so we'll keep going. It's no, time's time, and 6 o'clock rolls around. It doesn't matter how many you've got left in the bank. You can't have them.
Well, but you can bowl more than the allotment.
Yes.
Because, the last hour starts, and then there's 16 in that last hour. Yeah, this is slow coach cricket, isn't it? I mean, what it says is, and I totally understand why they're doing it. Psychologically, though, there is a message which is we don't want to bat for too long, and they don't. But that's not out. It probably would have hit the stumps, but it pitched well outside leg stump. It's going to be a leg bye to the total.
Yeah, I forgot that for a second. Then got excited.
Did you give it out?
Yeah, I gave it out.
Change your appeal, please. Ball tracking when available. Pitched outside leg stump. Change your decision, please, Dan. Sorry, I forgot.
and get your coat keys on the way out.
Yeah, that's good. One more to the total. It was very nicely bowled by Calvin Harrison, right up in the block hole. Very difficult to hit that ball anywhere. He does that so well. David Willey was in the commentary box earlier in the game and talked about the control that Calvin Harrison has. Remarkable control for a wrist spinner. That's nicely fielded by James Sales. He attacked that ball. It was bobbling away, but that's good skill, isn't it? To be able to pick that ball up on the bobble, as he did. That could easily have bobbled over his wrist and run away for 4.
Yeah. Northampton have got another boundary rider as well. Rowie, it's just 3 now, isn't there, around the... That's really well picked up by Tim Robinson. What an arm that was.
He is a gun fielder, isn't he? An absolute gun fielder. He is an athlete. Yeah, that's right. So there are now 6 boundary riders. At what point do we see more than that? And that is out. An attempted slog sweep from Ryan Higgins. Was through it a bit early, I think. And the bails have been dislodged. There's a very muted celebration. Calvin Harrison. But he's bowled quite tidily, and he's, I think predominantly in his early career, bowled overs in white ball cricket because of the control that he brings. But very quickly, it's been seen that with a red ball in hand, actually, he brings threat as well as control.
I don't think Northamptonshire are going to attack anymore. They might bring one of those boundary fielders up with Cracknell coming in, starting on 0, but I'm not convinced that would be the case, as Higgins walks off to a nice round of applause for his contribution to this second innings.
But the lead's a new batter come in yet, Dan?
No, there isn't one yet.
Yeah.
But the lead's 2-7-2. He's just come out the dressing room door there. Look, make his way down.
That's a bit tardy when you try
a little bit, yeah.
You don't want to be 9 down, Northampton's 9 down, you run out of time because your next batter, he still is not on the field. That's not good. And he's on the field now.
But 2-7-2, Middlesex continue to go pretty hard here, and there's a couple of those that could happen. It is turning. If you do try and start in 4th gear rather than 1st, maybe naturally you get round to that 300 number. I don't know.
Okay. The reason that the batter took so long is because Luke Holman has walked out to bat. It obviously took him a while to bound and gag Joe Cracknell and put him in the broom cupboard so that he could come out to bat. That surprised me. I mean, it's left hand, right hand. I think that's... Yeah, Holman is a ball striker. He's known to be that. He's got a free play, hasn't he?
That would have been tough, wouldn't it?
For Cracknell.
Coach going, "Oh, Joe, do you mind just sliding down? Hang on. I'm on for my 400 in a week here."
Yeah, that's
Skip.
They need some masking tape, bungee cords or whatever. He's in the corner.
Just got the 50p out and just lock the toilet door behind him, taking the latch off the inside.
They have brought more fielders in from the boundary. There are now only 4 boundary riders. There were 6 for Higgins. A great shot, first ball reverse sweep by the left-handed Holman, but straight to Liam Guthrie.
Luke Guthrie and Liam Proctor.
272 is the lead. 81 overs remaining in the day currently. A long chat between the incoming Holman and the existing Geddes.
Should we have a look around and see if anything has happened around the UK so far?
Go on then.
Sussex 4 down. They lead by 166. So they've not really made a huge attempt to set something up there at Chesterless Street yet. Lead hasn't really increased by a great deal as Lloyd Pope continues from the David Capel end. Well, it's not far away from off stump. Geddes trying to cut that through the offside. Hampshire, Essex, kind of that's building towards a bit of a natural conclusion now. Essex have 5 down. They still trail by 25 against Hampshire. 132 for 5. Essex, the hosts at Chelmsford. So Hampshire have picked up a couple of quick wickets this morning, both of them to Liam Dawson, who's quite good at that spin bowling. malarkey.
Oh, what a fabulous cricketer he is. Well fielded again, just in broad out there. It was looked for all money. It was going to be 2. But he restricted it to 1.
Somerset have got their lead up to 313, but they have lost 2 wickets for the trade-off for it. But as I say, they're obviously trying to make a statement. And Nottinghamshire and Yorkshire, well, Yorkshire still trail by 29 in the first innings. And the current note on the scorecard is they've taken drinks, which I didn't think was a possibility. So I dare say that might be a bit of a declaration. Slog sweep, really well timed, but at safe save. So it would just be 1 and Holden gets off the mark. So Hampshire, Essex looking like that could be a natural result there. Gloucestershire lead Derbyshire by 221. So they've just accelerated a touch. Graham Van Buren's now 134 not out and Bracey 29 off 33. Geddes back on strike. He's on 23 and a bit of extra bounce. Lancashire declared 6-3-9 for 9, and they've got 2 Kent wickets, and they're 28 for 2. Kent trail by 237. The game here in front of us, obviously. And then the final one up the road at Leicester. That's nicely played, but will just be a single. Glamorgan trail by 44 against Leicester. They're 179 for 3. They've not lost any further wickets than when they started this morning. So potentially, as I say, Essex versus Hampshire looking the likeliest to generate a natural result there.
In most of those games, there's been one result, hasn't there, so far, which you mentioned earlier. Worcestershire losing. That's well down the leg side, and Horman unable to catch up with that. In a lot of those games, they're just going to run out of time, aren't they? They're kind of natural. They're going to be naturally moving towards a potential result, but they're going to run out of time. And that doesn't mean, I'm not here to defend ECP decisions, far from it. I think you know that. But that doesn't mean this experiment, this look hasn't been successful, because it's going to take time for teams to adjust in terms of selection, in terms of recruitment, and so on. And in terms of the wickets they need to prepare at this time with this ball.
Yeah, Harrison continues. I suppose, again, that potentially kind of opens another conversation, doesn't it? Reverse sweep and an appeal for Calvin Harrison. Is the trial long enough? Are there enough Kookaburra games to warrant a significant change in squad structures and academy setups and talent scouting? Well, that wasn't far away, was it?
That wasn't far away at all. I think there's a consideration here as I look around the ground that has to be brought into the equation, and that is the paying public.
Yeah, how do you get people in? That's
well hit.
Slog sweep.
But it's going to be
out.
Caught and out.
Good work by Vascocellos down at deep square leg. Well struck by Ben Geddes. Goes for 24 off 30. It was a quick innings. It was a good innings. He played the really nice shots, but Northamptonshire set their field out quite defensively, and Harrison gets his 3rd of the match and a good catch and a smart bit of work by Vascocellos on the boundary rope.
It was caught. The momentum was taking him backwards. He released the ball, got his balance by putting his foot over the rope whilst the ball was in the air, got his foot back in, grounded it, and re-caught the ball. Good bit of cricket, that. It was, you could hear it was nowhere near the middle of the bat. It came right off the toe of the bat, but still nearly made it. He picked the shortest guy in the team, but he's not quite that short, and he was able to catch it above his head. It was a nice piece of work. Did it very calmly, didn't he, Vascocellos? There was no panic in that. Yeah, and time, I've mentioned time with earlier, in the games that you went through around the country, a number of those will run out of time. What's happening here is that Middlesex are trying to create time by going full gas. And as the cyclists say, they're 6 down currently. The lead is only 275. And actually, I said earlier, Northants, from the get-go this morning, were saying, we're not going to risk anything in terms of infielders. We're going to protect our boundary. And we might take wickets by you making mistakes. And so it has proved in this acceleration. So Middlesex need to be slightly careful that they don't get bowled out with a lead of 280,
That's
290.
what I said, wasn't it? When
Yeah.
When Higgins went, I think the lead was about 270 at that point. It's only increased by 5 since they've lost a further 1. Joe Cracknell, the century maker from the first innings for Middlesex, joins Luke Holman in the middle. Plan won't change for Northamptonshire, I dare say. They will have 5, 6, in fact, up off the boundary rope to welcome Joe Cracknell. But as I say, he's predominantly known for a big hitter in the white ball setup, particularly the blast. Gets off the mark straight away, runs that first one so hard, comes back for a second chance at the non-striker's end, and Holman completes the second. So Joe Cracknell starting where he left off.
I like Joe Cracknell. You could hear a lot of calling, couldn't you, through the effects, Mark? I didn't pick up exactly what was going on. If he was a jockey and Luke Holman was a horse, he got his whip out.
In the final furlong. Lead 277. Pitching outside leg stump. Attempted sweep by Cracknell. Not played with huge venom there, was it? It was more a sweep for a single. That's pulled away. And pulled away all the way for 6 by Joe Cracknell. So that might be enough for Northamptonshire to send the players and the fielders back to the boundary rope in response to that shot. And brings up the 300 for Middlesex in the second innings. The lead now 283.
It made a lovely Joe Cracknell off the bat, didn't it?
Very good, Rowie.
It was like a rifle, wasn't it? Beautiful sound. What is this? His 5th first-class match, did we say?
Yes.
Just loves it, doesn't he?
300s in a week.
What's that?
I think it's a crow.
Sounds like a pterodactyl. A velociraptor.
They're quite common around Northampton, are they?
Well, they were released back in the wild.
Reintroduced.
Yeah.
Like a sea eagle in the inner Outer Hebrides up in Scotland. Northampton have introduced a reintroduction program for pterodactyls in 2025. What a headline that would be.
Field's further spread, isn't it?
Yeah, that's going to be slog swept by Holman. Joe Cracknell has sprinted that first one. Holman has waltzed down the non-striker's end. He quite happy to hand that over, which I think works quite well, actually, because Joe Cracknell's got the short leg side boundary for 5 potential deliveries from Lloyd Pope here.
Is it possible to get lapped running a single? Because if it is, that nearly happened.
It was close, wasn't it?
It was.
Well, Joe Cracknell, short leg sides. Lloyd Pope, the leg spinner, just tucked off the knee roll for a single. It was anticlimactic, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a bit.
Lead 284. 284. We've got 78.4 overs remaining in the day's play. So that's probably the most important number, isn't it, to take into consideration. Pulled away through mid-on. Robinson comes off the boundary rope, keeps it down to just a single. Cracknell looking for a second, as you'd expect. So 285, 65 from 8 overs. If they wanted the 70 of that 350 number, that would be the equation for what we spoke about at 11 o'clock this morning.
They're not going to get that, are they?
I think they'd struggle, but
catch that.
Get back up and... Oh, my word. There was some cricket there, Rowie.
I don't know whether to bother trying to explain that or not. I don't think I can. It's 1 to the total. This is amongst the widest throws in world cricket now. From that distance. You know, from, what's that, 30 yards? He missed by 10. But he was on the turn, to be fair to him. He was on the turn.
He was. Holman back on strike. And going to look for 2. I think they're going to get it here, aren't they?
That's a great 2. That's great running.
Cracknell, unsurprisingly,
Well, I say great running. It is great running, but it's also great batting because you have to weight that perfectly, and he did that. He's kind of been sent out to score boundaries. What he doesn't want to be doing is chewing balls up. So in that situation, he couldn't hit that for a boundary when he did the next best thing and got a 2 from it.
Yeah, and they've just tried to cut that off, haven't they, by moving Justin Broad from the offside to mid-wicket, just on the edge of the square, and Calvin Harrison has gone in front of square at cover. So there are now just 2 fielders in what would be a 30-yard circle. It's going to be a dot ball to finish the over. 3:11 for 6. Holman on 5, Cracknell on 10, 78 overs remain in the day. The lead of 289. And 45 minutes to go until lunch.
And the vampires are having a chat. What are they talking about? Something. Seems quite meaningful conversation.
Yeah.
Between the 2 umps.
How many overs have we had today?
21.
21 overs.
No. 17.
17.
No, 18. I'm setting on 18.
18 overs today in an hour and 15 minutes. I mean, the over rate for the game is plus, or for the innings is plus 15. It wouldn't have been a conversation about the umpires saying, well, do they need to cover? But I suppose they're going at 16.
They're fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're fine. Yeah. Yeah, with plus 15 in the over rate, Northampton can utilise that. It's in the bank, isn't it, in a way? Sent the bowler the wrong way there, Joe Cracknell.
Yeah, a bit like what you said with those vitality blast points for Northamptonshire. They've got 24 of them. Can't take them away. They've got plus 15 on the board. You don't start at 0 again on day 4, do you, regardless of the scenario and the situation.
How many boundary riders have we got now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 men on the boundary.
Make it 7.
We'll make it 7. Yeah, another one's gone back for the reverse sweep. Save's gone back at deep backward point.
So you've got Tim Robinson at cover and Liam Guthrie at short third. And that is skewed over Tim Robinson. Vascocellos comes off the boundary edge with a slip, so they'll come back for a second.
He was done by the spin, wasn't he? He's not read that well, has he? Because you can see on this replay, he struck across the ball, trying to get it up and over, and the spin unwinds late and nearly does for Vascocellos.
Yeah, he just did well at the end, didn't he, to keep it inside. Googly from Harrison. Whipped into the leg side. They're putting Northamptonshire under some serious pressure here, these boundary riders, aren't they? Coming back for the second.
Nicely played again by Holman. Deliberately played 4-2. It's the line that he hits it on that's going to get him the 2. And it was perfectly played, wasn't it, between the 2 men? Sales did everything he could, but he couldn't stop 2 there.
No. I don't necessarily think Northamptonshire are in the position to have those fielders 5 or 10 yards off the boundary either at the moment. First sweep.
Oh, how's that missed?
It's another set of stickers, isn't it? That's going to run away all the way for 4 byes. This is not going to be a scorecard that Lewis McManus is going to want to look back on too often.
That was so close to leg stump.
It's gone through him, isn't it? Gone through Lewis McManus.
I think McManus thought that was going to hit the stumps.
Yeah.
Because he didn't really make a typical attempt to catch that ball. He just must have missed the leg stump, and away it goes for 4. That's the boundary that they were looking for.
It's handy for Middlesex, isn't it? Slog swept. They're going to look for 2 again. I think they're going to get it, aren't they? No.
Well, that's great fielding. Great fielding. And it was actually well done by Rob Keogh as well, because Rob Keogh backed up. He didn't just let James Sales field that ball aggressively. He got behind the line of the ball, which would have informed James Sales that he could attack it. Sales is holding his shoulder there. It looks quite, now he's sort of winding his arm around. I think that hurt, that last throw.
Threw it off balance, didn't he? Oh, Well, I was about to say that was about to be hit wherever Joe Cracknell wanted it to be hit, and the lack of pace did for him, and only managed to hit it straight at Rob Keogh at extra cover. Dot ball to finish then. The lead now 299. 76 overs in the innings, 77 remain in the day, and 40 minutes to go until lunch.
You heard the cry of despair from Joe Cracknell then as he clothed it to the only man in 800 square meters at extra cover. Oh, keepers are unusual characters, aren't they? In a good way. Actually, it was the birthday yesterday of one such keeper who's an unusual character. He's a very good character, or David Murphy. So a belated happy birthday to David Murphy, who was a fan favourite here at Northamptonshire during his time.
On the ground. Is that out? It is. Picks out safe. Holman goes for 10. Lloyd Pope gets a wicket in the morning session. Middlesex are now 7 down with a lead of 299.
It's good from Northampton, isn't
it? Who's next for? So it's Zafar Gohar next, Toby Rowland-Jones and Tom Helm to complete the batting lineup for Middlesex.
This is Gohar, I think. Coming down the steps. Let's have a look.
Yeah,
it does. Yeah.
So Gohar, Rowland-Jones will strike them well. Tom Helm, as we learned, first class 50 to his name.
Northamptonshire taking the opportunity to all congregate about 20 yards in from the boundary edge, away from the square. So the drinks have been poured on at the fall of the wicket. That's not a problem. Generally, the guy bringing the drinks on runs closer to the middle. But in order to slow things down, Northampton decided they'll go and meet him closer to the boundary edge.
Yeah.
It was easily pouched in the end by Save. You'd say technically it wasn't, it's not making a coaching video, that catch, is it?
No. No.
It was caught kind of knee height very casually by Safe in the end.
Shin height.
Yeah.
Well, you said yesterday, didn't you, those ones straight at you at long off, long on sometimes are a little bit harder to judge than what seems to be the naked eye. Lead of 299 with 3 wickets remaining. Cracknell's still there. He can hit the ball miles if and when he wants to. Is this going to plan for Middlesex?
No.
Like not to plan A. It might be going to
no, it's not.
Plan
absolutely not.
A.5 or something,
yeah,
but it's
absolutely not. It's almost look. They've got the best. They've got if play stopped now, if they declared now, Northampton would need 300 to win. So they've got a lot of runs on the board, and it'll be 74 overs. But that's not the equation that they're aiming for. That they have been aiming for. They've just lost wickets, haven't they? In that pursuit of the amount of overs they want to bowl. It'll be interesting to see how they go from here now.
Well, Gohar takes one and gets Cracknell back on strike, surely. No. Wow, that's not far away from Justin Broad, is it? Slog swept and got nowhere near the middle of the bat. Just got enough elevation on it to get it over Justin Broad at mid-wicket. And Zafar Gohar's off the mark with a couple. So he's not going to bat for Joe Cracknell.
No, they're not changing a thing, are they? They're happy, I think, that there's still 3 wickets to take, and 2 of those guys are good batters as well. And Tom Helm's no mug either. So he's gone again, and this time he's found the hole, I think. So is Safe going to stop that? He does. Again, I think as well, it was a good diving push back in. Whether Safe had anything over the boundary rope, I don't know. 2 have added to the scoreboard. I think Middlesex is saying, look, if it goes bang, 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 so be it.
Yeah.
So be it. We've got a lead of 300. You'll have 70 plus overs. That's not the number we wanted, but we're backing ourselves.
But we want 70 overs. So
yeah,
just one fielder now that isn't on the boundary. And that's the leading edge down to Luke Proctor. I think they're only going to, they are going to take one. Luke Proctor is rapid across the outfield. Keeps it down to just a single. Good over by Lloyd Pope. It's the wicket of Holman, and then goes for 5 from those following 3 deliveries. Cracknell back on strike. 2 balls left in the over. The lead of 304.
The other thing to add, really, just to close it off, is that Middlesex could just bat a few overs if they want to. If they don't want to give Northampton so many overs, they could just bat a few overs. I don't think they will. I think they're going to be happy with it naturally.
Played powerfully through the offside for 1. Robinson off the boundary edge. That's an encouraging sign for Tim Robinson, something to look forward to for Steelbacks fans in the Blast. See, Matt Bretsky, congratulations to him. Got called up to the South African international squad and been replaced for that period of time by Tim Robinson. So we'll inherit that role of the boundary rider for those Blast innings. So far, it looks pretty good out there, doesn't he?
He does. Good athlete.
Be a single, will it, to end the over? So Go Hard will keep the strike in the lead up to 306.
That was a strange bit of cricket. The fact that he only thought about 1 there. It was a ball that he could have swept very fine. And I was watching, as far as I'm able to see that far, Joe Cracknell's expression as he made the single, recognised that he wasn't going to have any strike. He didn't look altogether happy with that. But 1 is better than none.
Yep. Zafar Gohar's. Well, his responsibility in this game will come later, won't it?
Yes.
His opportunity to impact this game significantly will come. We don't know exactly when, but it will arrive at some point. Got 34 minutes to go until the lunch break. 306 runs, the lead. That one played nicely into the leg side. There's a lot of Middlesex fielders on the balcony in whites. Rowie.
Yeah, they're going to be on the field before lunch, aren't they? It's just everything tells you that, I think.
And I like that.
Yeah, I do.
I think it's brilliant. I think it's forward thinking. I think it's positive. If you get 10 minutes and you can bowl 4 overs, 3 overs, and you can take 1 with you, then brilliant.
Yeah, absolutely.
Swept by Gohar. This one will just be a single.
Yeah, and in the overall equation, how am I going to try and explain this? Because this is a complex one. In the overall equation of the runs and the overs, and there's a trade between those. We've talked about it quite a lot. The overs before lunch, Northampton are just going to want to get off the field at lunch with none down.
Mm-hmm.
So actually, it's as though they've got more runs to play with.
Yes.
If that makes sense.
Yes, yeah.
They're not going to be run chase overs, those. They're going to be get a platform overs.
Don't get out.
Yeah.
Don't mess it up type thing.
Yeah. Did that make sense?
Yeah, it did.
Oof.
It did. And I think it's absolutely spot on as well. That one back of a length and almost pulled through mid-on for a single. Luke Proctor. Brilliant work down there by the skipper. I was looking across to see if I could see Toby Rowland-Jones around or padded up, and I don't think I can. A couple more, isn't there? Kind of lurking through the patio doors up there.
When are they coming off? After this over?
It's not going to be far, is it? There's a helmet in hand for one of the fielders. Sun hats on, caps on. I can't see. Is that a cricket bat with Toby Rowland-Jones through the window there? Advances. Well fielded, Calvin Harrison. Lead of 310. Hopefully Calvin Harrison's all right there.
Oh, I think he's fine. I think he's absolutely fine. He won't be getting a BAFTA nomination for that. I hope he's fine. I hope I haven't just jinxed him. I think he's fine.
It might have just clocked him on the knee, mightn't it? As part of that bit of fielding off his own bowling. That one out. Gohar is dismissed by Harrison. So Harrison has 4. The lead of 310, and Cracknell stays in the middle. So Toby Rowland-Jones.
Yeah, he's coming out to bat.
Is coming out to bat.
He is. I think Gohar was disappointed with himself there. He put a bit of pressure on himself because he definitely deliberately kept the strike at the end of the previous over. Now, he is not the batter in this partnership. his job, he had a free hit. The last ball of the over from Lloyd Pope, Zafagoha, for me, had a free hit a boundary, do something, make something. Don't take a single though.
Yeah.
Well, take a single if it's the best you can do.
Yeah.
Don't play for a single.
Yeah.
It's a crazy decision, that. And he's actually paid the penalty then. Mother Cricket has done him.
She's always watching.
Everywhere.
Always watching.
Just quietly, Calvin Harrison forfeit.
Yeah, he's bowled. He's bowled well. I think Northants have bowled pretty well through this morning session. I think they've bowled to a really, really clear plan, haven't they?
Absolutely clear plan, which is control the rate, don't go for boundaries. Very simple, well executed. And this is, I've said this millions of times, haven't I? I like to see the plan. Whether I agree with the plan or not, I like to see what it is. And you could clearly see what it was, and it was well executed as well as it happens, has been well executed. There was a sort of an hour's cricket yesterday where I felt that Northants could have shown more intent to try to make inroads into, just build a little bit of pressure. New batter in, get a couple of catches in. Well, it was a little passive, but this morning they've done what's required.
Yeah.
They have, to be honest, not a lot has been required, but nonetheless, they've done that perfectly well.
So is this a free hit for Toby Rowland-Jones here, or is this a block it back to Harrison and give Joe Cracknell 6 the next over? I think it is a free hit for Toby Rowland-Jones. Tries to heave that out of Northamptonshire.
And they've declared.
And they have declared. Well, that's it then. Declared with the lead of 310. 332 for 8, Middlesex, as Toby Rowland-Jones attempts to slog sweep that out of the county ground without making contact. And Northamptonshire will require 311 to win from 73 overs. Middlesex will obviously require 10 wickets. And there will be a 18-minute session before the lunch break this afternoon.
And if anyone was wondering, are Middlesex entirely happy with where they've got to? The answer to that is no, because the captain's just gone in and faced one ball and tried to hit it for 6. So the over was done. As soon as the over started, it's done in terms of knocking it off the total. So it wasn't about the extra over. That was already done. It was about the extra 6 runs. So 311 for 7 off 73 is the equation. You and I, Dan, between us got to 325 off 70. So actually, I think that was probably around about the target they are aiming for. Both teams can win this game. And all results are on. All 4 results are still available. And that is great for the game.
Absolutely. It's going to be an exciting remainder of the day. Let's crunch some numbers, Rowie, and we'll be back when the players are ready to resume or start the 4th innings. Welcome back, everybody. We've got a fascinating 17 or 18 minutes of cricket to play before the lunch break. Middlesex declared. He declared on 332 for 8. So Northamptonshire have been set 311 in the 4th innings with 73 overs left on the clock. My name's Dan Jadzovic, joined by Phil Rowe. We're powered by Daffabet, and it's going to be Toby Rowland-Jones to open the bowling from the Lynn Wilson centre end with 2 slips and a gully in place, and Ricardo Vascocellos on strike with Luke Proctor at the non-striker's end. 4.26 runs per over then.
Exactly that.
Yorker from Rowland-Jones to start. I'm excited now. This is going to be an interesting. I love this. I love the positivity, the aggression from Middlesex and Rowland-Jones to say to Northants, well, go on then, have 15 minutes.
Yeah, absolutely. I really applaud that. There's a gully in place. First time we've seen a gully in the game. I'd like Northants to make a dent in this number before lunch. Score at 5s. How many overs are going to face? 3, 4?
Yeah.
4, 5? Yeah, okay. And that shot there from Vascocellos, mistimed though it was an aggressive intent. Had the intent be at whatever you do, be none down at lunch, he'd have dead batted that. But he wasn't. The bat was accelerating, and I think that's the right way to play. Make a dent in this number. It's 311 at the minute. Get that down to 290, 285, with 10 wickets in hand. It just changes the equation.
Yeah, from a Northants perspective, you can see that first goal, can't you? 11 runs. Yeah, you can see that first goal, 12 runs, get it down under 2, change the 3 to a 2.
Yeah.
And it does make life feel a little bit different. I think Tom Helm is going to open the bowling from the David Capel end. He was just getting loose in front of us. It must have been incredibly tempting to give Zafar Gohar the ball for this free kind of 15 minutes. We may well bowl before lunch. He may well get an over. That one is going to be well fielded at point by Max Holden, is it? It's not. Josh De Cares does brilliantly at point. It's rewarded with 2 high fives from Luce Deploy and Joe Cracknell.
That was a great bit of fielding. Diving full length through, that was really well struck, wasn't it? And he's in the old wicket ends there. That's grim. That is a grim place to field. He did very, very well.
Yeah, your fresh whites end up looking pretty grubby, don't they? Once you've had a dive through there. And that one is going to go behind Josh De Cares. It's going to run up towards the Comsave stand. It's not going to go. It's not perfectly timed by Vascocellos. And they'll get 2. Northamptonshire on the board.
It was a very good chase, wasn't it, by De Cares. I just can't help but think Middlesex would have run 3 there.
Cracknell certainly would have done.
Well, he's running 4 of them.
Whether the batting partner would have done the same or not, I don't know. But Joe Cracknell certainly would have been looking for a 3rd. I think Luke Proctor was.
Yeah, he was.
Certainly turned to look for it, but neither of them had run that particularly hard. But Vascocellos is away. He's on 2. And that's flicked off the hip for 4 and moves to 6.
What a shot that is.
Nicely played, nicely timed. Northamptonshire 6 for no loss after the first over.
Wow, that was beautifully timed. I mean, this is a brand new ball. But nonetheless, that got there very, very quickly. Great start. Great intent. Love this.
Sloppy fielding by Craig Harvey, though.
Poor, wasn't it? Where's his long barrier?
Well, this is the thing. Defend the ball, Rowie.
Come on.
Defend the ball. He didn't need to attack it. It's going to be Tom Helm from the David Capel end. Thought he bowled pretty well, Tom Helm, through the course of the Northamptonshire first innings. He was wicketless, did concede 94, but bowled with good energy, good pace. think being a seamer with the Kookaburra in hand is a bit of a thankless task, isn't it?
You've got to find a way, though, don't you? Got
You
to
do.
find a way. That's the challenge. That is the challenge, and it's a tough challenge, but that is the challenge. Higgins did well with that challenge.
2 slips and a gully in place for Helm. Proctor tries to run it through the offside. Can't get it past Ryan Higgins at gully. And they're up and about, Middlesex, as you'd expect. I've already heard the 15-minute call. Or 12 now, isn't it?
Oh, that's nicely bowled, isn't it? Slid off the outer half of the bat. They're going to get 1. They're not going to get 2 because De Cares, or is that Holden?
De Cares
recovers quickly. He is occupying that backward point area. It slid off the face. It looked like it just pitched and just slightly left Proctor off the pitch, but he's good enough to get a third of the bat on it. He's off the mark as well. He'll be feeling better about life as well.
Went down, didn't it? Half stopped by De Cares. Proctor made 62 in the first innings. That one, oh, it's gone down. Genuine edge. Tom Helm gets the outside edge of Vascocellos, and it's been put down by loose deploy.
He was on the move there. Oh, yeah, we've got him in shot. He was really on the move. His hips, yeah, that was a...
Just tried to get underneath it, isn't it? It was dying on him when he got there. He's very, very close anyway, and I think we're only going to see him take another step forward in response.
I mean, what he might have done another time is move more forward into the ball. What he did is got his hips out of the way and tried to get his left hand, his strong hand, under the ball. There was a chance. Oh, what a response from Vascocellos. What a shot that is.
Beautifully played through mid-wicket for 4. Moves to 10. Well, wickets are incredibly hard to come by. Well, they have been. They really have been incredibly hard to come by. If Northamptonshire would be to be successful, it would be the lowest innings in the game to get through to that target of 311. How expensive could that be? He's a brilliant fielder, loose deploy. Let's not take anything away from here, and he is very, very close. Tom Helm with the new ball. It's played down the grounds.
Northants, it's almost like a power play in that Northampton tried to take advantage of the hardness of the new ball. It doesn't stay very hard very long. We're not going to face many overs of seam, I suspect. And Vascocellos in particular, he's seeing it like a football at the minute, is saying, if I can accelerate the bat through this, I'm going to do that. That could be a costly drop. It was a hard chance, let me say that, a very hard chance at second slip.
It was. We've seen some fantastic catches. You can tell the impact that had on loose deploy there. Well, there's an indication.
There's an indication as he kicks the old wicket end. Yeah, he is a great fielder, and he would have expected to catch that. Anything knee down in the slips is hard. And it was to the side of him, and it was going down as well. It would have been a very, very good catch. I would expect generally he catches that more often than he drops it. But I do think it didn't help that he got his hips out of the way. So he wasn't presenting the full open palm to the ball. But you make these decisions in, like 0.1, 0.2 of a second or something like that.
Yeah, of course. Roland Jones continues. Luke Proctor defends up to Tom Helm. I suppose he had to get the hips and knees out of the way so that he could get the hands underneath it. But as you say, that movement just reduces the percentage of your hand span.
If your hips are going away from the line of the ball, your arm is more extended. If your arm is more extended, your hand is harder. Bring your hand close to your body. You've got full dexterity. Put it at a long way, and it's a harder thing.
11 for no loss, Northamptonshire. Nicely bowled, nicely played.
Crikey, how much time did Proctor have there? Looks like his job is to be not out, doesn't it?
Yes.
You just think if that ball had been bowled to Vascocellos, that would have been a punchy drive, a push drive, trying to beat the extra cover. Proctor saying, "No, we're okay. I'm going to be not out. We're scoring nicely."
On into the hip. Defended to Vascocellos, and again, I think that just backs up your point, doesn't it? Proctor would potentially have looked to turn that a bit finer, but erring on the side of caution and just dropping it into the leg side. 7 minutes to go until the break, so it will be this and then one more, won't it, from Tom Helm, and I think that'll be us done for the morning session. Nicely played.
Oh, that's nicely played.
Proctor.
Ran it down very well. Crosses the rope now. Another boundary. 15 for no wicket.
And the runs required starts with a 2. The first goal, the first milestone ticked off for Northamptonshire. Still hasn't affected the state of the game a massive amount, I don't think.
I don't. Yeah, I'm wondering about Gully here. I'm wondering about Gully. And Gully is being repositioned, but no, there's a query about Gully amongst the Middlesex fielders and the captain, but he's gone back to pretty much where he was.
Yeah, into genuine catching Gully, Ryan Higgins.
Well, we see how many overs we're going to have. This is the third. Are we going to just see 4, do you think?
We got 1 delivery left in this with, as it stands, 6 minutes on the clock.
So we might get 2.
Could we sneak 5? We could.
Could, if they want to, they will. I think it's as simple as that. And I would want to, and I want to see an over at spin before lunch.
It's going to be left alone by Luke Proctor. Tom Helm sprints from mid-off, jogs from mid-off through to the end of his mark. So, yes, I think there is an indication that they do want 5. Which I think is good, and I think it's right.
It is right. There was no point pulling out if you're going to slow down only to bowl 4 overs. That would be crazy.
Yeah, and it's important to mention that it's a minimum of 70 overs left in the day. Yes, that run rate that we quoted at the start was 4.26, but Middlesex may want more. Helm to Vascocellos and played nicely to the man at mid-off. And did you know the fact that the bloke at mid-off has got shin pads on, I think confirms and gives an even bigger indication that there is going to be a 5th over and it will be bowled by Vascocellos from the Lynn Wilson centre end. Otherwise,
either that or someone's just stuffed Geddes out of sight. Get your gear on.
Fair play to Ben Geddes as well, sticking the protection back on after he got cleaned up yesterday. It's a brutal sweep shot, wasn't it, by Justin Broad? He plays it incredibly well. Ben Geddes just couldn't get out the way of it. Fortunately, he's okay, showing no ill signs of the impact, which is good.
Yeah, I mentioned earlier, we'll get this one in just before lunch, in terms of the considerations of the experiment of the Kookaburra ball. What was the intention? Has it met those intentions? What have we seen? What does it mean short term? What does it mean long term? You know, we kind of spoke around it quite a bit. And one of the things I kind of flagged and then didn't come back to was the paying public. And as I look around, we've got a 4th day game at Northampton, and all 4 results still very much, any one of them, obviously the tie is very much an outlier, but the key 3 results, draw, win, lose for Northants, very much in play, and there's so few people in the ground. It's disappointing. It's a good run. De Keers is behind square on the offside. So anything that's dropped in front of square, they're probably going to call through. It's nice call, nice response. So that's slightly disappointing.
Yeah, without
Sorry.
straining my neck, I can see about 60. I don't know. I can't see who's underneath us here, but around 60. Oh, the chef's just been.
It looked like the chef, didn't it?
Chef's just been told off. Been busy preparing lunch.
He'll go and get the salt out and ruin someone's lunch now.
Come out for 5 minutes of fresh air and to enjoy some cricket, and it's been told off. I suppose he could have gone a bit wider. Could have continued to watch the cricket, but
he's inside now. I can see he's inside
on the same line. Although I think that's the two-way windows, aren't they? That with those sign writings on the Curo bath, I think you can see out, can't you?
Oh, is that right?
I think so.
That would make sense, wouldn't it?
I mean, they'd be pretty useless windows otherwise, wouldn't they?
Doors, really.
Final ball of the over. Change of angle for Helm, and a quick single is taken.
Good
to
run.
Safa Gohar.
That's a good run.
So we've had 4 now, and the score is 17 for no loss.
We're not going to see spin.
We're not. Oh, I suppose with 1 minute now on the clock, if they were to run helmets out, would potentially negate the opportunity to do that. But yeah, they obviously had an eye on it or a plan to do so. Otherwise, Ben Geddes wouldn't have put those shin pads on. Maybe Toby Rowland-Jones feels like he's got enough out of the surface with this new Kookaburra to warrant another one. What did he do? Concede. Was it 1 run? 4 runs, wasn't it? Proctor hit him for 4 from his last over.
17 off 4. 4.1 now. When it was 17 off 4, I reckon that's almost exactly 4.26.
Yeah.
Now, I'm being a bit daft. It's just, all I'm saying is this is the kind of rate, this is what it'll feel like if Northants got them in time. But
yeah,
it's fascinating because there's going to be some ebbs and flows and swings and roundabouts, certainly in the next session.
There is. It's going to be interesting, enthralling first-class cricket. So do join us back after lunch. It'll be closer to 1:45, won't it, now that we've got this extra over and that we resume play. And Middlesex will have to they'll have to attack the whole way through. They can't really put too many boundary riders out. Otherwise, the milking of the singles for periods of play will be enough for Northamptonshire. So it will be an interesting afternoon.
Yeah, they will be able to bowl defensively if it comes to that. They will be able to bowl defensively with, in particular, the left armour bowling the ball outside the right hander's legs. So they've got ways to try to control. But
it's a long way from.
I drew a box around in my little pad yesterday. Robinson, Zabe, McManus, Broad. That is a powerhouse, isn't it, in the middle order there for Northants?
It's a good middle order. One that have got white ball prowess. New Zealand white ball international. Safe Sabes picked up a contract in the tournament that shan't be named in August. Lewis McManus is in good form, as is Justin Broad in the Blast as well.
I wonder whether Broad might be a wild card in that tournament.
Or Ben Sanderson.
Yeah, well,
more so Justin Broad.
I do. Yeah,
they've got 2 spots each, haven't they, in the men's side of the competition? That's nicely played off the hip. I think it's just going to be 1 though. Races quickly across the outfield. Down to Max Holden patrolling the boundary. So we've got 1 delivery left before lunch. The score 18 for no loss, or 4.5. Vascocellos will face it. 2 slips and a gully. Toby Rowland-Jones, the skipper. As I say that, gully is removed and will go and sit in at mid-wicket.
I like that. That's better position, I think.
It's going to be a lovely shot to end the morning session. Well, the morning session is done and dusted. It's concluded. Middlesex declared 332 for 8, which left a target or a run bank to bowl out of 311. And Northamptonshire have chipped off 18 from it.
Well, the umpire's going to get the ball off Tom Helm. He's given it a very good shine. There we go. They are. He's going to take it to lunch with them. It's game on, isn't it?
It is. It is 293 required from a minimum of 68 overs. Well, let's go and find ourselves a sandwich, and we'll be back at about 1:45, just before, for the afternoon session.
Goes again, very good, it will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy, the nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
Goes again, very good, it will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy, the nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
Goes again, very good, it will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again. Very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again. Very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again. Very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again. very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again, very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again, very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again, very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again. Very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again. Very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again. Very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again. very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again, very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again, very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again, very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I stitched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again, very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I stitched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again, very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I stitched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again, very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I stitched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again, very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I stitched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again, very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I stitched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again, very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I stitched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again, very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I stitched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again, very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
Middlesex and Field, captain by Kookaburra. Keep it your match referees are kicks. Your score is still showing at 7-0.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the county grounds. It's day 4, it's the afternoon session. My name is Dan Jadzovic. I'm joined by Phil Rowe. We're powered by Dapperbet. And Phil, we've got a game on.
Game is on, isn't it? It's been fascinating just in what seemed like a 10-minute break. It was actually a 40-minute lunch break. We'll come back to the Italian shop. Dan's been to the Italian shop.
Lovely.
Promised him I'd take him there. He loves it. He will return. But we bumped into 2 Northamptonshire supporters on our travels separately and 1 Middlesex supporter. And the 2 Northamptonshire supporters thought the declaration wasn't very generous, and the 1 Middlesex supporter thought it was far too generous. So make of that what you will. It's probably somewhere in the middle, isn't it?
I would say so. I would say so. I think Northamptonshire, as Tom Helm opens the bowling from the David Capel end and is met with the full face of Luke Proctor's cricket bat, would be pleasantly surprised, I think, that was the number.
Yeah, from the way things played out, it had the feel that Middlesex were a bit under where they wanted to get to, but almost like, okay, let's just get bowling. One of the key things here is make Northampton start twice, and we might have to just suck it up a bit. You know, if we can bowl a couple of maidens and get that number back again, then we haven't missed out. But they probably wanted it to be a slightly more difficult equation in terms of runs per over, as Proctor has a little fence at that one. Just misses the outside edge. Yeah, the Middlesex gentleman that I spoke to, yeah, he wasn't altogether happy with life.
He wanted 350, didn't he?
He wanted 350, yeah. And interestingly, the 2 Northants fans that we bumped into wanted less than a number that was than the 311 that it was. So as I say, it's probably about right. I think it's a good number. It's a good deck.
I think it's a good number, and I think that's a good shot. Luke Proctor whips Tom Helm off his pads for 4 through mid-wicket to open the account for the afternoon. He moves up to 11, and the score up to 22. What's your take on it then, with regards to that number? You said it's a good number. Do you think it's generous? Do you think it's over generous? Do you think it's who would be the?
Well, my opening gambit to you this morning, full disclosure here, was I think the right number is 350 off 70.
Yeah,
5 and over. That and that I think is the right number, and I'll come back to why I think that's the right number in a minute. What I mean by that is the right, because I think both teams can win from there. It's a long enough chase, 70 overs, to give Middlesex the chance to take those 10 wickets. And it's a long enough chase that if Northants have a bad spell, they can recover from that. But they've got to put their foot down, and 5 and over has not been straightforward here. And obviously, depending on how that might have gone, that game, which is not going to be the game because it's not that chase, Northampton need to make the running, and that's the penalty for not having bowled Middlesex out.
Yeah, that's going to be guided off the back foot to the man on the boundary at deep third.
But, you know, so my ideal, I thought, walking in this morning of 350 from 70, we haven't got that. We've got 311 from 73. So 40 less runs and 3 more overs. So to that extent, in my own mind, it's a little more generous than I think Middlesex would have wanted it to be. But what they've done is they've backed themselves, they've been positive and said, okay, we need to get off the field and get bowling because we want time to take these 10 wickets. And I really applaud that. Better that than going the other way and saying, well, because if you pull out, there's a chance you're going to lose because you want the opposition to play positively. There's a chance you're going to lose that game.
Yeah.
And what Middlesex are saying is, well, we would rather give ourselves the more overs than we would give ourselves less overs but more runs. So they've been positive from ball 1, and this is in keeping with that. If they go on and lose the game, there will undoubtedly be, I am sure, Middlesex fans around the place saying, well, that's a crazy declaration. I don't think that's necessarily going to be a fair assessment if in that situation. A big factor here is that the ball is spinning. There is quite a lot of rough now out there, and Zafar Gohar will enjoy bowling in that. If he bowls well, this is going to be a very difficult chase. If he doesn't bowl well, then Middlesex have got a real headache.
Yeah.
But I expect he's a very good performer. I expect he will bowl pretty well.
I suspect he will. He got 5 in the first innings, didn't he? To add to the 21 that he'd taken at 32s so far this summer for Middlesex. We're not going to see him yet. It's going to be Toby Rowland-Jones continuing from the Lynn Wilson centre end. With Proctor,
that's a chance.
Gone down again. And they're going to take 1 to add insult to injury. That's Max Holden, isn't it? At mid-wicket.
I think that's De Cares.
That is De Cares. That's just flicked off the full face of the bat. Catching practice.
You got to catch that.
For De Cares. So that's 2 lives, 2 chances that Middlesex have created. So that's optimistic. That potentially means that more is happening than what there has been. The wickets have been hard to come by, and they've created 2 and they've not taken either.
So they're going to get 12 now, effectively.
Yeah.
I mean, I think the chance to deploy was a kind of 60-40 in terms of you'd catch that. Maybe 65-35. You'd catch it 65 times out of 100. That one for De Cares was much stronger than that. He should have caught that.
Yes. I can't argue with that. And you're right. In a game that it's been difficult to take wickets, Middlesex have got to take, have still got to take 10, having created 2 chances. 413 all out in the first innings. 435 all out, including that incredible hat-trick by Ryan Higgins, and then 8 down declared. But all of those innings had kind of caveats as to the wickets being taken. That's well fielded.
To stop. I feel for Josh De Cares. He's looking at his shoes. He doesn't want to meet anyone's eye. He's really, really disappointed with himself. No one drops a catch on purpose, do they?
No.
He has fielded brilliantly in this game. Absolutely brilliant. Ground fielding has been fantastic. He's covered a lot of ground. He's thrown himself around on the old wicket ends. He's done boundary right. He's been absolutely fantastic. He got a good hand on that. I think it was when his elbows hit the floor that the ball jarred out. I feel a bit sorry for the lad.
It's over pitched, and that is out.
That's out, yeah.
That is caught a backward point. So they had to create an extra couple of chances. They've taken one, I think, although Vascocellos isn't going
He's not going anywhere.
So the Middlesex celebrate. Vascocellos doesn't move, and the 2 umpires get together.
He's been given out.
And he's been given out. Vascocellos goes for 11. So Middlesex have a breakthrough almost immediately after lunch. Just leaning back on that, tried to play it through the offside. No doubt about whether it was a bump ball. And it was a good low catch by, is it Luke Holman at
That
backward
was a
point?
good catch. It looked clean, didn't it, from
Yeah.
there? Just everything about it had a good look about it. And yeah, if you see the shot on the replay, Vascocellos, I think, takes his bottom hand off, so he wasn't in control. Yeah, he wasn't in control of that at all, and it carried far further than he wanted it to. I mean, what we can say there is the body weight wasn't going through contact, was it? He was backing off the ball, and it sliced off a thick outside edge. That's 3 chances Middlesex have created, and they've grabbed one.
Yep.
You'd have to say it's a bit careless from Vascocellos. It was a drive ball, and he just didn't control the flight of the ball, didn't control the bat face, and paid the penalty. Good low catch from Luke Holman, and that is going to make Josh De Caresfield a whole lot happier. It wasn't Vascocellos that he dropped, but nonetheless, a wicket in that over will make him feel a bit better.
Calvin Harrison comes to the crease at number 3. I can't work out, is that Lloyd Pope that's just been doing 12th man duties?
Well, it has that look about him from the back, doesn't it? And they've probably I mean, the 12th man's probably
Having some
on
lunch.
a batting day. They might have said, get yourself home or something, or he might be travelling, or
Or having a hit in the nets, whichever that looks like. Yeah, just close to lunch, isn't it? Anyway, Calvin Harrison at number 3. The loanee from Nottinghamshire. 2 slips in place with Roland Jones targeting the stumps, bowling nice and straight. Kind of feels like this. I don't know whether Calvin Harrison, obviously I don't know him as a human being. I've only chatted to him once or twice, but it's not his home county. He's on loan. Hasn't had many opportunities, if any, at number 3 in his first-class career. He's got a score out there. This feels like a massive opportunity to go and make a nice name for yourself.
Absolutely is, yeah. And that won't be lost on him, I'm sure.
He played well in the first innings. He only scored 20, but he did look good for 20 before being dismissed with a fine tickle, wasn't it, through Joe Cracknell off the bowling of Zafar Gohar.
That's a dream start to the afternoon, isn't it, from Middlesex? Vascocellos, we know, scores very quickly, and he only got 11, but it was a very attractive 11 that he got, and he was hitting the ball, was in the middle of the bat frequently. He looked in good touch, and then he's gone, which has been a bit of the story with Vasco for quite a while now, as it looks very good, and then he's gone. That was a bit soft. Caught other, as we used to call it, caught in the ring. And when you caught in the ring, it's generally a bit of pilot error involved, and there was. The bottom hand came off the bat. He wasn't in control, and he perished as a result.
Yeah, and wasn't able to benefit from the life that he was given before lunch, was he? He was dropped on 6, dismissed for 11. So only added the 5 runs since that life, which is disappointing, isn't it?
Interesting. Long gone are the days when the fielder would just nod at the batter and the batter would walk off, as in, did it carry? And Luke Holman was pretty happy that it did carry. It looked very good. But Vasco was saying, well, I'll let the umpires make it. He's entitled to do that. Of course he is. It would be a lot easier if people were able to go on the nod. One of the problems with going on the nod is the fielder doesn't always know whether it has gone in cleanly.
Yeah.
Doesn't always know. Usually you know.
Yeah.
But there are people who watch a lot of cricket who say, well, you always know. And actually that's not true. Having played a bit myself, and you don't always know. You can get your hand what you think is under the ball.
Yeah.
A lot of the ball hits your hand, but some of the ball has hit the ground, and you don't know about that.
Yeah, good lines here from Tom Helm, challenging that off stump of Luke Proctor. Just a little rebuild here for Northamptonshire. Interesting that after lunch, these two seamers seem to be asking some strong questions here of the Northamptonshire batters. It certainly wasn't what I was expecting not to say that they haven't got the ability to do that, but I think everybody watching this live stream and having watched it 3 days beforehand would have expected this to have been a trial by spin, not by seam.
Well, the absolute essential with the Kookaburra ballers, you've got to bowl straight, and they have done that. And they've asked Northamptonshire to play a lot of forward defensive shots, and that's a good sign. That's always a, if you're not sure how well the bowling's going, how many forward defensive shots are being played, then the bowler's getting in the right place. It was a little bit, the ball that got the wicket actually was not a great line and length. It was over length, and there was a little bit of width on it. And Vasco, I'm sure, will be walking off thinking, why didn't I just punch that? Why didn't I punch that ball with my weight over it? I might well have got it through for 4 anyway. But he just kind of came off the contact area as though he was trying to generate a bit more bat speed into it.
Harrison's away. Call for 2. He is going to come back for a comfortable second. So he is off the mark. Takes the score up to 27 for 1.
What are the chances of 100 for Harrison, and he signs an extension at Notts? That wouldn't surprise you, would it?
Not at all. Not at all. I don't know what the details of the contract are. I don't know when it's been signed. So I'm sure I can probably find out with a little bit of research. Not that I have contacts, but there's this handy thing called Google.
It's good, that, isn't it?
It's quite useful.
Yeah.
I'm sure I'd be able to find it out. But I heard a rumor that it's until the end of next summer, I think.
He's not still.
I think so.
Okay.
Roland Jones continues. But it would be a statement, wouldn't it, to the parent club? Well, they've batted me 3. They've bowled me a lot of overs. I've gone and scored whatever.
The issue Calvin Harrison's got in his career is looking at the Notts batting lineup and saying, how do I break into that? I think he's a really, really good player. And I'm not the only one who thinks that. Everyone thinks he's a really, really good player. But Notts have got a lot of really, really good players that he's got to get past.
Yeah. Plus Liam Patterson, Whitens, Farhan Ahmed as well. It's turned off leg stump. Down for a gentle single.
Toby Roland Jones, I think, just smiling at Luke Proctor. I don't think anything was said. I don't think Toby Roland Jones is that kind of cricketer at all. But smiling at Luke Proctor, and I think what he's communicating there is, and I think Proctor will be aware of, that ball was very straight. You missed that ball, and you're probably going to be given out LBW. Proctor doesn't miss many of those.
It's a strength, isn't it, for Luke Proctor? Big stride forward, isn't it, for Harrison? It's an imposing forward defence. 6'4", I think, Calvin Harrison.
A big lad, isn't he? There's a lot of him. We saw a couple of Northants bowlers having a bowl through at lunchtime, didn't we?
We did.
One we kind of expected to see a little bit in Ben Sanderson. The other one, not so much.
Yeah, Harry Conway's been backing around the club, hasn't he? We saw him yesterday on the balcony, enjoying a bit of first-class cricket. Nicely played off the hip. Call of 2, but I think it's just going to be a single. And yeah, having a bowl through with Rory Kleinfeld today. I suppose there's options. I don't know the ins and outs of visa systems and applications and what that looks like. But we think there's an understanding that if you leave the UK, there is an option then to kind of re-sign or apply for the same visa that was held for the month beforehand.
Yeah.
Nicely
nice
played.
Shot down the ground.
Really well fielded by Tom Helm, though, to keep it to 0. Backing up his captain, his fellow fast bowler. Luke Proctor stays on 15. I mean, do you think Northants would have an interest in getting another month out of Harry Conway?
I guess let's approach it from another. Why wouldn't you?
Yeah, okay.
Is another way of looking at it, isn't it?
I suppose the first one would be that you can only play 2 overseas.
So that brings that into question, doesn't it? So
that's going to be 4, isn't it? That is tickled by Luke Proctor. Over straight by Roland Jones. Luke Proctor, who does shuffle across his stumps, just turns it down through fine leg for 4.
So Guthrie's not overseas, right? So in this game, Pope and Robinson are the 2 overseas. You're not always, if you've got Calvin Harrison in your side, and it's not an absolute Bunsen burner of a wicket, do you need the second spinner? You've got Zaib to back up that front line spinner.
Yep.
You've got Keogh as well. So it'll be, it could easily be, that's a good run. It could easily be, that's a terrible throw. It could easily be horses for courses, couldn't it? If you've got 3 signed, which 2 are you going to play?
Is the budget there? I suppose the other thing as well is Robinson has been signed for the Blast predominantly, and will play the 2, or is available for the 2 Red Bull fixtures in the middle, in cover for Matt Bretsky. I think does then Harry Conway go in contention for that Blast squad, and then if he did, then it would be Robinson and Conway, or Robinson and Pope. But then if Pope doesn't play in the Blast, then they don't play a spinner.
Yeah, Pope, I think Pope plays in the Blast.
And then therefore, I think within the next month, there might only be 1, 2 at a stretch first-class games in the next calendar month.
Yeah.
Or, of course, pre-season starts relatively soon for the Australian cricketers, and he's just putting a bit of work in with Rory Kleinfeld.
And that's probably the most likely thing. I'm here. I'm coming to see the lads, give a bit of support. I've been away, seen a bit of Europe.
Yeah.
Might as well have a bowl through. Yeah, why not? That's probably the most likely. But if money were no object, do you want another quality seamer in your ranks in case you want to play him? Well, yes, please. We'll do that. Thank you.
Yeah. Proctor now on 20. Score up to 34. Left alone. We've had, this is the 10th over of seam. It's not going to be long, is it, Rowie?
I don't think it's going to be long at all. Not long at all.
A lot of pressure on Zafar Gohar, though.
There is a bit.
There will be a lot of expectation on himself, from his, not necessarily his teammates, but there will be an element there, won't there? And then also the supporters.
There's a huge game within a game when Gohar does come on, which is going to be his first 2 overs, because Northampton are going to really want to not let him settle. And I expect them to take some positive options against him. They're going to be careful, obviously, but if you whenever he comes on, if you are to say, well, we're just going to knock him around and we're going to sit on him, but he's going to bowl 25 overs, something like that.
Yeah.
So you can't win the game if you do that. So you're going to have to take some risk, and the best chance of time to take risk against him is early in his spell, get him off, and then in that scenario, Toby Rowland Jones has got a headache.
Yeah, then it's a look at Higgins, Holman, De Cares. It's an appeal for LBW. Umpire gives it a long look.
It looked to me that Tom Helm wasn't convinced about that. I think he joined in that appeal. We'll see on replay, but the bowler, I think, wasn't that interested.
He's just kind of indicated an agreement with the umpire that it's sliding down the leg side, isn't he?
Yeah.
Still a surface to get yourself in on, isn't it? It's not. It's inside edge. Call a push by Luke Proctor. 1 taken. Moves to 4. 311 the target if you need any reminding. And there is the run rate required as well for Northamptonshire, 4.34. So it's climbed a little bit. There's a minimum, say minimum, stress that, 63.2 overs remaining in the day's play. And if there is a lot of spin, we will get more than that, won't we?
Yeah, they'll keep an eye on that. When if Middlesex get a sniff, they'll be racing around between overs. if they don't take wickets, they'll be dawdling around between overs, and we might see them doing a bit of each as the day unfolds.
As it is, they're sprinting through, and we are going to get another over of Toby Rowland-Jones from the Lynn Wilson Centre. Is this the LBW appeal?
Ooh,
Closer than
it was closer than
suggested. I think the umpire had a long look at that, and it was a long appeal.
It was. I think it's one of those, that is given not out because the umpire has doubt.
Yeah.
And if he's got doubt, you give it not out, and that's always the way it should be.
It's quite poetic, that.
We could turn that into something.
That was
couldn't we?
good. 2 slips in place for Rowland-Jones. Harrison defends.
It wouldn't surprise me if on review, which obviously is not available, if on review that was clipping the stump. It wouldn't surprise me at all.
It's funny, isn't it, how the perception has changed of some of these LBW appeals and decisions, particularly from a punter's perspective as to what's going on to hit the stumps and what isn't. Since we have had a lot of examples of DRS decisions now and ball tracking in the various different formats and leagues and competitions and test matches around the world. This looks like it's keeping a little bit low to the seamers at the minute.
Certainly did, didn't it? You heard the oohs and ahs there because it did keep very low. But the very tall Calvin Harrison nonetheless got the bottom of the bat on it. And he's just rehearsing playing straight. That's interesting. He was tempted, I think, to try and whip that ball, but if you try and whip it and it keeps low, then you are likely to miss it. Thankfully, he played straighter than squarer.
Yeah, Toby Rowland-Jones is bowling on about a 20 pence piece, isn't he, at the minute?
They've bowled really straight, haven't they?
Yeah.
They've bowled really straight. You'd say, I mean, they're just doing exactly the right job, which is keep asking them to play defensive shots. They want to take you off the stumps. If they want to take you off the length, then they're going to take risk to do that. But what we're doing here is we're getting the ball a little bit older and we're getting the run rate up a little bit. But also, there have been, both seamers have created chances as well.
Yeah, they have. One of them's been taken, but they've both had drops off their bowling, haven't they?
It is hard to score. If someone's bowling back of a length, it's hard to score because it is just keeping a little bit low. You heard that ball hitting the bottom of the mat again. It's not as though you can put your hands through it with impunity. There's not a lot of lateral movement, but there is a little bit of lower bounce, and it's hard to score quickly when that's the case.
Yeah, and there's always has been just a little bit of hold in the surface as well, isn't there? That one down the leg side. Good take by Joe Cracknell. Pushing it down the leg side, Toby Rowland-Jones that time.
Yeah, Calvin Harrison will feel he's missed out there. There is a long leg, but he's quite square, isn't he? He's beyond 45 degrees. He's squarer than 45 degrees. Anything fine will be four. They just missed out.
You just need to make sure you get enough of a bat on it, don't you, when you play that shot? That one nicely played, nicely fielded by Ryan Higgins at mid-wicket. End of the over, it's a maiden by Toby Rowland-Jones. 11 overs now have been bowled in the innings, and it's 36 for 1. The wicket, the man to fall, was Ricardo Vascocellos for 11. It's going to be Tom Helm to bowl another from the David Caper lens.
I've got a Philroism is a challenging dot ball, and there were 6 challenging dot balls in that over. He had to play every ball pretty much. There was one that slid down the leg side. He played it just slid down the leg side. So 5 of them would have hit the stumps, I think, and 1 slid down the leg side. It was a decent over, wasn't it? And it shows how well Middlesex seamers are sticking to their task of bowling straight.
Yeah, it was a high quality over. Helm there just targeting the stumps, and Proctor takes the single. I wonder whether there was an element of we want to bowl at Harrison for a while. It was an easy single, wasn't it? It was the first time really we've seen fielders go out onto the boundary, and there were 2 down there protecting it. Harrison, yeah, 4 off 14. Number 3 this week for Northamptonshire, but predominantly he's batted at number 9 in first-class cricket for his lone side.
Kind of feel, I mean, Tom Helm's went into his 6th over now. Obviously, it's straddled, those 6 overs straddled the lunch break. But I kind of feel Northampton need to not just allow him to bowl back of a length. He's bowled very, very well. But a little, you know what I'm going to say, a little nudge down the wicket, try and put him off his length. We can't just allow him to bowl dot balls with impunity. Just came hard at that, didn't he, Harrison?
Did. Took a big, big step forward, didn't he? Couldn't get it past Vascocellos at backward point. So it is another dot ball.
Deploy runs all the way from second slip to have a chat with the captain. Does that result in any field change? Just a thought. He's popped a thought into the captain's head. Generally, I think captains are very open to that.
Yeah, they'll have kind of wing commanders, won't they? That will be more trusted sources than others. It's a single taken. Luke Proctor was slow to react. Just wanted to make sure it got past Ryan Higgins before setting off. So Harrison moves to 5. I mean, I think a good captain will be open to those conversations from anyone, but he'll have, as will any captain, will have favoured lieutenants that he'd be happy to listen to. And I mean, he's got loose deploy out there. He's played a lot of cricket. Sam Robson as well, plus Ryan Higgins. It feels like Ryan Higgins might be his right-hand man.
Yeah.
With some of the conversations and from what we've seen out the window through the course of the game. Short ball into the single take, and Tom Helm there, I think, just giving up on that one to make sure there wasn't a collision between himself and Harrison.
A couple of times when Harrison has tried to force the ball away from Helm, he's got an inside edge. So it's just kept it a little bit low, and he's gone a little hard at that. I'm going to have a look. Is there a third man in there? There isn't. So with the length that Helm is bowling, another option is just to let it in right under your eyes and run it down there. Harrison's more of a front foot forward ball striker, hands through the ball. But he's found it difficult to time that shot. A few times he's tried to do it.
Yeah, and that is back of a length. It's pulled away. This time he was late on it. Gets behind square for a single. I mean, I think you said when you first became aware of him, he was playing for, was it Oxford UCCE or
That's
MCCU, right, whichever the acronym was at the stage. And he would have been batting in that top 5 at the time, but he would have spent a lot of his career down at number 8 and 9 and potentially 7. And I suppose your technique and mindset and game will change to adapt to those positions and opportunities.
Yeah, I think that's right. You practice with the role in mind, don't you? And there's a real strength in that. So long as you're in a settled situation. But he's always had the ability to bat up the order. I think I've got a feeling he might have opened the batting at, or certainly top 3. He's picked that one up. He's drop kicked it into the leg side.
Yeah, 1 bounce 4. Vascocellos could do nothing but watch the ball sail over his head. Lovely pick up by Calvin Harrison.
Middlesex have bowled very, very few loose deliveries. That's 12.1 overs bowled now, so nearly 50 balls. And I reckon they've bowled a couple, 2, 3 maybe. Let's settle on 3 loose deliveries. And what you've got to do in this situation is hit it for 4. Harrison was good enough to do that.
Yeah.
So yeah, if he's going to bat at 7, he'll practice as though he's number 7, and that's a different role, obviously, from batting at the top of the order. But his technique looks pretty good. He plays very straight. He gets right over the ball. Generally in defence, he gets right over the ball. He plays a bit on the up when he's trying to drive it. I think that's situational. He can let those balls get closer to him. He's got enough time. Looks unhurried. He's quick onto the short ball. We saw him play a beautiful front foot pull shot in the first innings from Tom Helm. So, yeah, he just looks like a very good all-round, or very, very good all-round cricketer.
Yeah, Safar Gohar drops down to the boundary on the leg sides. Oh, it's uppish. It's hung in the air for an age. It's been misfielded by Holden as well, which will allow Harrison through for a single. Change of pace.
I think it was a slower ball. It certainly came off the wicket slower. I think it was a slower ball. So look at the release. It's inconclusive.
He hasn't put in a significant kind of roll of the fingers, has he? Might have been a slight, but
might have been a cross seamer.
Yeah.
Who's Harrison talking to there? Oh, the umpire, maybe. I thought he was describing what that ball was. Might have been a cross seam delivery.
Beautifully played. Luke Proctor just runs it off the face of the bat for a single down to Tom Helm. Harrison wants to be, kind of feels like, well, he looks an imposing character. I kind of get the impression that he wants to be an imposing character with the bat as well.
You know, he's a South African, he's born in South Africa, wasn't he? And in the wickets down there, he will be able to take people off the top of the bounce. But he can't really do that here because the ball isn't coming on to the bat as well as it does on South African wickets generally. And if you try and take it off the top of it, you are going to get one wrong and you are going to find a fielder. It's going to carry.
Yeah, change in the field. Deploy comes out of second slip and goes in as another catcher with Ryan Higgins at mid-wicket. So we haven't quite seen the 4 that we saw at one point in the first innings, but it's been strengthened with 2. Plenty of noise through the effects mic from the Middlesex 11 out there on the field. Who would be the key protagonist in amongst that 11 for Middlesex to keep the spirits high, Roeg?
I think Cracknell. He's a busy boy, isn't he? Another decent 5 balls were good there from the captain, and one was a half volley on leg stump that got the treatment from Calvin Harrison. 46 for 1 is the score. 265 further runs required for Northampton to reach that 311.
Yeah, Joe Cracknell calling for the helmet. So I think that's Toby Rowland-Jones done.
I think so.
Good spell.
Yeah, 7 overs, 1 for 25. He's done the job there, hasn't he? He's gone under 4s and he's picked up an important wicket of Vascocellos, a dangerous man. Vascocellos is. Northants will, I think, just be thinking that we need to score off more balls in the over. We'll take the boundaries when they come, but they're not coming very often. But we need to just keep rotating. There's an example. Very comfortable rotation for the captain. And there is the Duracell bunny of Joe Cracknell running out to square leg, carrying the ball to the captain, running back to his position.
He has been brilliant, isn't he? And that's the first time that you'll have come across Joe Cracknell. I met him a couple of years ago and filmed a piece of content with him a couple of years ago. So kind of knew a little bit about his character from that meeting. But I mean, what a great impression it is to give to you the first time viewing him. You're walking away from this going, oh, I really like Joe Cracknell.
My kind of cricketer, absolutely. 1 slip, catching mid-wicket. And an immaculate line and length again from Tom Helm.
That'd be something that Harrison has just struggled with so far. It doesn't look like the cricketers drop it in a gap.
Well, and that's a very good point. I said earlier, the length that Helm is bowling, it's on this pitch with it coming off the wicket a little bit slow. It's hard to hit through off the top of the bounce on the up, as it were. So the alternative is to let it in and run it down. He hasn't done that yet. So he's a ball striker predominantly. Doesn't mind it short. Got that one away. It's pretty much straight to Luke Holman down at long leg. So it's just a single. But yeah, that's just that ability just to decelerate the bat rather than accelerate the bat, let it come in, and then just just opened the face of the bat to run it down. Third man has generally, for Tom Helm, been vacant. And that's credit to him that he hasn't gone down to third man because his line has been absolutely brilliant. He's had to adjust to right and left-hander since Harrison has been in. That's the shot, if you like. That's the shot. He only picks up one. But as I said just at the beginning of the over, I think Northampton need to score off more balls in the over because that's a good thing for a start. Never a bad thing. But also they're not getting boundary balls. So they need to, their scoring rate needs to increase. There's too many dots. That's very easy to say that. It's a statement of the obvious. There are too many dots, but there's a ring field and they're bowling very well. Just the one catcher in at slip, mid wicket's kind of half on the catch and half not. There was a kind of like a Stuart Broad celeb appeal from Tom Helm, but I didn't think it was particularly convincing.
It was a good appeal. Cracknell and Robson behind the stumps led it, didn't they? Tom Helm there just not in agreement with the umpire's viewing of it.
So we'll see on replay. I just don't think that Tom Helm really thought that was out,
Run chasers are nervy, aren't they?
They are.
They are nervy.
Cricket's nervy.
As longer that appeal went on, the heart rate just, and I'm sure along like other Northamptonshire viewers, supporters would have just gone, oh.
I mean, this is going to sound like a massive criticism of Middlesex's cricket, and it isn't that. All teams do this. Every team does this, and it's part of the game. And it has been for years, and it will be. I think there was a bit of work in the umpire in that appeal. Let's have a look at it. No, that's going down, isn't it? Yeah, that's going down. He played around. He did play around it. He hasn't had many balls to score off from Tom Helm, and he was trying to kind of create width in a way, create the ability to hit the ball through the leg side. It was probably straighter than he anticipated.
Yep.
But again, doubt, is it hitting leg stump? Is it clipping leg stump? And the umpire has used that doubt probably to inform a decision. If in doubt, I've got to give it not out. If that happens again, there's been two big appeals. I think if there's a third one in a similar area, then the benefit of the doubt might go the way of the bowler. Here, we're going to see it on replay. Wide on the crease. And because he's wide on the crease, I think that's good umpiring. Had he been mid-crease, Tom Helm, I think it might have been a better shout. We are going to see now game on. Version 2 or part 2 of game on is Zafar Gohar is going to bowl. He bowled brilliantly in the first innings, bowled a heck of a lot of overs. So he's going to start against the Northants captain. We know there's rough outside, the left-hander's off stump. There's a short leg in place, a slip, a catching silly mid-on, a man behind square on the single, a man on the the deep square boundary for the sweep, mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off, and a man at backward point. That's the field. Pretty similar to how he bowled through the first innings. And the first ball turns fairly sharply, catches the inside edge of the bat. Didn't bounce, thankfully for Luke Proctor, but it did turn quite sharply. The ball ran quickly off that inside edge to Max Holden, who's behind square on the one there. So it's a very encouraging start for Zafar Gohar, first ball. Luke Proctor's response is to get closer to the next ball, not allow it to turn, smother the turn and go with it into the leg side. A little ripple of applause for the Northants 50.
Just a really quick score from Blackpool. Kent are 92 for 5 against Lancashire. It's trailed by 173 still. Chris Green's got 4 wickets, 4 for 33 in that innings. So looks like that will be the next result in and the one relevant to Division 2, both towards the bottom of the table, but Lancs will climb up, won't they, with that result?
They certainly will. It's nicely bowled, nicely played. Northampton's got to do a very difficult thing here. They've got they could do without losing wickets, but they've got to get on top of Zafar Gohar because from a Northamptonshire perspective, they can't allow him to settle in. And everyone knows that, including Zafagohar. And he'll say, well, come at me then. I'm not going anywhere. I'm going to do what I do.
Yeah.
So you're going to have to take me off my lines and lengths. But also with still 260 runs required, Middlesex have got a bucket of runs to play with. Or as that turns past the outside edge of Calvin Harrison's bat, Middlesex have got a big, big bucket of runs to play with, and they can give Zafagohar a couple of expensive overs to see if Northants can take him for 15 and 15 and 15. If they do that, well, then Toby Rowland-Jones has a decision to make.
Yeah, I don't see the 15s. Don't see them coming, do you? As Harrison comes through and completes a second.
I think
the other thing out there, I love the theatre. I love the theatre with Gohar bowling. Middlesex have earned the right to create that theatre and be chirpy and noisy and buoyant. But it's a notable difference between the two sides from what we saw this morning compared to what we're witnessing this afternoon.
Absolutely. It's going to do some sums. Unfortunately for everyone, for me particularly, I'm going to try and do them out loud. Let's see. So there's 58 overs remaining. How many can Northants chase in the last 20 overs? 120? 130? 120.
Yeah.
That's too many, isn't it?
It's around 100, isn't it, I think?
Yeah. Should we say 110 then?
Go for it. I'll meet you in the middle.
110. So that means there's 260 required. So 110 off 260 is 150. 150 in the next 38 overs. The draw is favourite, Middlesex second favourite.
Yeah.
Northants third favourite, but still with there's a decent chunk on Northants still. But I think they're kind of 25, 30%ers at the minute.
Yes, I think so.
Something like that. It's good though. All results still possible. Ryan Higgins from the David Capel end hits Luke Proctor on the thigh pad. It's run away. Are they going to run two? They're not going to run two. What's Joe Cracknell did very well there from his position as wicketkeeper was he got on the line of the ball. He ran along the line of the ball. So the Luke Proctor, who touched and turned, couldn't see where the ball was in relation to the fielder coming in and the keeper himself. It was a very clever bit of wicket keeping, that very clever bit of fielding. I'm the chairman of the fan club of so many cricketers around the place. I've got to be a bit more discerning. I love them all. They're all good. 2 catching mid-wickets. Ryan Higgins had 4 at one stage. In the first, he's got 2 now. No slips. Harrison hard into that back of a length ball. As we've said before, that's how he prefers to play that, on the up and punch it through the covers if he can. There is a third man in place now, so if he lets it in, he's just had a look at third man. If he lets it in, he's only going to pick up 1 down there.
Do you think Northants have got an opportunity to do something funky?
Are you thinking pinch hitter? Is that what you're thinking?
Maybe.
Justin Broad.
He would feel like a very good option. Safe save could be another one if 2 spinners were bowling. Not to say that Justin Broad wouldn't be, and I think I probably would go Justin Broad, because with the form that Safe's been in, it would be unfair, I think, to not sacrifice him, but kind of make him do something that potentially doesn't want to do. And then obviously Lewis McManus, if it was a shut-up shot job, would be a perfect candidate to be able to do that, but maybe.
It's interesting. Yeah, that's Calvin Harrison will feel he's missed out there because it's a rare ball that he could have scored off. Almost try to hit that too hard. You've just got to ride that ball and hope that you miss one of the fielders behind square on the leg side. And he tried to hit that ball rather than just work it. It's a very easy game from here, isn't it?
A lot easier than in the middle.
That's why we're here, isn't it?
The heart rate stays a lot lower whilst you're sat this far away, that's for sure. Because batting's nervy. It is nervy.
It is. Yeah, this is tricky, isn't it? The ball is nipped a bit on on Calvin Harrison there. It nipped back in. He got an inside edge onto his pad. It ran away safely into the offside. But there's a bit of pressure building on Harrison. He's only got 14 so far. He's been there a little while now. And he will know that he isn't scoring quickly enough, basically. He will know that. And the reason for that is because Middlesex are bowling so well. As has just been demonstrated by Ryan Higgins. So I think he starts with a maiden. There was a leg by in that over. Yeah. I think that's the only run as such. Yeah, 1 over 1 maiden.
Luke Proctor's a good bloke to bat with, though.
He is. He is a calming influence, is Luke Proctor. It's facing Gohar here as a left-hander. You almost have to take positive options because I just feel that rough outside the left-handers off stump is dangerous, and you've got to deal with that. You can't defend out of there. You've got to get past it somehow. Either you reverse sweep or you use your feet. But I think this is definitely in play, that big area of rough. He swept it and he's dropped him. Holman has dropped him, running to his right. I think it was a decent option, the slog sweep, but it got squarer. It obviously turned, and therefore Luke Proctor dragged it squarer than he was intending to. He was aiming for wide mid-wicket. He got it more to mid-wicket, and Luke Holman didn't have a lot of ground to cover. He ended up trying to catch it with his arms extended, so he didn't get his body close enough to it. His footwork wasn't good enough. Still expected him to catch it, and he didn't. And that's the 3rd drop, I think, so far.
Yeah, Proctor on 13 and 27 now.
Proctor, just before the start of this over, I said, you can't allow Gohar to bowl in that area. And the captain thought the same thing and thought, the best option I've got is a slog sweep. He should have gone there.
Yeah, he should have done. Absolutely. Yeah, can't take that away. And that's 14 wickets now that Middlesex have got to take in both the overs remaining.
Both chances against Luke Proctor have been reasonably comfortable catches. They've been 80%ers, haven't they? At least, really, if not. Then that last one, that's a catching practice catch, really. Just jog around to your right and catch that. Very nicely flighted, wasn't it? Very nicely flighted from Zafar Gohar, and Calvin Harrison just indicating, that did turn, and it turned from straight as well. That didn't go anywhere near the rough. That ball landed on the stumps, on the line of the stumps, and did turn off the wicket, not off the rough. He's settling into his work. And the first opportunity, really, the first attempt, I should say, that Northants took to put any pressure back on the bowler resulted in a chance that should have been taken. Such is the difficulty of the task, but they've still got to play positively against him.
Well, this is the thing. He's gone for 3 the over with the 2 no balls. But that isn't going to be enough, is it?
It's not. Every ball he bowls, Zafar Gohar, he's building more and more confidence and more pressure. So he did create a chance, and he created a chance through really Northants. Here it is again, really through Northants wanting to dominate him. And yeah, it was slightly slow footwork, and as I say, ended up trying to catch it with very long arms. And ideally, you do your footwork, get your footwork done early so that you can catch it with your arms as close to your face, as close to your head as you can. I mean, your head in the frame at that height, and he was very long-armed there, Luke Holman, and his body language is that of a man who's just dropped the captain. What happened last time that Middlesex dropped a chance was they created another chance about 3 balls later and took it. So let's see what happens. Ryan Higgins is around the wicket. The only catching fielders are 2 mid-wickets on the perch. And we can see the game here is to bowl very straight. Ryan Higgins looking to bowl very, very straight at the Northants captain. If he tries to accelerate the bat and score in front of square, well, he's got to get the ball down very quickly because there are 2 catchers at mid-wicket to do that. If he gets the ball behind square, there are 2 fielders to prevent the boundary, so he can have 1. So there are questions being asked, and they're good questions. And the chief question is, how are you going to score safely? Well, I don't know that you can. I think you're going to have to do something different. And that'll be on Luke Proctor's mind here for sure. Still a lot of cricket to be played, you know, well over 300 balls remain in this game. So there's no panic, but Middlesex have asked all the questions so far. Seamers have bowled very well. There we go. That's a great response from Luke Proctor. If you go over length, I'm taking you down the ground. And that was over length, only fractionally over length from Ryan Higgins. What a beautiful cricket shot that is from the captain. Wow, that's a good shot. He's not known for his driving, Luke Proctor. It's something increasingly I've seen over the last few years, his willingness to drive the ball. And if you can do that, why wouldn't you? That was a gorgeous cricket shot.
Yeah, stunning, wasn't it? Does it put any pressure back on Ryan Higgins? No. Unsurprisingly, no.
Yeah. He's been very successful for a very long time, hasn't he, Ryan Higgins? And on day 1, I wrote down the word on my little pad, accuracy. And the reason I wrote that was because I thought Northampton had not been particularly accurate with the ball. Certainly in the 17.4 overs we've seen so far, Middlesex have been extremely accurate with the ball. Just lost his footing a little bit there. That it looked for one moment that he might be pulling up injured. I'm glad for his sake he isn't. It was a very late handbrake turn, wasn't it?
Yeah, he got his bowling hand in, or bowling arm, in quite an unusual spot and shape there as well, didn't it? Almost kind of came round arm.
Yeah.
It's obviously just kind of putting himself out there to try and make sure he kept his balance. There's been a fair bit of seam bowled, so those footholds will be getting a bit more pronounced. That'll help. Northampton will take them any way they come. They won't be fussy, will they? They won't mind.
Absolutely.
That's 6 off the over now with those 2 no balls from Ryan Higgins.
Let me throw this one in. Something to talk about. There's a lot to talk about out there, but something else to talk about. Red ball cricket, no ball free hit.
It's something I've kind of joked about for a while. Do you go 1 run and a free hit then rather than the 2? That's going to be 4, isn't it?
That is tickled away. Procky doesn't miss out there very often, and he doesn't miss out there then. So Higgins, having bowled the no ball in this over, for him, he's bowled 2 poor deliveries. One has been over length and got dealt with back down the ground, a beautiful on drive, and then he's just a stump 2 straight. That said, Proctor does go a long way across his stumps, and a lot of batters actually might have defended that ball back down the ground or played it in front of square, but Proctor goes across his stumps and flicks it away. He's on 36, 244 more required. And he's pumped that one down the ground as well. And he's slightly disappointed, Luke Proctor, that he wasn't able to miss the fielder there.
Do you know, I'm surprised that a no ball free hit in red ball cricket is something that you've mulled over.
Yeah. Are you? Because you think I'm a pure.
Yeah. A purist. I don't know.
I'm just trying to think about ways to make red ball cricket, perhaps, to bring more moments of incident into red ball cricket.
Yeah.
That's all.
Yeah. Does it make it any more relevant by bringing it in line with other formats as well on that same thought pattern? I mean, all I would say with the amount of no balls that were bowled in that Lions game, I think I'd still be here watching that game of cricket.
You are mentally scarred.
Let it go, Daniel.
Wow. Well bowled. It was just a push, wasn't it, from Harrison? It wasn't his foot didn't go to the pitch of the ball on that occasion, which is rare for him. As a result of that, it turned past the outside edge. Gohar, he's bowling very well. That's a lovely shot down the ground. Half stopped by Toby Rowland-Jones, but well enough stopped to prevent any thought of a second. It was very well struck down the ground by Calvin Harrison. As they have to do, the Northampton batters are trying hard to jump on anything that looks like a boundary option. But this is the challenge here. For me, there's many dimensions to this game and many people involved in it, but this is the key. The key one is how well Zafar Gohar is allowed to bowl.
Particularly against the left-handers.
Yeah.
Safe save as well, left-hander. Sales right-hander, Robinson, McManus, Broad all right-handed, Keogh right-handed. Robinson's another interesting proposition as what we spoke about with regards to a pinch hitter, because I don't think he played the spin particularly well in that innings of 40 odd. Didn't look like a natural sweeper, and it felt quite restrained with some of his shot choices. That was a shot of strength by Harrison in the first innings, which he's been reluctant to go on the back foot second time around, having been dismissed by Gohar in similar fashion. But he felt like the type of cricketer that will have a good bottom hand, and there were drop kicks and punches into deep mid-wicket and deep cover straight. I wonder whether he would play that slightly differently if he had an opportunity again.
Yeah, I agree with every single thing you've said there, Dan. That's exactly how I saw it. Yeah, okay, I nearly called that and didn't. That's a great option, the reverse. It was very well fielded by Jack De Cares, diving away to his right.
Not that time. De Cares is a cover to...
High risk for one was the shout. Well, it was high risk for one. It was only one because it was brilliantly stopped. It was a good shot, actually.
It's Eskenazi on the field, isn't it?
Oh, is it?
Tom Helm might be taking a breather.
Okay, fair enough. It was a good stop.
Very good. Better than the one at deep mid-wicket yesterday.
That was not a good stop. It was a very bad stop. It was a bad non-stop. Good. So there's real intent there. You know, perhaps don't even have to summarise that in that way. Real intent shown by both batters in that over to Zafar Gohar. He's currently bowled 3 overs, 0 for 10. He's had a chance dropped off him on the deep mid-wicket boundary, the one that should really have been caught. Luke Holman spilled it. But we can see that Northants recognise that if they are to win this game, and even if they are to draw this game, they probably could do without facing lots and lots and lots of Zafar Gohar, and the way to ensure that is to attack him with calculated risk. Over the wicket now, Higgins, he was around the wicket, to come over the wicket to Proctor. Call of 2, it won't be 2, it's 1. Gohar responded very quickly, got off the fence quickly. He's got a good arm.
That was never 2, was it?
It was never 2.
Harrison would have known that was never 2.
Yeah.
The second he set off looking for that, it would have been... Luke Proctor would have turned looking for the second, but Harrison would have known straight away.
But Mother Cricket says this: you've got to look for the 2, because if you don't, you never get the 2.
True.
You've got to put the fielder under pressure.
True.
Every time, because he'll fumble it 1 in 10, 1 in 20. Wide on the crease from Higgins. I don't know if that was an attempted Yorker, maybe. That's good running. Calvin Harris, he's quick, isn't he? That was very good running. I think that is De Cares down on the long leg boundary, and he looks a bit disgruntled by that, because they took him on and comfortably got back for 2. It was in and out is the cricket parlance for what Calvin Harrison did very well there on the turn. He was in and out very, very quickly. Back in my time, we had a guy come in who was an expert in turning.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think he'd done work with tennis players on how. I'll come back to that. Another no ball.
Or like those dogs at Crufts that have to get the tennis balls off the bits of Velcro.
Yeah.
Is it speed ball, is it?
No, it wasn't.
You don't know what I'm talking about, do you?
No idea, no. This guy'd worked with tennis players in terms of how to reach the ball at great extent and then come back into the court. And he'd studied cricket and was trying to apply some of the biomechanics of that to cricket. And wow, okay, there we go. There's intent. Has that gone all the way? It has gone all the way. That's an amazing shot. Ryan Higgins trying not to bowl half volleys, bowled back of a length, and it was just too far back of a length. And then this happened. 6.
Dosh.
What a shot that is.
Played one of those in the first innings as well, didn't he?
He did, from Tom Helm. Ryan, that won't happen to Ryan Higgins every day of the week. Yeah, and what this guy was saying to us was, look, he'd done his work and he was an expert in his field. He said, you can work with sprint coaches and the mechanics of running and all that stuff, and go and do that, because we did do that at times as well. Sprint coach came in and worked on technique of running with pads on and all the rest of it. And he said that gets you virtually nothing. You're going to make up time in the turn. That's where all the time is lost. And the way that Calvin Harrison turned there in pushing, getting 2 down to Josh Takers was quite amazing. I think, when I watch tennis and the players are well outside the doubles court, get the ball back, and then they're back in the middle of the court for the next shot. A short, and I thought he might have got a tickle on that. It was short, it was down the leg side. I don't think it was a particularly confident appeal from Middlesex. Calvin Harrison will feel that he's missed out a little bit.
Yeah, Higgins is slippery down there, isn't he? That's where he got a lot of success in that hat trick and built that pressure up, bowling that delivery consistently. Oh, it's horrible, isn't it, when you miss out on that as a batter?
It is. It is indeed.
Even more unpleasant if you get a little feather on it through to the wicketkeeper as well.
Higgins having a little chat with Calvin Harrison there. I think he's saying, that was a great shot, Calvin. Well played. I'm surprised you hit it all the way for 6. That wasn't a bad ball, actually. Something like that. Higgins, 3 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 21. So he's going at 7s, which is not the job that his captain wants him to do. It's been the last 2 overs that have been painful to him. He's gone for 4 down the ground, a half volley. He's gone for 4 very fine left-handed tickle from Luke Proctor. And he's gone for 6. A great front foot swat, really, from Calvin Harrison. So these two have now put on 57. 229, still a lot of runs more needed. 53 overs minimum to get them.
There's a long way to go. Good news is, Roe, there isn't really any breeze, so just bumped up our effects mic outside our studio door. So if there is any more to that conversation between Harrison and Higgins, we might get a bit of an idea as to what it is about.
Yeah, it's fair enough, isn't it? Who likes being hit over? I mean, as he let that ball go, I think Ryan Higgins would have been thinking, okay, this can defend that. That's a kind of top of off ball. It didn't end up that way. Nice start to the over. Luke Proctor punched it hard into the leg side, no run. That one hits the foot of short leg.
It's good, that microphone, isn't it?
It is good. I feel like I'm out there.
I feel like I'm in the middle. Glad I'm not, but...
Can I have a helmet and some pads? What's Proctor going to do? 2 dots. He's played 2 positive shots so far. Comes down the wicket and very nicely bowled by Zafar Gohar. That's good cricket. Good cricket all round. It was nearly another world-class catch from Ben Geddes at short leg as well, but you can see what's going on here. Northampton's not letting Gohar settle. He's just subtly pushed mid-on back 15 yards. Bowled a slower ball. That's clever bowling as well. Recognising that Proctor's trying to dominate, push your mid-on back surreptitiously and bowl a loopy ball. But Luke Proctor didn't try and loft it over the top. That was what Gohar wanted him to try to do. He does reverse sweep that one. Max Holden runs the wrong way. It comes off the end of the bat. It's going to spin away. I don't think it's going to go for 4. It's just going to stop just inside the rope. They're only going to get 2. It could go anywhere, that, and it could go anywhere. It could have gone for 4.
Did it go straight off the bat through the air, or did it go into the?
I thought it came off the
No,
toe.
it did, yeah, it just went straight up.
Toe off the bat, yeah. Toe of the bat. Things are happening. It's good. It's good stuff. That's really enjoying it.
Yeah, and the captain's playing what we think to be in the right way as well.
Well, what is for sure is if you just decide to defend Gohar, he's going to get you out.
Yeah.
And you can't win the game if you do that anyway.
Yeah, you're not chasing down 311, are you?
Gohar trying to have a little chat with Luke Proctor. Don't bother, is what I would say.
I don't know. There's something going on there, isn't there?
There is.
Umpires decided to get involved between. Well, I don't know whether he's got involved between Zafar Gohar and Luke Proctor, but he certainly got involved between Zafar Gohar.
Yeah, he has.
He's still trying to engage Luke Proctor in conversation, and the two umpires are going to get together.
Yeah,
potentially in response to it, and they don't want.
And they're sending Gohar away. There was a little nod to Toby Rowland-Jones there as well. The fielder at mid-wicket wants to get involved. He's being sent away. Chris Watt is known as, he's a Norfolk man, Chris Watt, and he's known in Norfolk cricket circles as the Beast because he's a big guy. I wouldn't upset him. The Beast returns to his position.
Yeah, and Zafar Gohar, is he going to engage with the umpire at square leg? No, he's just going to take position next to him. That was odd.
Middlesex are not known at all as a confrontational team, are they? That's just not the way they play their cricket. I just wonder whether a change of leadership has put a bit of steel into them. Who knows? Who cares? It's very well bowled by.
I think it's very unlikely Luke Proctor would have said anything to Zafar Gohar.
He's a man of few words, Proc. If you want to, he'll let you know if he feels you're trying to engage him, he'll respond to that.
He's never felt like an instigator.
No, he's not going to instigate. No, that's what I'm trying to say. Thank you. That's exactly what I'm trying to say and struggling. He's not an instigator. He's a tough man, I'll tell you that. He's a very tough man. Anyway, Zafar Gohar has decided, rather than having a chat with the Northampton captain, he's going to use his energies and efforts to support his teammates, and I like that. Lots of clapping and encouraging going on, no problem with that at all. There's a weird fielding position I'll come back to in a minute. Halfway to the boundary at mid-wicket. Oh, that's close. That's out. That's out. Nipped back. It was a fuller length from Ryan Higgins. It nipped back, hit Calvin Harrison very, very hard. The ball only ran 10 yards away off the pad. It would have been cannoning into the stumps, and it just had a very good look about it. The umpire continues to chat to Luke Proctor. Let's hope that doesn't drag on. We could do without any nonsense, really. But that's a big wicket. That is a big wicket. Harrison goes for 24. He got 20 odd in the first innings, 24 in the second innings. Played some nice shots. Found it difficult to rotate. I would say that was going hard at the ball. And when you go hard at the ball, if that ball nips back, then your bat goes past the point of contact. The ball goes past the inside edge of the bat. It either hits the stumps or hits your pad, and that one hit the pad, and it just had a very good look about it. And he departs.
Sounded good as well, didn't it? And ran back along the pitch. So he goes for 24, but it's a good partnership between he and Luke Proctor. We get a replay of
that's out.
And that does look pretty adjacent. And a little bit extra there from Ryan Higgins on the celebration. But Calvin Harrison's got to go for 24, and the score's 83 for 2, so 8 wickets to win for Middlesex.
The umpires are now having a chat with Toby Rowland-Jones. It's got the feel that they might be telling it that they can issue on-field penalties, the umpires. And if it's a level 1, they can issue that during the game. And I'm not saying that's what's going on, but there's certainly a conversation. And I think the gist of it, from what I see there, is calm your lads down a bit, Captain. Something of that order was spoken about. Clearly, they didn't engage him for no reason at all. James Sales comes in. Young player finding his way in the game. He's had some success against Middlesex and with the Kookaburra ball as well. He's a lovely stroke maker. We know that. But a fourth innings run chase and the tails are up. I mean, you can hear the level of noise that's out there. It's a bit of a cauldron that's being created.
Yeah.
Yeah, let them know they're in a game might have been the last words from Dane Villa, something like that, because there's a lot of noise out there. It's very well played, James Sales. First ball right in the middle of the bat, nicely defended. And there's nothing wrong with that at all, letting the opposition know they're in a contest.
No, I mean, the question is see, Middlesex are well up for this. Of Northamptonshire batters, are they here for the contest? Are they in it for the scrap?
That's a great question, and the answer is we'll find out. I think it's a great question. Oh, that's a lovely cricket shot off the back foot. It's going to pick up 4. It goes away for 4 square of the wicket. Second ball. What a good shot, James Sales. If you get something loose, you have to punish it, and he did. There's a good balcony presence from Northamptonshire. I like to see that. It's something that used to frustrate me during my time, is that there were sometimes 1, 2, sometimes no Northants players on the balcony when Northants were batting. I like to see a good presence on the balcony in support of their colleagues. So it's a good comeback over. The over before that, I'd said he was being expensive. He was 3 overs for 21. He's now 4 overs for 25. But the key thing, in fact, in terms of Ryan Higgins, the only thing that matters is the wickets column just now. And he has, there we go. There's the Northants balcony. There's a few out there. He's picked up the very, very important wicket of Calvin Harrison for 24. It's a good delivery, maybe kept a little bit low, but it was good enough to get through the defences of Harrison. And we resume with the contest, not only of skill. These two have had a little chat with each other. The umpires had to get involved between Gohar and Luke Proctor. So there's a little bit of feeling in that. Get your heart rate down, Proc. Concentrate on the job in hand. Oh, that has turned and bounced. Well, we said all along, haven't we, that in the 4th innings, Zafar Gohar is going to be a key player, and so it's proving. He's currently wicketless, but he is asking some questions. And that's the latest response to one of those questions, is a square, hard sweep by the Northants captain, being warmly applauded. The crowd are getting into this as well. They'll have seen that there's a bit of feeling out there, and they're very happy that their captain has won their latest part of that battle, a hard sweep for 4. He's on the 45.
It's a good thud into the sign for Wellingborough School as well, wasn't it?
Oh, is it Wellingborough School? It is one, yeah.
A crash.
I think it's pronounced creche. And I have just laughed at my own joke. Proctor pushes into the offside for a single. 4 and 1.
Kent 7 down. Still trail by 149. So Derbyshire need 207. They've got off to a fly. They're 113 off 19 and a half overs, Derby.
Wow.
Caleb Jewell and Harry Kane.
Oh, Jewell's dangerous, isn't he?
He's a quality cricketer, him. Great bit of business as well for Derbyshire. Get him over for everything for the entire summer.
Yeah, that is a great bit of business. Short leg and slip for James Sales. His first sighting in this innings of Zafar Gohar. Goes onto the back foot. Plays it pretty comfortably. But unfortunately for James Sales, he'll have a couple of overs to get himself in, but reasonably soon will have to join his captain in trying to be positive. Oh, I think he's nicked that. I think he's nicked that.
The only thing I'd say if they think he's nicked that, why has Joe Cracknell tried to stump him at the same time?
Well, that didn't help.
I realise a bit of muscle memory and fast twitch fibres for a wicket keeper could quite often just naturally take your hands back towards it. But if you think he's nicked it,
I thought there was a noise.
I don't think Joe Cracknell's helped
No, he probably hasn't.
there at all.
It was.
If there was a noise.
There are appeals and there are appeals, aren't there? And you get it. I'm not trying to get all these right because I'm sure I don't, but you get a feel for what's a that's out appeal rather than we're trying to work the umpire. Anyway, it's given not out. And again, if the umpire's in doubt, he gives it not out, and that's fair enough.
As I say, that from a wicket-keeping perspective, if you think you've taken the catch, you're not taking the bails off to try and you don't get 2 wickets. There's not a double play, is there? It's turned sharply.
I think he's nicked that. And I'll tell you why. If we could see one more replay, if we've got time to see one more replay of that, that would be great. Just watch Luke Proctor at the non-striker's end. If we're able to replay that again, that would be fantastic. We may not have time before the start of the next over. But the non-striker often gives the game away. And if we do see that replay again, just have a look at Luke Proctor. It was given not out. James Sales survives. He's on 5. Here it is. Just watch Luke Proctor. Does not look at the umpire. That tells you everything.
Play the game. Umpires are human beings. It'll be officiated fairly. It'll be made decision from what they see about it. If there is a fraction of doubt, does that fraction get any bigger with what that umpire's had to contend with the over before?
I don't think he's helped himself there by getting engaged and kind of possibly annoying the umpires a little bit. Higgins briskly in, bounces James Sales. He just works it very calmly around the corner down to fine leg. So much time there.
Northampton hanging in this rate. It's not gone anywhere.
Oh, this game is very much on. You know, and part of the level of noise and the level of emotion that Middlesex are bringing, the combative nature of the way they're playing their cricket is because they know this is, you know, this is sort of 53-47 in their favour, but it's a 10-over spell and Northants go well without losing a wicket, and suddenly it's 57 or 53-47 in Northants' favour. So it's tight. It is tight. In terms of a winner, I still think draw is the most likely option. But in terms of a winner, Middlesex are still the more likely. But it's not by a large margin. No, Middlesex need 8 moments, don't they? That's what they're after. They are ringing it up in the field, that's for sure. So that's a nod, isn't it, from Roland Jones and Middlesex, that they're aware that Northampton are going along at 4s. And that rate hasn't increased, which they would have hoped it would have done. They'd have hoped that they would have pushed that out from 4 1/4 up to towards 5s, and maybe north of that. Do you know what else is? Here comes another statement of the obvious. I like those. They've dropped 3 chances here. 3. Yeah. Wow. Proctor 13 and 27. Vascocellos on 6. I suppose that another thing to think about, and for Toby Roland Jones to muse and mull over, is who backs up Brian Higgins. Yeah, that's a good question. Does he go back to the experience of himself and Tom Helm, which I think could be a really good option? That's a really good question. Yeah, the seamers have bowled really well, haven't they? In fact, the other 2 have bowled probably a little better than Higgins in terms of accuracy. Higgins has got the wicket. Roland Jones also picked up Vascocellos. That's short, just a single. They're kind of giving a single to Luke Proctor because all of the fields, there are 5 fielders on the leg side, 2 of whom are on the boundary. So they're obviously there to stop the boundary. The other 3 are a good 35 metres from the bat, just conceding a single, which is unusual. And it's all about getting Proctor off strike and not conceding a boundary to him. He's on 47. James Sales is on 6. He started nicely, particularly to the seam. Works that away into the leg side. Just for the single. It's the spin that's been a challenge, isn't it? It's been the most challenge, really. Vascocellos is going to continue now from the Lynn Wilson. And 5 overs, 0 for 18. Very, very big and confident appeal for caught behind in the last over from the edge of James Sales' bat, or not. The umpire said not. And then that catch that was put down at deep mid-wicket by Luke Holden. An early slog sweep out of the rough by the Northants captain. It probably turned a wee bit. Holman's getting loose now, so that maybe answers the question.
I think the cares have started to as well.
Everyone's getting loose. And yeah, a catch that Luke Holman will still be thinking about. Should have caught that.
Yeah, the beauty of Vascocellos, it's not going to take a lot, is it, for him to really get himself in the game? And that's going to be close. A quick shake of the head from the umpire there as James Sales goes for a big slog sweep into the leg side. What do you reckon on this one, umpire Roy?
That never looked out to me. No, it's just never out. That was an appeal that said, do you want to put right the wrong? And the umpire declined to take that opportunity.
Pitching outside leg stump. Sales 7 off 10. Proctor 47 off 64. Sales goes offside this time. Can't get it past the plot. Extra cover. Sweepers on either side of the boundary. One at deep backward square, the other at deep cover. And it is Josh DeKers. He's going through a fairly lengthy warm-up at backward point. So it might be a bit of off spin from the David Caper lens to replace Ryan Higgins.
Something's just occurred to me, which is Josh DeKers is named after his mother, I think.
Yes.
Who's West Indian. So they've got family in the West Indies. They've got family, obviously, in England. They've probably got families elsewhere, family members elsewhere. If they have a big gathering, I'll come back to that in a minute. If they have a big gathering of the family, is it a case of all DeKers in the world? That's just, yeah.
You've stunned me. You've stunned me. Every day I spend with you, Rowie, you find new levels. I don't know. I'm not telling you
4 days.
I'm not telling you whether they're going up in levels or down in levels, but you find new ones.
I'm pretty happy with that.
No, I could tell you are.
I do apologise. Not really.
No, it's good. It's good for me. It's creative and I like it. Good over this from Vascocellos. That's not the best ball. It's short of a length. It's cut away. It's only going to cost him 1, though. Takes the score to 97. And that run rate will climb quickly, won't it? If Middlesex can apply a bit of pressure, it's gone from just over, well, about 4.2 up to 4.4 in relatively quick fire. Oh, we've got a Roweism come in.
Oh dear.
Swept from Proctor, gets himself outside the line from friend of the show, Alex Berry.
Oh, hello, Alex.
Northants will have to play carefully against Josh. Don't like that, do you?
Well, it wasn't one of mine, so.
No. Sorry, Alex. Try again.
But we appreciate the effort, don't we? Come on, not every pun is going to land. I wouldn't enter the competition, actually, so much. I do like, as you know, I do like my puns, and I wouldn't enter the competition. And I sent in what I thought were my 10 best, but none of them got.
Did you not even make a? You didn't get seeded.
No, in fact, no, I didn't.
There's a pun coming here as well.
I thought some of them might feature, but no pun intended.
I knew it. It's my own fault. I've walked straight into that.
You have.
Straight into it. Oh, it is Josh DeKers.
Just one of them, not all of them.
Not all of them. They will have to tread carefully and all that other good stuff against Josh. But he's had a tough day, isn't he? He's had a tough kind of 36 hours, really, Josh
He has.
DeCaires, or 24.
Yeah.
87 with the bat, looking for his first class 100 yesterday. Couple of drop catches early in the piece today. Now he's got ball in hands. He will feel anyway, he's got some making up to do, I think.
I think Northampton in a pretty good place right now. The way that changes is one of two things. They lose a wicket, particularly the captain, or if they absorbed so many dot balls. So they've got to play positively. James Hales could play. He's a very good player of off-spin bowling. I'm not saying take him down, as in run down the wicket and hit him over the side screen, but he could play positively. You know, there's no mystery here. He knows which way it's going. There's not the rough there that there is for Zafar Gohar. He could get close to the ball and hit it very hard.
Yeah, there's a couple of factors. There's a caller too. I think they're going to get it, aren't they? James Sales is going to come back quite comfortably. We said about Josh DeCaires, bringing up the 100, is it for? No, it's not. We said about Josh DeCaires, maybe a little bit low on confidence, will feel like he's got some making up to do. James Sales hasn't had the greatest 2025 with the bat either. If it was another cricketer out there, you'd say yes, that would be in their favour. But actually, 10 off 16, one first class 50 so far this summer for Sales, which came against Lancs up at Old Trafford. He isn't going to be brimming with confidence, is he?
No, he's not. That was nicely bowled. Got up and over his front knee there and dropped it. It bounced a wee bit. You're right.
Attempted sweep by Sales.
Well, sweep's open, isn't it? The sweep is open. There's a man down on the long leg boundary for the paddle sweep, but if he gets it anywhere near square of the wicket, he'll probably pick up a boundary.
This is this scenario here is kind of what I had in my mind when I mentioned about a little bit of a flexible batting order, because I'm not saying that James Sales isn't very qualified to go out there and score the runs and put Middlesex back under pressure. And he does advance.
Like
Doesn't get all
great.
of what he wanted, but plays it strongly down to mid-on for a single and does bring up the 100 for Northamptonshire. 212 runs required. But a Justin Broad against the two spinners with a license to, as David Willey said, get the broom out.
I think I like that thinking, and I think it's thinking that should always be there and will probably be there. I think Lehman is a man who will switch things around as the situation unfolds. I don't think he's rigid in that respect. I think though in this particular case right now, as we speak right now, things may change. I'm always looking at the board at the last 20 overs. Currently, Northampton need 210. There are 47 overs remaining. If we say they can get 110 off 20, they therefore need 100 in the next 27 overs. So actually, they can play, so long as they don't lose wickets, just play. They're going to get close to leaving themselves that equation, and that's over-pitched by Gohar. And that's a great slog sweep from James Sales all the way.
Yeah, that just brings up another Roweism that I've had sent through from George Harford. Do you remember George?
Yeah, I do. Hello, George.
Go hard or go home.
Oh, yeah, that's good.
I thought you'd like that one.
That's good,
Yeah.
that.
Out of 10?
8.5.
8.5.
Yeah.
Strong 8.5, George. Good from you.
Very good.
106 for 2.
9.5. I like it more the more I think about it.
It gets better. It gets better.
That's good, that.
Oh, it's perfect. They're going to look for 2 here, actually. Settle on the single. Luke Proctor is going to settle on the single. I think he's done the good batsmanship for James Sales for him there, isn't he, with the boundary and the 1.
Yes.
Sales was looking for 2, and it wasn't far away from a second with that bit of no man's land that it found itself in. So we got a short leg, first slip. Sam Robson at short mid-on. They're the 3 catches with Joe Cracknell behind the stumps. With the left-handed Proctor on strike. There's an appeal for LBW with Proctor advancing at Gohar. So it gets a long way forward, which will always go in the batter's favour there, regardless of where the ball had pitched and where it had made impact. Puts enough doubt in the umpire's mind, doesn't it? The ball's got a long way to travel after it's hit the pads of a batter. Reverse sweep, nicely played, but at Max Holden. He just had to readjust there as the ball just started to snake across the outfield.
It was really nicely played. He's played it twice, hasn't he? And both times has found the fielder with it. It was very nicely played.
107 for 2. Northampton's going along at 4s. Orthodox sweep this time, and he gets it behind the fielder there, and it will run away for 4. And a nice round of applause from those that have made their way into the ground today. 50 up for Luke Proctor, 111 on the board. Exactly 200 required for Northamptonshire.
If you're going to get involved in a spat, you better be able to control your emotion in that spat. And I'm pretty sure Luke Proctor can do that. I'm not so sure that Zafar Gohar can.
That one a bit quicker and a bit flatter defended to Luke Proctor. And you could just see, couldn't you, as Luke Proctor had just completed that defensive shot, just lifted the eyes up to engage Zafar Gohar. Didn't say anything, just made eye contact.
11 off the over, 7 overs, 0 for 30. And Northampton's certainly not sitting on Zafar Gohar. They're playing positively, which is what they need to do. And so far, they've played very positively, very successfully against him. Yeah, that's a key. You know, this is the key, isn't it? Gohar is absolutely the key. And so far, he's wicketless. He remains wicketless. Northampton win this game, in my opinion.
Well, they're certainly going to get a lot closer than if he'd taken 5 or takes 5, and he may well still do. As De Cares from the David Capel end against Sales. Oh, it's well played. I think that's going to be 4. Boundaries starting to flow here for Northamptonshire.
I don't know who that is. Who's that fielder at bin wicket?
Is it Higgins?
No, I don't think it's Higgins. What, is it Robson? I don't know who it is. I think he should have, whoever it is should have stopped that ball. Unfortunately, the ball had to be retrieved by the Middlesex director of cricket on a lap round, which won't have pleased him. Alan Coleman has been here throughout.
Off the back foot this time, inside edge, past Geddes. Take the single. Down to Luke Coleman.
This is a pretty scruffy bit of cricket from Luke Holden. He's actually hurt the hands or the fingers of the keeper. It was a horrible throw, pitched just in front of him.
And it's amazing, isn't it, how these second or fourth innings, second innings, whatever the format is you're playing, it's amazing how things can change. Doesn't feel like a moment ago when we turned the effects mic up so we could really get some insight into the middle from Middlesex. 20 minutes, 15 minutes, and at the minute it's just settled down a little bit, hasn't it, as that run rate and the required run rate are nearly back at level par following the last 6 or 8 deliveries. Oh, it's gone down.
Sure, what happened there, to be honest?
Bottom edge, maybe, through the legs of Joe Cracknell.
Yeah, that's the most likely, I think.
150 for 5, the shout from somewhere out in the middle.
There is some spin there, isn't there, from De Cares? Northampton in a increasingly strong position, but always, you know, we can talk about run rates until we're blue in the face. It's still 194 more runs. That's a lot of runs.
Yes. Yeah, it looks a lot better without 2 at the front of it, though. As another one gets chipped off, which is quite a nice psychological boost, I think, if you're in a position of a run chase, if you can just knock that first number down one. And again, partnerships, isn't it? It was a good partnership between Proctor and Harrison. This has got the beginnings of a good partnership between Sales and Proctor.
This is the better matchup for Northampton with the right-hander facing the off-spinner.
It's nicely played. It kind of feels like the right-hander against both is probably the better matchup at the moment, with that rough patch outside the off stump of Luke Proctor. Partnership 34 off 39.
Higgins has been off the field. He's coming back on the field. Has he got a message? He hasn't. Toby Rowland-Jones wandering back with Zafar Gohar and having a little chat with him.
There's a replay, I think, of what caused the excitement. It was an outside edge, a genuine outside edge, wasn't it?
I think it was, yeah.
That's the third one that's gone down off the bat of Luke Proctor.
And the fourth in total. 4 drops.
Swept hard. Well fielded by Josh DeCares. Had over before, just elevating and lifting his confidence. And they enjoy it. They like this matchup, don't they? You can hear that Middlesex like this matchup. Gohar to Proctor. Reverse sweep this time. Max Holden does the fielding. Throws at the non-striker's end. Backed up by Tom Helm.
Now, the last time James Sales faced up to Zafar Gohar, he plonked him over wide long on for 6, didn't he? From outside off stump. Got his left leg out of the way. And the shot is on.
Advances, uses his feet. That's beautiful.
A cricket shot.
Beautiful cricket shot. Applauded by Phil Rowe in the commentary box. Through the offside this time, all the way along the carpet for 4.
That's as good as it gets. That's a beautiful bit of batting. Well played, Jimmy Sales. That's a great shot.
Hasn't hit that, has he?
No.
Really.
Got there quickly, didn't it? Got there very quickly.
Momentum into the ball. Higgins now. Feel like the lead protagonist, Higgins, in the Middlesex 11. Back at first slip.
Well, we said from almost when we came on air this morning, at a certain point in time, this is going to be the situation. Gohar's going to have the ball in his hand and Northampton are going to want to put him under pressure. They have done that. He's gone for 35 so far, 7.4 overs. And so far, they have put him under pressure, and so far he has not been able to respond to that pressure. That said, he did create a chance that was very catchable at deep mid-wicket, and his fielder wasn't able to support him. Had that catch been taken, things will obviously have been different.
Back of a length, cut away, outside edge, thick outside edge from Sales. Gets past DeCares on the spin, on the bounce. And it's another boundary in the over, and Zafar Gohar stands in the middle of the pitch with a double teapot on.
So it's 8 overs for 43, is that? Or is the run already up? Let's have a look at it. Flick it over, scoreboard operator, help me out here.
43, I think.
So far saying he's bowled 7.6 overs. Well, that makes 8 overs, doesn't it? We all know that. Anyway, he's going at about 5s. He has created a chance, but it wasn't taken. But he's only created one chance, and that chance was a catch on the boundary edge. He hasn't been consistent, and he hasn't allowed to be consistent. That's the key thing, that both batters here now have used their feet to him. Both have swept him, and they've got into him a little bit, I think. He got involved in a bit of a spat a few overs ago with the Northampton captain. The umpires had to get involved, and he hasn't really responded well to that either.
No, for the first time since their opening over, Rowie, as well, Northampton have just got themselves ahead of the rate. 4.34 Northamptonshire are going at for the innings now. That's really well played by Luke Proctor. He's just let that come right into the body. Takes the single, gets James Sales back on strike.
I don't really want to say this out loud, but I'm going to. Northampton are playing very, very well here. I'm not going to say what could possibly go wrong. I'm just going to say...
Just leave it at that.
So I'll stop. I'll stop there. Northampton are playing this perfectly.
They are. There will be more twists, though, won't there?
There will.
There's more cricket to be played.
Of course.
A long, long way to go. 23 minutes past 3 on day 4. It'll be interesting, won't it, to see, like you said before, around lunchtime, you said there will be opportunities for Middlesex to bowl defensively if they get to that stage.
Yeah.
They won't be able to bowl. That's well stopped, and Ben Geddes is in the wars again. This time I think it's just on the boot, which looks as painful as what it did yesterday, to be fair.
That could have flown up, couldn't it, though? That could have flown up, and another day it does. I think it hit him on the full.
Did.
Yeah. Chance. I'm only joking. Oh, well bowled. Well bowled. Very well bowled.
Yes, they'll be able to bowl defensively. They won't be able to just put boundary riders out and try and stem the run rate, because 4 is going to be enough, or just around 4 for a while is going to be enough. They're not at that stage yet. They know that wickets are their currency. They know that that's going to be the bit that's going to get them into the game. And they'll feel that on a day 4 pitch with Zafar Gohar in particular, that they will create opportunities.
Yeah, there's a long, long way to go. You're absolutely right. Northampton don't need to blink here. Just keep doing what they're doing. If Middlesex do manage to string some maidens together, and there's no reason to think they won't do that at some point, Northampton must not panic at that point. So, okay, well, they're bowling well. We're going to get a loose ball. We'll sit in for that. But it's the intent. It's the positive intent. If you're moving well and positively to try to score, then you're moving well to try to defend as well.
Mm-hmm.
If you're just absorbing balls, then you're not moving as positively, and that's when problems can arise. So Gohar is out of the attack, I think. He is.
Yeah. It's going to be Holman, isn't it, to replace him? The leg spinner.
That's a big, big tick in the box to Northampton, isn't it?
Yeah, 8 overs, no maidens, none for 39 for Gohar. Took 5 wickets in the first innings. Taken 21 in the season before arriving in Northampton. And yeah, to see him off for a spell is a win.
It's a big win. It's a big win. And what they, I said they don't need to do anything, don't blink here. Actually, play very positively now against Holman. And then Toby Rowland-Jones probably has to go back to himself. And then he's going to be easier to rotate and score comfortably at 3.5 and over with no risk. And then he has to go back to the left armour. So it's good cricket. It's interesting cricket, isn't it? But don't let this guy settle either, because he's no mug. Didn't bowl well in the first innings.
He didn't, but I think that inconsistency almost got him the rewards that he got, to be fair, during that spell. 1 for 68, and he got Sales himself, didn't he? RBW.
He did.
And I could think with what can only be described as a low full toss, which
yeah.
But he caused troubles with that delivery, didn't he? He bowled a half a dozen of them, I think, through that spell of 15 overs.
Yeah. Senior pro Sam Robson having a long chat with his captain about field placings to Luke Holman. He's basically got a ring of 6, 3 on the offside, matched by 3 on the leg side and a slip. What's he got on the boundary? He's got a deep square leg and a deep point. They're the 2, aren't they? 6 and 2. He's 8, slip is 9. Bowler and keeper 11. Dane Villas having a long chat on the boundary edge to Zafagoha. You see this increasingly. 10 years ago, coaches didn't do this in terms of walking around and getting involved during the play. They would wait until breaks or they'd send messages on. But increasingly so, you see, particularly bowling coaches and occasionally the head coach. Missed out there, James. So he's got a full toss from Holden. He's cross with himself. He punches the back of his bat there because he knows that was a ball. Another time, he'll just time through extra cover for 4. But anyway, he gets a single. Single's better than nothing. Yeah, the head coach is having a long chat with Zafagoha on the boundary edge. I'm sure, amongst other things, he's just trying to pump his tires up a little bit.
Well, he will come back.
Yeah,
he's got another act to play yet, hasn't he, Zafagoha? I think we'll probably see him before tea. And then possibly see him again quite quickly afterwards as well. What have we got? 30.4, 42, minimum of 42.2 overs remaining in the day.
A little bit slower there from Luke Holden. He'll have a natural pace, and the issue for him will be how easy he finds it to land the ball in the right area when he can't bowl at that natural pace, when that's not appropriate to the surface. Oh, and he's bowled a no ball. I think that's at least the 3rd no ball in this innings. 2 of them have come from spinners as well. 4 no balls. Yeah, 2 from Higgins and 1 from Gohar and 1 from Holman. That's not helpful to the cause of Middlesex. Oh, that's hit short leg. It's a full-blooded pull from the captain. It hit short leg, and thankfully no damage to short leg. That's the first thing to say.
That must have gone into the shin pads, did it?
Might hit him on the foot ribs or something. I don't know where it hit him.
I think if it had got him on the flesh, I think he might have been showing a little bit more discomfort than what he is.
Yeah, you're probably right. It could have gone anywhere off short leg, and it went down, thankfully, for Luke Proctor. But even more importantly, it's not damaged the fielder.
Powerfully struck, wasn't it?
Well, it was a drag down. It deserved a boundary, to be honest. It deserved to be put away. Luke Proctor could have hit that more up, I guess. He's just rehearsing it. He wants to hit it down.
All right, De Cares to Sales. Higgins at first slip. Geddes under the lid at short leg. Everybody else is just spread around now as that goes. Just clips the finger of Geddes. Shakes his hand in discomfort. And actually, De Cares isn't going to have a short leg to Luke Proctor. Geddes has taken the lid off and he's heading down to 45 instead. It's another win for Northamptonshire.
Another win. I think it's about right too, but it is another win.
And getting close to the break, aren't we? Which maybe Middlesex have got an eye on just to get through. Proctor advances.
Yeah, you don't see that very often. You see Luke Proctor advance more when the ball's turning into him. Very rarely see him advance when the ball's turning away, but he is playing very well and he is very confident, so why not?
He's on 55 off 80. I was half expecting to see him just loft that back down the grounds, but I think the wise old head came back on, didn't it, and thought, no, there's more to be done here. Let's not give it away.
And there is more to be done, and let's not give it away. He's absolutely right. Proctor should be thinking about 100. He gets a personal 100. He'll get a fairly good rate.
Yeah.
But he's the backbone. He's the glue.
He does advance again. He sets it up, doesn't he?
Yeah.
He sets it up and leaves whatever number it might be for the likes of Robinson, Zabe, McManus and Broad. That middle order that you've got boxed off there on your notepad that we haven't seen yet.
I don't know why I did that.
Northamptonshire.
Put him in a box. Box of tricks.
Played nicely. Bit of an 2.5 in Middlesex, but was played with control by Luke Proctor.
He might slog sweep him. Phil Prock is ticking a little bit. He doesn't want to absorb deliveries. Northampton's slightly ahead here. don't need a wicket, but I just sense Proctor wants to get a boundary. Oh, it's a no ball.
The only thing I'd say to that is my understanding is that day 4, those breaks are set, aren't they?
Yeah.
So we've only got 7 minutes until we get through to there. There's I would hope that Luke Proctor, the captain, will
I think Jimbo Sales has sensed it too. He's just
Yeah.
had a chat with him there, hasn't he?
just say, look, get through, take what we take, and let's come back together as he advances and runs at De Cares.
I felt it.
Yeah.
Felt him ticking a wee bit there. But let's say he's just backing himself. And
I don't mind it.
Yeah, I don't mind. We don't. I mean, the key thing is he can't get out before tea.
Yes.
And he didn't.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that would be, well, that would be tough, wouldn't it, to lose the captain before tea and have Robinson then start on 0 and then have to start again after tea. But yeah, one eye on the clock, 6 minutes to go, couple of overs.
Yeah.
Even if Northamptonshire just take a couple of runs from them, just add 4, 5, 6 to it.
Absolutely.
Come back after tea. Goes for the sweep, plays that really well. That's really well fielded.
Oh,
There's a
tight.
chance on striker's end. There's a
What a great bit of fielding that was.
If that was a direct hit from De Cares, I think that was out.
I think it was. That was great cricket. Great cricket from De Cares.
Standards, isn't it, by De Cares? He's just come out of the over where he created a bit of a chance from Proctor. He's done brilliantly to get on that, get rid of the ball so quickly, and a good throw as well. Holden got back to the stumps quickly. Good cricketing standards by Middlesex. Good basics. That's a drag down. It's pulled away. That's going to be 4. That's going to help. That's going to relieve a bit of pressure on Luke Proctor. If there was any building, that should relieve a bit of pressure. Sales moves to 41. Score up to 144 now.
In the trade, known as a dirty drag down, wasn't it? What I liked about that is that Sales was happy to hit it along the floor. He had no thought at all about lofting it. Another day, he could have hit that for 6, but that brings risk in. He didn't take that risk. Well played.
That's over pitched. They're going to take on Tom Helm. He's quite happy to make sure that that is only a single.
Jimmy Sales has played well here, hasn't he?
Really has.
I mean, it's not an innings yet, but he started brilliantly.
It's a partnership again, isn't it? It's
58.
a partnership again.
Yeah.
And 57, I think. Yeah, 58 now. Sorry. Another single ticked off. And if Northamptonshire get close, it isn't necessarily going to be individual efforts, is it? It's going to be partnerships to get them there. They are going to have to up the ante a touch, aren't they, in this evening session? But they've got players to do that.
Just a touch. Just a touch. They're nearly there, aren't they?
Yeah.
What was it? 4.26 was the required rate at the start.
Yeah.
Have you got a number on that? It's pretty close, isn't it?
4.35.
Okay.
That's where they're going along. So they are, as I said earlier, they are ahead of where they would need to be.
I think they're ahead of where they thought they might be as well, to be honest. The worst thing they can do now is start looking at the scoreboard and blinking and
get complacent,
getting a nosebleed. Just keep playing positively in defence, positively in attack, calculated risk, but fairly low risk. Rotate, score off a number of balls the over. Easy, isn't it?
As you've said numerous times, easy
from here,
100 yards away.
Exactly.
In your civvies. End of the over. Another good one for Northamptonshire. 8 runs coming from it. 143 for 2. Sales on 39. Proctor 58. Northamptonshire require 168, is it?
Yep.
168, 167 from a minimum of 40 overs. This will be, if my understanding is correct, I believe this will be the last over before tea.
I think it will.
15:37. De Cares will bowl it. Sales is on strike. He's on 39. shots. Well fielded by Ben Geddes at short leg. It's been a good session for Northamptonshire.
Great session.
And at the moment,
Great session.
the Middlesex supporter who wanted 350 is looking more correct than the Northamptonshire supporters that wanted less than 311.
Still a lot of cricket to play, isn't there? I mean, if you look out there and Gohar's not bowling, Northampton are winning, aren't they? But unless, there are other options available, but in general, yeah, that's the key thing.
Short ball tactics spell maybe from Tom Helm for a burst, and Higgins as well. He did that well. And Gohar will come back.
He's going to have to.
He will come back.
Yeah, he will come back. He should come back, and he has to come back. If Middlesex are to get back into this game, at the minute they are coming second. This partnership of 60 has been absolutely brilliant. Oh, that's to the left. It's been hit everywhere, Ben Geddes. When he batted, he hit the ball everywhere.
Yeah, he's going to look like a bruise, isn't he?
He is.
By the time he finishes here in Northants. Middlesex. And, James Sales just taking his time. 2 balls left.
Clever.
In the over, just to make sure, because it's been a quick over this, isn't it? The ball's not really left the cut strip for the 4, and that will leave the cut strip. That's gone all the way for 6 down towards the coffee van, who hasn't blinked whilst he's been making whatever Americano or espresso down there. 149 for 2. Sales on 45.
That's brilliantly played, isn't it? Because that's 2 balls before tea. There was an element of there. I think you sort of hinted at this. I don't know where you were thinking, was if they can get a single somewhere into the outfield, and Sales thought, well, actually, if I do it for 6, it's going to take even longer to get the ball back.
Yeah, and it has ticked over to 20-4. Oh, and that's just rolled along the floor. Dug out by James Sales. And that is going to be tea. 149 for 2 after 34 overs at tea. Northamptonshire require 161 from the evening session. Middlesex require 8 wickets.
Yeah, it's been a fantastic session for Northamptonshire, led by the captain from the start. He was put down twice, wasn't he?
13,
once in the team, 13 and 27.
And 51.
And 51 behind. He's been dropped 3 times. There's been 4 chances dropped by Middlesex in this innings so far in the 34 overs. But at tea time, pretty much 4 and over needed. In the last session, 8 wickets in hand. Northants very handily placed, but it's never easy here, is it? It's never easy.
Absolutely not. Rowie, let's take a break, and we'll be back in 20 minutes for the evening session.
The final session of today is about to begin. Umpires for Sam Statler and Chris Watt. Your match referee is Simon Hicks. Your score judge is Terry David. Middlesex in the field, captained by Tony Rothesay. And keeping the Hicks great.
Good afternoon and welcome back to what is set to be an exciting and an enthralling evening session on day 4 between Northamptonshire and Middlesex. Northamptonshire require 162 runs from a minimum of 39 overs at 4.15 runs per over. Score is 149 for 2. Luke Proctor is on 58. James Sales is on 45. My name is Dan Jadzovic. I'm joined by Phil Rowe, as I have been throughout the entirety of this first-class fixture between the two sides. We're powered by Dafabet, and Rowie Zafagohar's back.
Got to be on now. That's absolutely the right move from Toby Rowland-Jones and the Middlesex think tank. He's got to come back on now, because if he doesn't come back on now, it'll be too late, probably. I said earlier that every time you look out of the window and Zafagohar is not bowling, then Northampton are kind of winning. He's going to come around the wicket, but Northampton need just over 4 and over in this session for a famous win. 8 wickets required by Middlesex. 2 things for me. One, Northampton have played perfectly. And that's it, really. There's no more to say. They've played perfectly. The other thing I'd say is that you can't drop 4 catches in a session when you're trying to win a game of cricket, as Middlesex have done.
Yes. Yeah, it was Vascocellos was dropped on 6. Luke Proctor was dropped on 13, 27, and then 51. And Luke Proctor is just ticking along now, isn't he? 59 off 90. An interesting battle in that afternoon session between Luke Proctor and Zafagohar. I wonder whether that will continue, whether there'll be any more to it than that.
I think the umpires have done well there, because they did get involved in it early, but I think they've put a lid on it, probably. I mean, if they haven't, then someone's going to cop some points if more is to be done, because the umpires look pretty clear to me. And I like that.
Yeah, they almost look like doormen, don't they, now at nightclubs, with the fact they've got those body cameras on.
That's right. No
well, I didn't say anything.
No trainers.
Yeah. You got a shirt.
Couples only. Yeah, but Couples only, sir.
Yeah.
Yeah, Gohara, who got involved in that, it looked like he initiated that. We can't tell, but he certainly got involved in it. We could tell that. It hasn't gone well for him. It seems to have disturbed his focus a little bit, and as a result of that, he's nearly completed his 9th over and he's 0 for 41. He was always likely to be the key to this effort of Middlesex to get 10 wickets. What are we pointing at, Dan? What's happening?
I think it's going to be Tom Helm from the David Capel end.
Okay.
He's getting loose, so Gohar and Helm. I wonder if he's going to go short ball tactic.
Worked around the corner, as Luke Proctor tends to do, encouraging lots of oohs and ahs, as tends to happen, but he doesn't miss many of those, Luke Proctor. I have seen him out that way, just trying to turn the ball gently against the spin, missing it and get LBW, but he hasn't really looked like missing one of those. 150 came up during that over. So 159 wanted, 38 overs remain in the day. And you're quite right, Tom Helm is going to take the ball and running down the slight incline from the David Capel end. I think he's bowled really nicely in this innings, Tom Helm. His line has been exceptional. Yeah, he did get the outside edge of, I think it was Luke Proctor's bat. It was, wasn't it? Luke Proctor's bat, and it carried low. It was a sharp chance at second slip when Luke Proctor was on about 17, I think, to deploy his left hand, and he got 2 hands to it, but it just spilled. He's going to start now with no slips, 2 catching mid wickets. He's wide on the crease.
Just something, Rowie. I don't know whether you've thought about it or not, but it was 39 overs minimum remaining in the day's play.
Yeah.
That's going to be 19 and a half overs an hour if Middlesex are going to get those in. Is that the first sign that maybe they're going to try and reduce the number of overs that they're going to allow Northamptonshire to bat here? Maybe after
they'll have to bowl
20
all
minutes.
Those. They have to bowl all those overs. It's about the last hour. So the last hour starts when 80 overs have been bowled, or at 5 o'clock, whichever is the later. So they'll have to bowl all those overs. Yeah. Don't ask me anything else about the regulations. That's everything that I know right there on a plate. And again, Tom Helm started well again, hasn't he?
Yeah, he has.
There's very little lateral movement. He got a little bit to find a tickle, as I said, that was put down. He doesn't want an outside edge here that goes anywhere but to the keeper, because he's got no catchers other than the keeper behind the wicket. That's loose, and it was a bit slow. I don't know if it was a slower ball. It took an age to get to James Sales. We might have a look at that again. He certainly mistimed it as a result of it coming off the surface slowly. It was so slow off the surface, I think it might well have been a slower ball. For a moment, James Sales' eyes will have lit up. He needs 4 to get to 50. He's played very, very well so far. Before T played brilliantly, almost a runner ball, 46. He's contributed 46 out of this partnership of 68, so he's been the main aggressor of the two. But that's good too. Positive in attack, he's certainly been that, and very positive in defence. You heard the ball cannon off the middle of the bat there. 2 lovely sixes. I'll tell you a little story. I'm sure his father won't mind this. His dad apparently switched on the stream for the last few overs. He said he messaged me in the tea break, and he wanted to know whether the slog sweep from James Sales had carried into the old nunnery, which is one of the old buildings at sort of Cow Corner. That's well played. Got that down very well. That's going to go for 4. He's got that down well, but he's hit it in front of square as well. That's a remarkable shot, James Sales. It's gone well in front of square. That is his 50. That's really well played, young man. That's great batting. That's a very, very, very good innings so far of 50 from James Sales. So, yeah, he got the slog sweep out against the off spin of De Caires. And it's a shot that his dad used to play all the time. But his dad wanted to know, did it carry into the nunnery? And I think he was pretty happy when I told him it didn't quite reach that. Northamptonshire supporters will know exactly how destructive his father could be against off-spin bowling. in particular, or any sort of bowling really when he fancied it. Just one of the best I've ever worked with, one of the best I've ever seen. But he wouldn't have played this innings much better than his lad, that's for sure. James Sales 50 not out of a partnership of 72. Northamptonshire need another 156 to win the game, 37 overs remaining in which to get it. And so long as Zafar Gohar remains wicketless, I can only see one possible outcome.
Yeah, I think so. I think if Luke Proctor can just continue to nurdle him around and almost let the right-handed James Sales do a bit of the heavy lifting for a while, I think it's just going to cement that, isn't it, as well? Although there's a change of angle for Gohar to Luke Proctor, which I'm a little bit surprised about. A lot of purchase outsiders off stump.
I am surprised about. I don't know how long he'll... In the first innings, he bowled around the wicket as he's doing now to Luke Proctor for quite a long time. And that's not coming back from there. And I think I said on commentary at the time, look, I think he should come over the wicket. He did come over the wicket, and he got a wicket. He got the captain caught short leg. It was a great catch, brilliant catch by Ben Geddes. But he is limiting his options, and that's one of the options he's limiting there, really, a little bit. He's got to turn it really sharply there. And back into the front pad. Proctor down the wicket, lifts it over the infielder. That's a good shot. It's a calculated risk from Luke Proctor. Came down the wicket, trying to get to the pitch of the ball and chip it firmly over one of the catch-in mid-wickets. That's exactly what he did. And he got it wide as well of the deep, long-on fielder who'd been bought straighter, which was surprised me a little bit. But Gohar got him straighter. He's now got him a little bit wider. And that's 4 to Luke Proctor. Good, positive risk management from the captain.
There's been quite a statement since tea, hasn't there, from the two of them? Two fairly expansive shots early on in the piece in this evening session.
It's great because this is exactly what they should do, is come out and play just as you were. Oh, he's got a bit of bat on that, I think, because it turned down the leg side. Is it going to go for 4? It is going to go for 4 now, and that's 4 runs. There was some doubt whether there was any bat on that. It did turn. It turned quite sharply and bounced, but Proctor got enough bat on it to avoid the keeper, and it ran away for 4. So Gohar is proving to be expensive again from round the wicket.
But it's another 4 runs off it.
It's 4 more runs. It's much more difficult, I think, for him to get a wicket from around the wicket than it is over the wicket. But I mean, you know, he's very good at what he does. He knows what he's trying to do. He'll have discussed this with the captain and the coaches, and he started around the wicket, and there'll be good reason for that. I think he should bowl over the wicket, but plenty of others don't, clearly, including him. And that's just tickled around and worked around the corner with no risk at all. And a very positive 10th over, positive from Northamptonshire. Gohar's figures now in this innings are 10 overs, no maidens, none for 50.
Yeah, it's a win, isn't it, for Northants?
That's a huge win.
Deficit, or the number required, now under 150. So it's another little chunk ticked off. Would that be individual? How they would kind of look at that number as a run chase, or would it be set out as a team? Would it be like 10s or 20s or 50s, or what kind of how would you have treated that in your time?
I would want to leave it with the people who are out there in the middle to make their own judgments on that. If I sensed or picked up in a break or whatever that there was some poor thinking going on, I'd try to just engage myself in a conversation and maybe try and influence that a little. But I know a previous Northants coach of some time ago, a guy called Bob Carter, who went on to coach in New Zealand for many, many years, was very much one for, if we do this, if we do this, if we do this, there's 20 overs here, there's 15 here. And that was his preference. But I think I would prefer to leave it to the people who are out there. But again, keep an eye on it. And if they think they're thinking weirdly, then try and try and nudge them back onto something a bit more sensible. I mean, as you've seen throughout, I've kind of gone, what's the last 20 look like? That's
Yep. Yeah.
It's nicely played, turned nicely in front of square. I think they're going to get one there. They're going to come back for a second, and they get home very comfortably. They pick their fielder there. Luke Holman finds himself on the deep square leg bound. A good running. They only run 2 if they run 1 fast, and they did run 1 fast there. That's an aspect of the cricket here that has improved over the last couple of years. I think the players are very, very clear on the level of intensity that Darren Lehman wants. He's a laid-back kind of guy, but what I hear and what I see is that he's very, very clear on what he wants and what he expects, and that's to everyone's benefit, I think. A little bit late on that one. It nipped back, kept a wee bit low, inside edge. The fine leg is very fine. De cares, but they get a single.
Yeah, there was one moment with Darren Lehman earlier this year. Over the winter, I was in one of the training sessions taking some photos and things like that, and there was a team meeting at the beginning, and basically one of his things was punctuality, and I think that kind of then sets a standard, doesn't it, with regards to, as you say, intensity in the middle. But hey, if you can't be on time for something, that's got to be a non-negotiable, isn't it? I would have thought.
Well, agreed. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, when he says the bus is going to go without you, you kind of know the bus is going to go without you. It's not an idle threat. But it's just, absolutely, it's kind of get up and make your own bed, isn't it? It's one of those things. You just do the basic things.
Yeah.
And I think, what I hear is that follows through into many aspects of the basics of being a professional cricketer. This is what I expect. And this is what you will deliver. And so long as you're doing that, I'll be on your side. And that is driven for 4. That's a great shot, Luke Proctor. He's played that shot from over the wicket, when the bowler's bowled over the wicket. And that one's round the wicket, and he's played it equally as well. Straight down the ground. He moves on to 73. Northamptonshire move on to 172 for 2. This partnership moves on to 89. And Northants trail by 138, and we'll need one more than that, 139, to win this game.
Run rate required, Rory's just dropped below 4 as well.
Oh, Christmas. Banged in by Hellman, very comfortably knocked away. No acceleration of the bat particularly, just put bat to ball. We're going to see a change of bowling, I think. No, we're not. That's not going to happen. I thought that Gohar was going to come off there. He's going to be given, I think he might get one more. And I wouldn't be surprised if that one more is over the wicket. Proctor's kept the strike there by getting the single. He has to come over the wicket and land it in the rough.
He's gone for 11 from the 2 overs that he's bowled since tea.
I mean, what you're asking Luke Proctor to do here is either go for a sweep for a very, very, very full ball and miss it and get trapped in front. It has to be very full because he's bowling around the wicket. So the angle means it's got to be very, very full. So you're asking him to make a mistake on the sweep, or you're asking him to chip it really to one of the catchers on the leg side. So you're asking him to make a mistake in one of 2 fairly basic ways. I mean, batters make mistakes, they're human. But from around the wicket, you can get him out.
Yeah.
You can spin it, you can glove it.
Yeah.
It can turn back through the gate.
Slide on with the arm.
He could, you still got the mistake. He could try and sweep. It comes out of the cobble pot. It gets a top edge. He tries to reverse it. He gloves it. There's so many more ways you can get him out.
Did you find the definition of that in the Yorkshire dictionary?
I did have a look at it, and Google gave me donuts. There was nothing there. I think Rips has just made that up. Probably chuckling away if he's listening. So round the wicket continues Gohar, and knocking him into the leg side continues Proctor.
Partnership, Rowie. 91 of 102 deliveries.
The lads will enjoy this victory. Still a long way to go. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. 137 needed. They've left wide long on open. James Hales has already shown his propensity to slog sweep. He drives that through extra cover very hard. It was in the air for a little while. It was well fielded by Tom Helm, diving away to his left, but he can't prevent the single. but another attacking shot. James Sales has done, he's been positive in every move he's made in this innings. It's good cricket, this. Like it a lot. Really enjoying the way Northampton are going about this run chase. And it's just too easy. I'm sorry, you know, there for my let me try and start a sentence. I might even get through to the end of it. Very little in cricket is black and white. Most of it's grey. There's very few times I'll say, I just think that's wrong. I do think Gohar bowling around the wicket at this stage is just wrong, because I don't think you can get him out. Proctor, I mean, you can't get Proctor out. He could get Sales out from round the wicket, and Sales, he went to cut that away off the back foot. The ball kind of held on the wicket, and Sales was backing away to create room. He managed to find most of the middle of the bat somehow, and it kind of ballooned out. It would have been a weird dismissal. Tom Helm going to his left at extra cover nearly got a hand on it. His heart would have been in his mouth there for a while, James Sales, but no damage done. Another positive move. This is, I like this, using your feet to get down to the pitch. And if you don't get there, you can just cover up. It doesn't mean you got to play a shot there. Just absorb this one, Proc. Absorb this one. Don't think he's got many more left. And Proctor is again invited to just knock the ball square of the wicket on the leg side and get a single. Now then, Sam Robson is going to have a chat with Zafar Gohar. It looks like they're talking in particular about fields, and that will be prompted by the fact that since Gohar came back on after tea, Luke Proctor has been able to play pretty much the same shot, which is the turn off the pads into the leg side. And there's no problem with him doing that at all. So between Deploy and Robson and Gohar, they're trying to work out a way of cutting that shot out. And one way is to ask him to play it from outside off stump. Anyway, I'll get off that hobby horse because I don't think I'm going to get my own way. And I'm glad.
Like it, does it?
And I'm glad I'm not.
I wonder if the bowler feels more comfortable on the angle, and whether the afternoon session has got something in his mind there of, I'd like to feel comfortable again for a little bit.
But they've not got long, have they? They need 8 wickets.
Yeah, they need 8 wickets. Northamptonshire need 132, 133 in fact.
Helm's going to continue. He's just got a man at catching mid-wicket. That's the only attacking fielder now. Looking to just really dot Luke Proctor up, and such is the equation at the minute that Northants can have a quiet spell now. They can have a quiet 5 overs. I mean, hopefully they won't do that, but they can have a quiet 4, certainly 4 overs, a very quiet 4 overs, and it won't really significantly harm their chances of catching that up and still winning the game reasonably comfortably. A lot of cricket still to go.
Yeah, let's not kid ourselves. There's still 133 runs to go and get. They're not just not gonna be handed out, are they? Divvied up amongst the batters. They're gonna need to go out there and get them.
There's been a lot of runs scored in this game, hasn't there? You know, there's 413, 435, 332. Northant's currently 178 for 2, but make no bones about it, this next 133 runs is going to be the hardest 133 runs of the 4 days.
Of course.
It just is. It's always that way. And that's driven back down the ground. It was lofted. I don't know if it was intentionally played in the air, but what he did very well, Luke Proctor, was he presented the full face of the bat, got the middle of that bat, and therefore it went very straight. From round the wicket, Tom Helm couldn't get back in line to catch that ball, and it's gone away for another boundary. Takes the captain to 81, the partnership to 99.
Yeah, he left a lot of bat on the ball. Proctor, he held it, didn't he, for a long time, just to make sure that he got everything out of it as he possibly could. If he'd have tried to afflict it, maybe would have floated a little bit more in the air past home, and he could have got across. He made a fantastic effort in the field earlier, didn't he? One's going to just slide down the leg side. Proctor moves to 81.
81, convert now, Proc. I mean, it's more than a convert, isn't it? It's kind of finish off from here because well, you get what you deserve, don't you? After a while, I guess. But, if he gets 100, he will have deserved 100. But there are hundreds and there are hundreds. And in a run chase, the captain going out there first and getting 100 will be a significant contribution to this effort. Back over the wicket, Helm. Luke Proctor, in his favourite wagon wheel spoke, knocks it down to fine leg for one, and the round of applause you can hear is for the 100 partnership. 100 partnership between the captain, Proctor, who's 82 and out, James Sales on 55, 100 for the third wicket, and that is a huge, huge contribution to this effort. Keep going.
Is that the third 100 partnership of the innings, or did Broad and Pope put together 100?
I don't think they put together 100. I think they're 80 odd.
They were.
Slightly slower and driven. That's going to go past Toby Rowland-Jones. Is he going to be able to get it back in? He is going to be able to stop it. He needs to bend down soon and do that, and he has eventually decided to do that, to intercept it. He escorted it for a while. They come back for 3. Good running between the wickets. 3 to James Sales. That finishes the over from Tom Helm. And somehow, Tom Helm's figures are 10 overs, 0 for 45. And I just feel he's bowled a lot better than that. But
I think he's bowled better than his figures suggest through the course of the game. Yeah, it's the third 100 partnership of the game.
What was the other one? What were they?
Cracknell and Holman.
Oh, of the game. Sorry, I thought
in the first innings.
Yes.
Zabe and McManus.
Yeah.
In Northamptonshire's first.
Apologies, Dan. I thought you were saying third of the Northamptonshire effort. Luke Proctor, 9 first-class hundreds. We talked about this a couple of days ago, didn't we? 9 first-class hundreds, 45 50s. Well, it's now 46 50s. And
might be 47 if those stats haven't been updated.
What we do know is he's approaching his 10th first-class 100. He's 18 to get there. 125 to win. 33 overs remaining. Toby Rowland-Jones is warming up. I think he is warming up rather than just stretching his arm. He had a long chase and had to launch one back. Yeah, he's warming up to come on to bowl. Which end? I suspect he'll bowl from the David Capel end. Comfortable single taken to the man at deep extra cover. Middlesex have got to, there's no point Middlesex thinking, let's just slow the rate down here. They need wickets, so they've got to squeeze now. They've got to do something now, right now, if not earlier than now, but guess what, we can't wind time back. But now they've got to try very hard to get wickets. There's no point them at all trying to extend the run chase because Northampton win this game. The draw is going quickly out of the window in terms of the options for the draw. It's about 10%, I should think, something like that on WinViz. But they need wickets.
Yeah, they've almost got themselves, or Northamptonshire have put themselves in a position that kind of defensive bowling now doesn't have that big of an impact.
Northampton have played this nicely. They've got themselves ahead of the game here, and that will be deliberate. You know, they've got themselves ahead of the game by playing positively. Middlesex dropping 4 chances and not bowling consistently. And in particular, this guy has not quite done, Gohar, I mean by this guy, has not quite done the job that I'm sure that he thought he would do and that his captain thought he would do, because there's very few people in the ground would imagine that he's gone 0 for 60 in 12 overs, which is, I've just rounded his numbers up there, but broadly that's the size of it.
Yeah, I don't think many people would have predicted that whatsoever, considering how well he bowled in the first innings. 5 in the first innings, and pretty much all of the top order as well, wasn't it?
Proc's ticking a wee bit again. He's come down the wicket a few times. Yeah, they're going to get in there. That's nicely worked around the corner again by Luke Proctor. And it was slow off the bat, which allowed them to come through for the single. Just a couple of times lately, having used his feet well and taken strong options against Go Hard, I just think Luke Proctor doesn't want to overdo that now.
He's going to say that he isn't,
He will say that.
but he will be looking at that number, won't he?
Give them nothing. Absolutely nothing. So the equation, Daniel, 121 off 32. It's under fours. There is somewhere on that screen, I guess, somewhere there's probably a run rate required, but it's definitely under fours. Luke Proctor is 16 short of what would be his 10th first class 100. That is lunacy that it's 10 rather than probably 25. Certainly 20 with the number of 50 he's got. He's got nearly 50 first class 50s, 9 first class 100s. He's worked very, very hard here. He just needs to keep playing pretty much in the same way he's played from the get-go. Still helm round the wicket this time. One of the 6 fielders in the ring.
Yeah,
fields that.
Sorry, I was just looking through some of the numbers. It's 8 times, because there's a few not outs in the 80s there, but there's 8 times out of those 47 or 46 even that Luke Proctor hasn't converted and got out in 80 or above.
Oh.
And the other thing as well is you can have a little bit of a breakdown here of the 47. 26 of them have been dismissed by being caught.
Okay, that is interesting, isn't it? Bit of flamboyance there. Luke Proctor, both feet off the ground, trying to get his hips open and hit the ball between square leg and mid-wicket, but he can only get it into all along the floor to mid-wicket. There are 3 fielders saving 1 on the offside and a 3rd man, so any width Tom Helm might offer, Luke Proctor will enjoy, but he hasn't offered him any width. He's bowled a very, very good line. But amazingly, he's wicketless and he's going in at 4 and over. Bangs that one in straight to the man at mid-wicket. We just need 1 chance here, lads. You heard it. And they do. They've had 6 chances so far in this innings and only taken 2 of them. I mean, we will never, obviously, we'll never know what happened if they caught. They couldn't take all of them because 3 of them were Luke Proctor.
Yeah.
So, but if they'd got Proctor and taken the other chance as well,
Yeah, I mean,
slower ball.
well, if they'd have taken Luke Proctor on 13,
Yeah.
61 that somebody else has got to find.
Yeah. Or even 71.
Sorry, even 71. Quick maths, but bad maths.
The sun is shining.
That will blame it on that, shall we?
The rhythm is sweet. Makes you want to move your dancing feet, as Finlay Quay once famously sang.
I can tell you're nervous, Rowie.
I
can tell you're nervous.
I'm standing up. I'm rocking. Oh, it's a very good Yorker. Well bowled, Tom Helm. Very good Yorker and very well played by Luke Proctor.
It's a bit of Matt Wade. Is it Matt Wade? They're nervous. We're calm. It's a bit of that going on for you at the minute. Just gently rocking side to side.
I am.
At least it's not backwards and forwards. Otherwise,
Oh, that's weird.
Yeah.
The last ball of Tom Helm's 11th over, it might be the last ball of his spell, possibly, unless he gets a wicket. He doesn't get a wicket. He gets driven through the offside for 4. It's going to be chased hard by Deploy. He's not going to catch it. And I said any width. I mean, it's not the greatest prediction I'll ever make, but it was clear any width Tom Helm gave was likely to be pounced on by Luke Proctor. And that's exactly how that 11th over has finished for Tom Helm. It was it was a good over. That last ball, I mean, he's entitled to go searching now because they should go searching for wickets. There's no point in them trying to bowl dry here because they just lose, but a bit later than they might otherwise. 31 overs left, 117 required. Luke Proctor on 88, James Sales will face up. He's on 60 not out.
Yeah, Proctor on 88, Sales on 60. 3.77 is the runs required if the full complement of overs are needed by Northamptonshire. It's going to be Zafar Gohar to continue. So Toby Rowland-Jones electing to stick with his premier left arm spinner. He bowled 42 overs, 11 maidens, 5 for 121 in that first innings. So 2.88 runs per over for Zafar Gohar. Second innings, 12 overs, no maidens, 0 for 59 at 4.92.
Oh, that's nice cricket. I wanted to see a bit more of that matchup between Gohar and Sales, because I quite fancied if he gave Sales any width that he'd fetch him on another slog sweep, actually. And I was quite looking forward to that. The other reason is I've just got a feel for Proc, maybe.
Yeah, you said he's ticking.
I think I just...
You called it earlier, didn't you?
Not in a terrible way, but just, you know...
What's his strong option here from this angle? It's unfortunately for Procky, it's just that drop into the leg side, isn't it, really? Unless he plays something advanced. It's gone down again.
He's dropped him.
That's 4 now for Luke Proctor.
Look, you know, don't say I told you so, but I told you so. He's just overplaying this a bit now, Proc. Make him bowl at you. Know you've earned the right to make him bowl at you. You've dominated him. Do not give him a wicket. Don't give him a sniff.
I think well, it's still going on, isn't it? It might not be verbal between the two of them, but there's still a little bit going on between the two of them. And I mean, that drop catch by Zafar Gohar certainly not going to cheer him up any bit. But he's 88 off 120. The best that Luke Proctor can really do with this from Zafar Gohar.
Oh, get in. He's got in.
Is take the one. I didn't exactly see it that way round. I saw it as finding a gap somewhere in the leg side. But obviously with the short leg, it's a bit fraught with danger. And I think Luke Proctor just isn't particularly happy that Zafar Gohar was bowling at him, I think.
Yeah.
And again, they're still in conversation. Or somebody's in conversation with someone anyway.
Well, Gohar's got nothing to say now, has he? Because he's just dropped a pretty comfortable return catch.
On 89, and Luke Proctor still hasn't broken the gaze back to Middlesex's spinner.
Now,
this is quite funny, this, Rowie.
Throw it up, give him a bit of width, and Jimbo will plant him leg side, I think.
He doesn't.
Oh, he plants him for 4 behind point. That's a great shot.
Beautiful shot. Uses the pace from Gohar.
Great shot.
Sales moves to 65, brings up the 200 for Northamptonshire. And 111 now required to win. I really enjoyed, I don't know whether you're about to say the same thing, but Luke Proctor stared at Zafar Gohar to the second that he released that cricket ball from when that conversation started.
Lovely.
200 up.
Good, Jimbo. Very good. Give them nothing. Tell your captain that as well. Prop. You walk off with a stump here.
Yeah.
There are 30 overs down left in the day. A maximum of 111 needed.
It's very, very quiet out there in the middle now, isn't it? Particularly quiet in the middle. It's safe to say that Northamptonshire have settled everything down. It was boisterous through that afternoon session, and we're going to get a different look from the David Capel end. It's a change of ends for Sam Robson. He bowled in the first innings, and he bowled from the Lynn Wilson centre end, and 3.2 overs, no maidens, 1 for 11. He did pick up the wicket of Justin Broad. He clean bowled Justin Broad, who was looking to open up the offside and got himself into a bit of a tangle. So it's going to be the part-time leg spin of Sam Robson with 200 on the board and 111 required. And I think Luke Proctor's just been told there's nobody down there on the sweep. If he can get it down there. Always gets one. to Sam Robson. Is the call through the effects mic? There is a first slip in place. It's Ryan Higgins. There's 2 catchers on the square, one at extra cover, one at mid-wicket. He's going to start on leg stump. They're going to look for a second. They're not going to take on Zafar Gohar, who does really well off the boundary rope to keep that down to a single. Sales on 65 will be on strike. 8 wickets remain. Long conversation between Roland Jones and Robson. Does it bring out a change in the field? Not really, no. But it is the right-handed Sales on strike. He's got the short leg sides down towards the coffee van if there's a bit of width on offer. It's not. It's back of a length. It's powerfully struck past and back at Sam Robson, who gets a good hand on it. Keep it down, saves himself and saves his team 3. As they complete the single, backed up by loose deploy coming around from mid-on. 202 for 2. So down to the captain, captain to captain. Single taken. Proctor moves to 91. 3 singles off the over so far. Middlesex will be, well, the pressure they can apply here is wickets for Northamptonshire. And it'll be interesting to see if fields are changed, if more pressure is applied, how long potentially they're willing to, or how early maybe they attack and they bring more fielders around the bat. Don't want to leave it too late. But I think with Robson, they're looking for a mistake, and that's brilliantly played by Sales. It's going to be another boundary. Cut away behind point, behind square. 207 for 2, and Sales moves to 70. 70 off just 71 deliveries for James Sales. 3.5 runs and over now required for Northamptonshire. 7 runs coming off this opening over of Sam Robson. Make that 8. Could be 9. Calls of push. And they are going to take him on. Sales is going to come back for a second and completes it. 9 off the over. 209 for 2. Northamptonshire. Sales 72 at a runner ball, and Proctor on strike on 91 of 123. Partnership now worth 126. Luke Proctor was dropped on 13, then on 27, then on 51, and then on 88. 209 for 2 from 44 overs. 102 runs required. Zafar Gohar from the Lynn Wilson Centre. And it feels like Middlesex will double down on this and give Zafar Gohar a long spell. 5 overs, no maidens, none for 26 since tea. Double down on Zafar Gohar. See if he can get it right, because he is a bowler that could take the wickets quickly. As it is, he starts with a drag down. It's pulled away by Luke Proctor. Through the leg side for 4, and a big round of applause from those that have made their way in the ground today. He moves to 95, and the runs required down into double figures. Gohar now conceding 69 from 13.1. And a long conversation between Gohar and Higgins this time. And there's a few Middlesex fielders out there now, a few double teapots, a few staring up into the sky. Toby Roland Jones cuts a bit of a lone figure at mid-off at the moment. It's been Sam Robson and Higgins have engaged with Gohar lately. It's a full toss, which is well stopped, well fielded off his own bowling by Zafar Gohar. Target 311. Runs required down to 3.4, and this is the angle. This is the angle that we've been talking up and wanting for a while from Zafar Gohar.
I'm amazed, absolutely amazed that he's bowled so much around the wicket since tee.
Proctor shuffles in front, a big appeal. Umpire just indicating he's got himself outside the line.
But it didn't take long, did it, for something to happen?
2-1-3 for 2. Still encouragement for Middlesex. They've just lifted it again. So I think they've decided they've got to double down on Zafar Gohar now. They've got to just give him the responsibility and hope that he gets it right for them. There'd be no point at this stage in hooking him from the attack. Reverse sweep for Luke Proctor in front of square. That's going to give Max Holden a bit of work to do, and he is going to keep it inside the field of play. So it'll be a comfortable 2 for Luke Proctor, who moves to 97 and gets a... It's one of the best round of applause for a brace of runs into the offside that I've ever heard. You were looking around thinking, what partnership is this?
What is it? What the... Yeah. Oh, they just love a reverse sweep, don't they?
97. Purists of the game. Proctor advances, drops it down to long on for a single. Will keep the strike.
They're going to clap every run, aren't they?
Why not? Why not? Long way to go, though, Rowie. Don't get carried away. Don't get too excited. A lot of cricket left to be played. And with this man, with the ball in hand, he's a magician, isn't he? Just hasn't quite got it right so far. You feel like his confidence at the minute low, but it wouldn't take much
it wouldn't take much, no.
To get those, I think you've said, tyres pumped back up again with Sales back on strike and tucks that one into the leg side. It's going to run. That's going to be at least 2. It could be 3. Proctor is quick. I think they're going to settle. Air on the side of caution. I think that's wise. Would have come through for a 3rd, wouldn't they, in the end? But
wow. That tells you something. That ball was thrown back in, wasn't it, from the boundary edge, and it was somehow it ended up going towards the bowler's stumps. But the bowler at that stage had taken his cap, had walked past where the ball was coming back to talk to his captain.
I think there's a few Middlesex fielders out there that think this day's done, Rowie.
I think they're right.
I think Zafar Gohar might be one of them. So that's the flip side to doubling down on Zafar Gohar. Do you get the ball in that? Do you put it in the hand of somebody that still believes?
Yeah, there is that, isn't it? I mean, I'd still say over the wicket to the left-hander.
Yeah,
I still think he's the best option. But it's very difficult to say that. And I do think that. But I look at the scoreboard and it tells me that he's bowled 14 overs for 74.
What do you... Yeah, no, yeah, completely agree. And I think Tim Merton now is going to give him
Bring him on. Because he can bowl.
A sounding board, a bit of support. Luke Proctor on strike on 98. Robson with ball in hand. A part-time leg spin from Australian-born Sam Robson. Represented England in Test cricket a while ago now. It's going to be dropped into the leg side. They're going to look for 2. Proctor's quick. He's going to come back. He's taken on Zafar Gohar, and he completes it. And that is his 10th first-class 100 for the captain, Luke Proctor. 100 off 129. You don't get many more crucial days to make your number 10. And Northamptonshire trail by 90 as Proctor salutes those that have made their way in the grounds.
He has been dropped a few times, and he'll be the first to tell you that when anyone congratulates you. That's exactly what he'll say. But he's played very well, hasn't he? Played brilliantly.
100 off 129. A lot of work left to be done, though, as he casually drops it down to Zafar Gohar at deep backward square for 1.
Fantastic.
Here's something that crossed my mind. How long do Middlesex let this go? 89, 90 runs required before they have to bring a few more players in and around. That's going to be pulled away powerfully by Sales, and it's going to be another 4. Feels like, and I don't know, but it feels like the wheels
Well,
falling off here.
I think the point I was trying to make, I think before tea, was there's no point just extending this chase. That there's nothing for that. You've got to try and get wickets, and the way you do that is you've got to squeeze. You've got to bring players in. That means the game might finish sooner.
Yeah.
But you're going to lose anyway. So give yourself a chance of getting some wickets rather than just extending the game. You see it in one-day cricket a lot, where teams just leave the field out and get milked.
Oh,
I don't think it's hit that.
No, I think that's just exploded off the surface. It's going to run down to the boundary for 4 byes.
Yeah.
Genuine turn, genuine bounce from Robson. He's gone up over the outside edge of Sales, over the shoulder. Wow, that's really popped, doesn't it?
It has. Yeah, like, just to reinforce that point, in one-day cricket, you see it where a team needs, I don't know, 60 off 20 overs, let's say, and the captain keeps 5 fielders on the boundary, and they get 60 off 15 overs and win the game. And there's been no pressure. You've got to bring those men in, and that's what I was trying to say earlier before tea, is extending this is not the way to go. You're asking professional cricketers, 8 of them, to get out, and they don't need to get out, and that's not going to happen. So you've got to put some pressure on. They haven't done that, and I think if they had that time again, they might do that slightly differently.
Yeah, Sales on 78 now. Well bowled by Sam Robson. Defends that back. It's been another fantastic over for Northamptonshire. 13 runs coming off the first 4 balls. They're just going to keep playing, as that's a full toss, which James Sales misses out on.
It's clothage, wasn't it?
That one could have ended up in the nunnery had it found the middle of James Sales's bat, but it didn't. It's going to be 1. He's going to keep the strike. 230 for 2. 81 required. Plenty of time left.
Yeah, so what is the rate, about 3s?
Just over 3s.
Just over 3s.
Maybe bang on, actually.
Yeah, it probably is, isn't it? Yeah, it is exactly 3s, yeah. Been great. There's a lot, you know, it's been a lot, it will have been a long chase, won't it, by the time we get there. 73 overs, wasn't it, in the beginning, to get 311 at a rate at the beginning of 4.26. And we said all the right things. All the cliches obviously came out from the two of us, which was they've got to play positively and et cetera, et cetera. The key thing throughout has been, or two things. For me, the absolute key thing has been the way that Northampton have played Zafar Gohar, and they've played him brilliantly. They've given him no time to settle. They've run at him, they've swept him, reverse sweeps, orthodox sweeps, there's been slog sweeps. They've not let him settle. As a result of that, he got a bit fed up with it, got stuck into the Northants captain. He came off second best in that. The umpires got involved. That seems to have upset his equilibrium.
Yeah.
Don't get engaged unless you can keep yourself calm. You know, that's what I'd say to any young cricketer. If it gets you going, and you know, and you do it okay, then that's one thing. But there's no point doing that, i.e., getting involved, if you're going to come off second best and actually it affects your performance. And you'd have to say his performance has been affected because he was the key. And the other thing they've done is they've rotated the strike really, really well throughout. Done that very, very well. James Sales has come in. Let's not underestimate his contribution. There's still more to add. 79 at almost a run a ball. He's played absolutely brilliantly. At the fall of Harrison's wicket, he came in, and he's played like a very, very experienced professional. But they've played up tempo early, and I like that a lot. They haven't left it to the back end.
No, they've not looked to take it deep, have they, so to speak, to bring up another cricket cliche. Gohar does continue. Sales on 79, just tries to get that into the leg side.
So yeah, he's stayed now over the wicket to the right-handed Sales, so he's looking to bowl defensively. I think it's a bit late for this, but it's not easy to play the ball out of that rough outside the leg stump. James Sales has done that pretty comfortably, actually.
Yeah,
there is some danger in that. He made that look very, very easy.
Yeah,
but if that grips, that's a leading edge back to the bowler or to mid-wicket, but he played it very comfortably.
And it has turned sharply as well, isn't it?
Yeah.
And if you don't quite get it right, you potentially try and sweep it. There's a conversation about being bowled around your legs as well. And I don't think Northants are going to take too many risks to that line anyway. I don't think James Sales is going to take a massive risk to that. If he sweeps, I think it'll be a slog sweep.
Yeah.
I don't think it's going to be a paddle. I don't think it's going to be delicate. I think if he thinks it's in his arc, it's off. It's going to be Proctor on 101. It's into the pad, but Proctor gets a long way down.
Yeah, still my point. This is the last time I'm going to make this point. Over the wicket looks so much harder for Proctor than round the wicket.
Yeah.
So much harder.
Reverse sweep.
Shot.
Reverse sweep for 4.
Well played, the umpire.
Yeah, duck and cover for the umpire at point. Proctor moves to 105. It's a 150 partnership up between Proctor and Sales. 76 required.
You know, we spoke about this a few times, not recently, is when a spinner is expected to do a really good job, the pressure is on that spinner, and sometimes they don't, you know, sometimes they don't respond well to that. And certainly there would have been a level of expectation that Gohar would bowl extremely well today.
Proctor goes again. Doesn't get all of it.
And that expectation on his shoulders has not helped him, I think.
Well, there can't be many. I know, obviously, Zafar Gohar would have played first-class cricket around the world, but there wouldn't have been many spinners in first-class cricket in the UK that would have had the opportunity or have had that expectation on them. The expectation would always be on that 78-mile-an-hour seamer that wobbles it about on a green top under a cloudy sky, wouldn't it?
Absolutely.
Bit of a change in the field. Now that Sales is back on strike, 2 boundary riders out there on the leg side. That is played on the top of the bounce by Sales. We'll take the single, keep the strike, 7 runs off the over, 237 for 2, 74 runs required from what would be 26 overs if it were to go the full distance. Does Sam Robson continue?
Well, there's a conversation about that very thing, isn't there? And I think the captain's taking his cap off. He might well think I've got to lead from the front here. Don't think he is. He's going to come on, yeah.
Yeah, so change of bowling. The part-time leg spin for Robson. Go back to the premier seam bowler for Middlesex and captain Toby Rowland-Jones.
Have you got the card up there in front of you, Dan?
Yeah, what would you like to know?
Luke Holman, how many overs has he bowled in this innings?
2 for 12. Josh DeCares, 5, no maidens, none for 20. Higgins, 5 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 28. Holman, 2 overs, no maiden, none for 12. Robson, 2 overs, no maidens, none for 17. Gohar, 15 overs, no maidens, none for 81. Helm, 11 overs, no maidens, 0 for 49. And then Rowland-Jones, 7 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 25. Got the wicket of Vascocellos for 11, caught by Luke Holman. Does that surprise you that he's only bowled 2?
Yeah, that requires investigation, doesn't it? You know, that requires debate about that. Why has he only bowled 2 overs?
Sales on strike. He's on 81. Rowland-Jones starts on the money. He will bowl straight, won't he?
Yeah, he
bowl
will.
just above the bails and straight. Or Toby Rowland-Jones. This is just his 21st over in the match for the Middlesex skipper. Bowled 13 in the first innings and 7 so far in the second. 2 catches in at mid-wicket, so still attacking. And a bit of a line on the offside with mid-off, cover, backward point. No catches, nobody in the slip cordon. Whipped on offer.
Oh, that's out.
Oh,
It's not out because he missed.
It's a 1 now. Well, it's an eventful one. James Sales eventually gets it, and Toby Rowland-Jones, I think, is disappointed there that nobody backed that up. But I don't think anybody had chance to get in line with that for Higgins, or was he disappointed at Cracknell that he didn't get to the stumps?
There's no way the keeper can get to the stumps there. I don't think. He was disappointed with something. I've got no idea. He seemed to be staring at Luke Holman, who backed it up nicely off the boundary. So I don't know what his gripe is with Luke Holman. He did. I mean, I don't understand that. It would have been out had it been a direct hit.
Oh,
absolutely dead.
Absolutely. It was a 1 after all of that. Sale just moved to 82.
It's difficult to understand what's going on there, isn't it, really?
Yeah. Yeah, that was... he was certainly looking in that direction, wasn't he? And but I couldn't quite convince myself that he was...
What did Holden do? Did he throw it in, or did he just hold on to it?
He threw it to the...
bowler's end.
To the bowler's end.
I think that was Toby Rowland-Jones's gripe.
Gotcha.
But actually, I mean, the junior player's not going to say this to the captain, but what Rowland-Jones should be doing, rather than moaning at his player, is getting back to the stumps. That's what he should have done. Maybe the fact that he wasn't back there, it was on his mind, and it made him look bad or something. I don't know. What I do know is, I think it's Sam Robson there at extra cover, had he hit the stumps, then that would have been the end.
I think it was Higgins at the time.
Is it his backward point?
Yeah.
Isn't he?
Well, it's just there's been a change, isn't there, where the lefty's on strike with Proctor. I think it was Higgins that had the shy. They've had, what, 2.5 to aim at on that angle?
Oh, that's tight as well.
Quick single taken. Oh, they do get it, and that's not going to cheer up Toby Rowland-Jones, who gets cleaned up on the follow through there. I think Luce Deploy's got a smile on his face, but I'm not convinced Toby... is Toby Rowland? He has got a smile on his face. Ben Geddes doing the fielding. He's a live wire in the field, isn't he?
He is. Yeah, he makes his presence known, doesn't he? That catch at short leg was just ridiculous that he took in the first innings.
Yeah, superb, of very high standard.
No, I've got to get nervous about Junior Jumble on 82.
Yeah, well, I think
you're right. I think it was right, Higgins, Dan. I think you're absolutely right.
I think James Sales was nervous when he was on 81, wasn't he?
He was. He was. Put the handbrake on, turned and thought, oh, no, don't hit them. And he didn't hit them. It's been a day like that in the field for Middlesex, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's just not clicked, is it? It's not. They controlled it really well in the first innings. Really and truly, didn't they? The chances they created, they took them. Yes, they had an innings deficit. It wasn't by much. It did take 125 overs for Northamptonshire to score 435. It didn't exactly fly along, did it? In comparison to Middlesex's first innings.
Yeah, I thought, against many measures, you'd say Middlesex bowled better in the first innings than Northants did. That 10th wicket partnership of 80 plus, though, is proving and will prove to be absolutely vital.
Yeah. I mean, the big difference really between the two lineups is that left arm express pace of Liam Guthrie, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's the big difference between the two. They've got leg spinners, they've got off spinners, they've got left arm finger spinners. They've got county seamers, and Zafar Gohar has been taken out of the attack.
He's out of the
attack. It's going to be Robson.
Sam Robson's into the attack, but I tell you who's not into the attack is Luke Holden, which is interesting.
Yeah, well, Proctor is on strike. And it's gone. He's chopped on and he's walking. He's off. Robson has appealed big for the LBW, not realising that the bails had been dislodged. But the captain goes. The breakthrough happens. The partnership was worth 156. And Luke Proctor dismissed for 107 of 136 deliveries. And you could see he's shaking his head there. He's disappointed that he's got to go. But it's a fantastic innings. It's a great platform that he's laid for James Sales and the rest to come in and tidy this up.
Absolutely. Job done from the captain there. Going in first, getting warmly applauded off by Tim Robinson, I think. He's just waited politely for his captain to leave the arena before he takes his place. But yeah, get a platform, get a start, convert a good start, all of those things Luke Proctor's done well. In particular, he has identified Gohar and he has not let Gohar settle at all. And that has been a big factor in this, what will be a Northants win in the next hour. It was an interesting dismissal, wasn't it? It turned back, hit him on the pad and went on to the stumps. And Sam Robson couldn't believe the umpire was giving it giving it, or was not putting his finger up, and the reason was because the ball had gone onto the stumps and bowled him. But yeah, I was surprised Robson came back on instead of Holman, who's only bowled 2 overs, but he got his reward there with the wicket of Luke Proctor. But you'd have to say, with 72 required, 25 overs still to go, that it's too little, too late.
Yeah, there was a cry of you always get one Robbo when he came on from the David Capel end. So maybe he is viewed as a bit of a golden arm, golden ticket. Probably got a better bowling record than what a lot of people would think. And always those part-time bowlers, they want to bowl more, don't they?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, when he came on in the first, he bowled on a spell of 1 over, didn't he, in the first innings at one point? Subsequently bowled more, but it came out really well, didn't it? And we said at the time, well, that looks more than part-time. But his thing will be consistency.
That's good from Robinson.
There you go. You can hear in that applause for that shot the nerves of the Northampton faithful. As he dragged it down, I said consistency. That was a googly.
First innings, Robinson would have looked for 1 there, I think.
Yeah, he didn't play that shot particularly well, did he?
He was nervous.
Played it pretty well there.
He was nervous. It was a tough battle, wasn't it, at the time? But that's a statement.
It's a nice start, look. Where's that gone? It's gone up in the air and over and just dropped. It's gone over extra cover. It nearly found Tom Helm. I'm not exactly sure where Robinson was hitting that, but he wasn't hitting it where it went to. It went off a thick outside edge.
Straight, I think.
Yeah, I think straight, and it turned.
Well, here's the pinch hitter.
Wow. 2 balls, 2 big shots. 3 balls, 3 big shots. That's why Sam Robson doesn't bowl a lot, because he got a wicket with his first ball. The next ball was a dirty drag down. The next ball was a half volley. The next ball was a full toss. And very quickly, Tim Robinson's got to 10.
This is perfect. This is the absolute perfect way. James Sales might not be thinking so.
Oh,
he might be thinking, would you mind leaving me a couple
he's fine
out there?
He's fine. He's got 18 to get, mind you. Robinson just going to keep going baseball style. That's a nice shot. Oh, that's well fielded as well. I was about to say I'm running there because the fielder had to go a long way to his right and dive, but actually got to his feet pretty quickly and got it thrown in. I think that might be Eskenazi who's back on the field. What's going to happen this ball? Something is going to happen because Robinson's making things happen. Oh, and what's happened there is he's beaten outside the off stump.
That's not his shot, is it? Against the spinners, Tim Robinson.
I don't think he had to play at that, did he really? He was looking to kind of pinch a single, run it off the face down behind square on the offside. But what he has done, he's made a dent of 10 very quickly, which when you're nervous, I think the crowd are more nervous than anyone else, really, to be honest. But when you're nervous, taking 10 out in 3 balls is very welcome. So he's on 10, Tim Robinson. James Sales is on strike. He's on 82 not out, and he has played beautifully. Absolutely beautifully. 249 for 3 Northants in this run chase. 62 more required to get to that 311 that they were set earlier today when Middlesex pulled out. Their captain is going to continue from the David Capel end. 3 fielders in a line on the offside, saving 1. 2 catchers at mid-wicket, mid-on of the leg side field on the square. There's a third man, who's Zafar Gohar, who's thinking about, how has that gone so badly wrong? When I woke up this morning, this isn't how I saw today panning out, he's thinking, amongst other things. Probably also thinking, didn't Luke Proctor play well? Something like that. There's a long leg and a deep backward square, who is the very lightly bowled Luke Holman at deep backward square, and bowled 2 overs. That's straight, that's turned away. They're going to push for 2. They're going to get 2 because Tim Robinson is running to the danger end and he is absolutely lightning. Yeah, Toby Rowland-Jones has got a problem with Luke Holden because he's just moaned at him again for that throw. I don't think there's a whole lot wrong with that throw, to be honest. It was a throw on the bounce. He had to get it away quickly. Toby Rowland-Jones did get back to the stumps that time, and the throw skidded a bit, made it difficult for him to field, but not sure that required addressing down to the fielder. I don't think he could do a lot more there.
No, I think, unfortunately for Toby Rowland-Jones, the person that's going to have to answer the question about the declaration is going to be him, isn't it? He's the one that's going to field and fend the pressure for this day.
I mean, we talked a lot about the numbers. We might have a little revisit before the end on the numbers. But one thing is for sure is that Middlesex pulled out earlier than they would have wanted to. And we know that because Toby Rowland-Jones went in for one ball, the sixth ball of the over, tried to hit it out the ground, missed it, and declared straight away. So that tells you that he hadn't got enough runs. But he wanted the overs. He thought he needed, and I think he's right to want more overs to bowl Northampton out, and that's been proven right because they're not going to bowl Northampton all out.
Silence descends on Wantage Road.
Well, you all saw what I saw, and probably saw it better. Your eyes are probably better than mine. Who knows? Yeah, I think there was some kind of deflection. I think there must have been almost, but whether it was wood or not, who knows? It again, my instinct is that it wasn't a convincing appeal. That
late in the day, bit of a desperation appeal, wasn't it? It had a feel of that.
I think it did. 2 balls of this over to go from Rowland-Jones, who's generally, I think, a really affable, lovely bloke. But he is grumpy, and he's entitled to be grumpy because his fielders have dropped 4 chances. There's been a direct hit opportunity from about 15 yards that you would expect to hit more than you would miss. It was about 65, 35, something like that.
Yeah, well, 2.5, 2, 2.25 to aim at, I would have thought, from that angle.
That didn't hit.
And he had a long time to load up for it as well.
He had ages to load up for it. So things have not gone the way he wanted them to. In this morning's cricket, they kept losing wickets and weren't able to find the boundary. And Northampton really just did a very clever job, didn't they? They just said, we're not going to give you any boundaries. And if you want to hit boundaries and score at 8 and over to get off quickly, or to get the number you need with the overs you need, you're going to have to make all the running. And in doing so, Middlesex continued to lose wickets. And in the end, I think they got frustrated and pulled out earlier than they initially planned to.
Yeah. And
they're going to get 2 there as well.
That's not going to cheer Toby Rowland-Jones up with regards to Luke Holman, is it?
No, it's not. He's giving him a big stare there. I mean, Holman, he's got his hands on his hips. He looks a bit fed up. He knows he dropped the captain, Luke Proctor, when he was on 40 odd. He went on to get 100. So he's feeling pretty glum about life already. He is copping it from the skipper. And I don't think, to be honest, he's doing a whole lot wrong.
No. Proctor was on 27 at the time.
Sorry, 27. It was someone else who dropped him on 47,
so
wasn't it?
13 was the
slip catch.
The slip catch. 27 was deep mid-wicket. 51 was the edge caught behind. 88 was the caught and bowled.
What are we seeing here? This is the 2, is it? The last 2 sailed. Oh, no, that's down the leg side.
On the way through.
Was it worth an appeal for LBW? I don't know.
I don't think they'd have specified. I think they'd have appealed for everything, wouldn't they?
Yeah. So there is going to be a bowling change, and Zafar Gohar is back. He's had to think about life. Sam Robson, who got a wicket with his first ball of that over, then bowled a shambolic next 5 balls. He's off. Gohar's back on, and it's going to be interesting. He's going to bowl at Robinson, and Robinson looks busy and hungry for boundaries, doesn't he?
I think Robinson has to play the same way that he did against Sam Robson.
Some of those balls he couldn't hope to do anything other than hit for boundaries. I don't think Gohar's going to give him those free hits, but he should throw it up. He should bowl slowly, shouldn't he? Let it turn, because if he gets it up and over the eye line, I think Robinson's going to play an attacking shot. And if that spins and Robinson doesn't quite get it right, the fielders are in play. Hasn't happened yet. That's a good run. Yes, 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 yes. That's a good run. That's a very good run. You don't expect that, do you? If you're on the drive there at extra cover, the last thing you expect is Tim Robinson to drop it and run. You're kind of ready for the full-blooded smash. So you're on your heels a wee bit. James Sales is on strike. He's on 86. He's played Gohar also extremely well, including some very good attacking shots. Slog sweep for 6 amongst that. He's played him nicely off the back foot when he can. Couple of cuts away for 4 behind point. He's executed very well when facing the left arm spinner. Hasn't yet really taken pace off and looked to get up and over. There's a nice pace delivery.
Got a result in Division 2. Glamorgan Leicestershire has ended in a draw. Glamorgan have declared on 342 for 6 in response to Leicestershire's 576 for 7 declared. So that is done. That's the first result in from Division 2 in this round of fixtures. Kent lead Lancashire by 17. Grant Stewart's having a day out. 118 not out of 102 deliveries, 10 fours, 9 sixes. So what? Kent have got a lead of 17. With
10 fours and 9 sixes?
Yeah.
Well, that's 94 in boundaries.
He hits the ball a long way. Does
What
Grant
was he doing
Stewart.
the rest of the time?
I don't know. And then Derbyshire, who were flying at tea, 239 for 5. They need 77 runs with Alex Thompson and Anuj Dal in the middle. So that's turned around quite quickly. Harry Kane went for 91. Kayman went for 91.
Brilliant.
Caleb Jewell went for 82. I just thought I'd say it twice just in case you didn't.
That's great.
Didn't hear it.
Enjoyed it both times.
So Division 2 is looking interesting. Sussex Durham is going to be a draw, 321 for 6. Sussex, and they have not declared. Essex Hampshire has ended in a draw. Essex have declared on 358 for 6. Hundreds for Michael Pepper and Tom Wesley.
Roland Jones is going to continue to the busy Tim Robinson. Oof. That kept a little low and maybe nipped back a wee bit as well.
Nottinghamshire Yorkshire has ended in a draw. Nottinghamshire were 148 for 1 when that shaken hands. And the other one, the game that's going, Somerset versus Warwickshire. Oh, and Sussex Durham has just ended in a draw. Somerset Warwickshire need 226 with 6 wickets remaining. Sam Hain 60 not out, Ed Barnard on 9.
Oh, that's driven. He didn't get all of that. It was a drive length, and Robinson has just accelerated the bat through that. He's going to pick up 3 as the fielder just knocked it back in off the rope. He's not hanging around, is he?
I think this is the way to play. This is his strength.
It's very, very hard to play that shot. We've said that all the way along, particularly when Calvin Harrison was in. It's hard to do that, to play the ball when it's not a full half volley, to drive it with any control. He didn't get out of the middle of the bat, but he got enough of it, and the bat was going fast enough. He's raced on to 14. Northampton need 54 to win.
It's not a free hit for Robinson by any stretch, is it? He walked out to bat when there were 80 left, 70 left. But at the same time, there's an option there, and he is an attacking cricketer. He's a white ball cricketer. He's played in the Super Smash. He's here to play in the Blast. He's represented, I think, Guyana in the CPL in the past. He's represented New Zealand as well. It's his strength. Play to it.
I agree with everything you've said. And he's 14 not out, and I'm really happy that he is. He's just looked a little frantic.
Yeah,
I would say that. Just looked a little frantic. He won't give a damn about that. And I don't really. I went after a couple of pints tonight, that's for sure. Sales runs that one down for 4. Nicely played. He was at full reach for that in terms of line. Come back to that in a minute. Yeah, I don't know whether he's just gone. Whether James Hales has just gone a little more leg side of the ball, recognising that Roland Jones is trying to run it back in so that he can get bat on it. Whatever, he was certainly a bit more leg side on that ball. What he did really well there, he knew there was no third man. I don't have to hit the ball, just let the ball hit the bat. He's on to 90. 2 balls of this over, the 10th from Roland Jones. Nicely bowled, nicely played. It's hard, very, very hard being, well, firstly, it's hard being a cricket captain. There's a statement of the obvious. And it can be very hard being a bowling captain because you kind of, particularly, a seamer, you're running in, it is combative, your blood's pumping, it's kind of what makes you good at what you do, but you've also got to get a clear head, make the right decisions at the right time, try and bring the team with you, and, not get too grumpy at times. And I think Toby Roland Jones in general over his career has done all those things brilliantly, actually. Today, he's looked a little grumpy at points. As well he might, because his fielders haven't backed him up. His premier spinner really hasn't done the job that he would have wanted to do for his captain and his team. 16 overs, 0 for 82. But they have created chances. They're 3 wickets down and they've left a few out there, haven't they, Middlesex? As a result of all of that, Northampton need 50 to win. And they've only got 21 overs down to get them.
Running out of time, aren't they? Quickly.
Having said, I thought that Tim Robinson was a little frantic for my taste. I've enjoyed watching it. And I'm going to enjoy watching this as well. Gohar again. Gets it up and down and firmly blocked. There's a lot of noise. Where's that coming from?
I don't know.
Someone started the pedal though.
So
That's early. They've gone early.
tell you what, you'd be having fun if that's the sound your pedal makes. It's probably,
that is beautifully cut away. I hope he stops that for it. He does. Well done. And he gets a clap from his captain. The first guy, look, he did very well there, Luke Holden, on the point boundary. He's actually hurt himself a little bit, but the captain was very quick to applaud, hands above head, make sure that Luke Holman saw that, because he's got stuck into him a couple of times and probably thinks on reflection I was a bit tough. Lovely cricket shot. Robinson's on 16. That's not frantic, is it? That's just nice. Particularly enjoying Robinson's calling. Yes. Gotta like that, haven't you? When's the big shot coming, Dan? Oh, it looked like it might come there, didn't it? It looked like he was winding up. Looked like he was winding up. It was nicely bowled by Vascocellos. And if I know anything about bowlers, Vascocellos will be thinking, I don't want to go for 100 here. He's going to go for at least one more there, hit very, very hard. The bat speed that Robinson generates is incredible. Fast hands, you said on first sighting, he's got fast hands, and you weren't wrong. It's a blur. The partnership is already on 25 between these two. 47 to win. The sun comes through. The boys are going to enjoy a beer on the balcony, as well they might, when this game is done and dusted. A little way to go now. Is it too early to talk about that? I don't know. 47 to win.
Get over the line, I think.
It's nicely bowled. Well bowled, Zaffy. It was well bowled. That was a good over. It was a good over. He bowled nice and slowly there. And he controlled where it landed as well. But the air has gone out of the tyres, hasn't it? I've got a flat tyre at the minute, so that's probably why I keep mentioning pumping tyres up. The air has gone out of the tyres a little bit for Middlesex, as you might expect. They've tried extremely hard here in the 53 overs they've bowled. They have created chances, and we've said all the way along that it's been difficult to get wickets and chances have been few and far between. and they will no doubt be ruining those that they weren't able to take. Where there's life, there's hope. Games of cricket have been won from this position, I'm sure. Not many, but they have been. 7 wickets required, but only 47 runs needed. And one of those guys is on 90. He's not on strike, though, because Tim Robinson is on 17. And he remains on 17. He's indicating to James Sales that that ball was a leg cutter, indicating that Roland Jones just ran his hand down the outside of the ball. They've tried most things, haven't they, Middlesex?
Yeah, they're not going to be accused of leaving anything out there. It's a bit high, that one, I think.
Again, the bat speed, it didn't hit the ball, but the bat speed coming across the ball there, if he hits that, that gets to the boundary very, very quickly. Can generate great speed without any great backlift. Middlesex are likely, more than likely to come second in this game now. And that's through their own enterprise, really. I think over the 4 days, I've really enjoyed a lot of their cricket, I have to say. Where's that gone? That's gone up in the air to mid-off, and it's out. Yeah, I don't know. I think he's hitting that straight.
Yeah, I think so.
Intended it straight. It wasn't in the slot. And it was kind of predictable that he was going to find a fielder sooner or later. Yes, that is the way that he plays, but he's playing red ball cricket at number 5. And it was a bit, as I said earlier, it was a bit frantic for me. And has been met with absolute silence by the crowd. It's almost though he had a plane to catch or something. He wanted the game over very, very quickly.
As I said, I really didn't mind it. I think it is his strength. I didn't see much in that first innings that made me think he was a real kind of dig in cricketer. Wants to hit boundaries, and I think the numbers that I found on day 2 kind of backed it up. Was it kind of 450 plus of his 780 first-class runs had come in boundaries?
Yeah, and he's obviously a boundary hitter, so maybe he's in the wrong place. Maybe he's a number 7 in red ball cricket rather than a 5. I mean, what I'd say is he's been here as we've been here for 4 days. Nobody has taken the ball off the top of the bounce successfully.
True.
And he's one of those who hasn't done it successfully. But in comes Safe Save. It's a kind of, in a way, a little bit of a thankless task for the guy coming in.
You don't make your statistics much better, do you, after this?
I said just a couple of balls ago, games of cricket have been won from here, but not very many. Crikey. We couldn't, could we?
You'd hope not. You'd hope not from here, but there's a chance. It is possible.
Surely not.
Might have been interesting had that wicket have fallen to Zafar Gohar.
One thing I do know is that James Sales is not going to hit it in the air to mid-off. Safe Save is a man who likes to play shots. Roland Jones coming around the wicket. Nicely blocked. There was no, I was going to say there was no great celebration. There was no celebration.
There was a cry from somewhere, wasn't there? I don't quite know where it came from.
The captain's picked up his second wicket. He's not lacked in effort, Roland Jones, and he's bowled pretty well, I have to say. His line has been extremely good as he closes in on the end of his 11th over. 2 for 38 are his stats. And both he and Tom Helm couldn't have done a lot more, really, with the ball. They've just banged away, given very little width. Both have created chances.
I don't think you're going to get many seamers are going to provide positive feedback with, or if they're, of course, consulted on it. This Kookaburra trial, are you?
A nice attempted drive from Save. Didn't quite time it. So he stays on 0 at the end of that over. James Sales will be on strike now. He's on 90, and Gohar is going to continue. I think it's about right. I think the way that Roland Jones has handled Gohar has been about right. He's taken him off probably at the right time, and he's got him back in quickly when he can. I think that's been pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
I'm surprised that Luke Holman has only bowled 2 overs in this innings.
Yeah, it's a hangover from that drop catch, isn't it? It's the only thing I can think.
I think so. He's been a bit out of favour, hasn't he? He's hobbling well. He doesn't want to show that, but he hurt his leg in diving and stopping a boundary a couple of overs ago, and he's still hobbling away now. But with 47 needed, Gohar's going to continue. Sales can't quite get that past square leg.
He's got the left-handed Zabe there as well, isn't he? So he'll have that rough to bowl into if the batters are able to change ends.
He will. That'll be an interesting matchup, actually.
My word, I think the umpires tried to field that.
Look at where the umpire's got into a very good side-on position. It's really hard to know exactly where to go there, isn't it,
That might have got loose deploy on the end of a finger just to add insult to injury.
Yeah, and I think he was saying he kind of got him, not nasty,
yeah.
He was saying, he didn't help me out there. But the umpire's got to get square on. He did that pretty quickly, actually, did well. James Sales ticks it off. He's ticked off another single. He's on 91. But yeah, this is an interesting matchup now with that rough patch outside the left-handers off stump. Save fairly new to the crease, only faced 3 balls so far. And Gohar should bowl, and I'm sure he will bowl to try and land it into that rough.
Yeah.
And see what happens next.
Just attack, save, goes for orthodox sweep, doesn't he? There's the answer.
It's a good shot now.
Kind of felt like that was going to be the answer. I didn't know whether it was going to be orthodox or reverse, but strong option for save. Having a bumper season, isn't he, as well?
Everything he does on a cricket field, I mean, he always has, to be honest, looks confident. And that is the latest of Monks to get off the mark with a beautiful sweep. 9 more for James Sales to get another 100. As you said earlier, it's been a little bit light on runs this year. Getting one in a run chase at home would be a good way to show that you're back into form. He certainly looked in form. In this innings, I'm not entirely sure that he picked the length of that ball. Went onto the back foot, hoping to open up the offside. But actually, it was a lot fuller than I think he thought it was.
Mm.
You probably heard that. And there's something in that. Nicely bowled, nicely played. Oh, they're not. Oh, dear, oh, Lord. They should never have got a run there.
Cheeky.
That's very good cricket awareness from James Sales. He just pushed the ball to the strip between Lewis Deploy and Zafar Gohar. It was about 7 yards away from each of them, going slowly, and they got in because they left it to each other.
Just looked at each other, haven't they?
The bonus for that bit of cricket awareness and cheekiness is that James Sales retains the strike on 92.
Yeah, that equals the score that he got up at Old Trafford earlier this season. So joint best for 2025. Roland Jones continues. It feels like a nice bowling partnership, this Roland Jones and Gohar. It seems to have asked a few extra questions. It's nicely played, but can't get it past those 2 men on the leg side. Northamptonshire require 44 with 6 wickets remaining. Run rate required less than 2.5 now. an encouragement again, isn't there, for Middlesex? There was a period where they got quite quiet. They just livened back up again.
They did. It was the wicket, really the wicket of Robinson in particular, wasn't it? That's got them chirpy.
It's on the hip. It'll be a simple one, despite James Sales running that first one hard. So tick them off down to 43. Just ones, isn't it? Safe save, we made 100 in the first innings.
A lot of people around the county and county supporters outside of the county were very pleased to see the signing of Darren Lehman as head coach. Come back to that.
That's a beautiful shot. Safe save. Over-pitched by Roland Jones. And a straight drive from Northamptonshire's left-hander down the ground for 4. Gets it under 40.
We're very pleased to see a lot of people who support Northamptonshire were very pleased to see the appointment of Darren Lehman, and why wouldn't he be? You know, great of the game, an international coach, great reputation.
I think the world of cricket had the eyes on Northamptonshire when that was announced.
And in my own view was, if you're going to go for someone outside the ranks, that's the way to go. Very positive, and what a reputation. Very positive move by the powers that be to do that. And what I was thinking was, it's going to be difficult to understand, and it's always difficult with any coach. So what's his impact going to be? You know, if you win games, you'd say he's done that. If you lose games, you'd say he's been fair. And of course, the truth's somewhere between the two. But I've seen plenty in the performances that I've seen so far, plenty to tell me the impact that he's had. And in particular, there's a couple of things which are fairly basic things, but things that needed to be done a lot better. And the Northampton are doing the basic things a lot better, a lot more of the time. That's the first thing to say. And nothing they do at all looks casual, looks complacent. There's no room for that. And from what I'm told from within the camp, that's kind of backed up by the day in, day out messaging and communications. So, for example, let me give you a live example of that, which was a nothing really. About the second ball of the over, James Hales turns it off the knee roll into the leg side, pretty much straight to the boundary fielder for a single. It's always going to be a single. And in many years, including the times when I was involved, that's a jog through single. Well, guess what? They didn't jog through. They sprinted the first run, put the fielder under pressure. The fielder didn't fumble it. 1 run. But that's good basic cricket. That's good standards. It shows good attitude. You got to do that every time. They are doing it every time. You do enough of those basic things well, it changes your attitude as well.
Yeah, it puts you in the right places enough times, doesn't it, to be successful overall. We were both critical yesterday and a little bit puzzled at times, particularly that evening session where it felt like the game was drifting along and Northamptonshire were quite happy just to let cricket happen, or at least that's what it felt like from an outside perspective. Whether that was a conversation then that was happened overnight or not, I don't know, but maybe the tactic was let Middlesex make the running.
This morning, Northampton did everything right. Nice shot. Did everything right. There's 2 more to James Sales. Times that nicely through the offsides onto 95. There was a bit of cricket, 2 bits of cricket up at Derbyshire in the T20 earlier this year. Game Northants won on that great run they had, and probably will restart that great run again when they go back into T20.
Sales advances, goes down the ground and fires it past Safa Gohar for 4 and moves to 99.
That's a great option, well executed. Let me get this out quickly because there's going to be a big cheer in a minute. There were 2 chances in the outfield. I won't tell you who it was because it wouldn't be fair. There were 2 chances in the outfield. where the ball was hit almost to the boundary fielder, and the boundary fielder defended the ball rather than attacking the ball and potentially catching it. And I thought at the time, two very defensive moves there. Interesting. You got to make a judgment, and the judgment was defend rather than attack. And I'm told that there was very strong words had with those two fielders and the group as a whole.
Sales on 99. Go hard into bowl. And the fielders have come in as well, haven't they? They've put a bit of a squeeze on James Sales now. One away from 100. There's just one fielder what would be outside of a so-called 30-yard circle. If you were to draw one on the ground today, that's down at deep backward square. Go hard. Bowling defensively. Leading edge falls into the offside. Sales, they're trying to turn it into that vacant gap at square leg. Remain on 99. Northamptonshire need 33.
So when in conversation with one of the lads, they said, I what do you think? And they said, yeah, well, actually that was talked about, and it's been marked, and we've got to be more positive in those decisions. And I just thought, you know, in a T20 campaign where the games are coming thick and fast, where you've won, you're on the road, you're keeping the roll going, you want to stay positive, and all of those things, the head coach has said, actually, I need to mark the card here. Yep. And the communication was clear and was crisp. And I've seen in the same situation subsequently, positive options have been taken. I just like that. You know, it's not casual. It's very thorough, very clear, very direct. These are the changes that are helping Northampton become a better cricket team.
Yeah. Zabe on strike. Roland Jones almost trying to bowl Yorkers now at the death of an innings, isn't he? Trying to give Zabe nothing to put his hands through. Robson now is catching just off the cut strip. Whether that's a field placement to get Sabe out, whether it's something to give James Sales something else to think about whilst he's on 99. Not 100% sure, but and there is the single for Sabe. And again, I look around in puzzlement as to what that round of applause for, other than just the single. That
it's so that people got something to do with their hands. I think there's nervousness still. There's still nervousness around, isn't there?
There is. James Sales on strike, 99 off 110. 32 runs required from a remaining 94 deliveries. Fielders are in. Catchers on the leg side, catchers on the offside. Roland Jones, the captain, into bowl. Sales happy to wait, defends it into the offside.
I said earlier that I was messaged by Jumble, as he's affectionately known by James Sales' dad, David Sales, earlier, who then said, I'm off to coaching, and gave me a fingers crossed symbol on his message. I hope he's listening. With James on 99, I know he'll be thinking about it. He's a nervous.
He'll have kept an eye, I'm sure.
He's a nervous watcher.
He's done it. Turned off the hip, runs down to fine leg. 100 for James Sales, the second in the innings. 100 off 100, 103 off 112. What a fantastic innings for Northamptonshire's number 4. His first of 2025, his third of his career, and he's warmly congratulated by Sabe and the Northamptonshire supporters that are in the ground this evening. They've been treated to a day of cricket, haven't they, those that have come in?
Believe. Well played, James Sales.
Well played, and another good chunk off the run chase. 28 now required.
Good lad.
Absolutely. Sabe, the senior man coming out to...
Did you see the embrace that Sabe gave to James Sales? That's lovely, isn't it? That's lovely. It wasn't just a punch. Well done, mate. There was real affection in that. And he said he's had a lean time of it. But wow, he's played well today.
He certainly has. He certainly has. A little bit of cricket left to play, though, isn't there? Toby Rowland-Jones is not giving much away. 283 for 4. Sales on 103. Zabe on 60. And it's 28 runs required for what would be a really impressive victory here.
I wonder how many times Northampton have chased 300 plus to win a game. It won't be that many, will it? It doesn't happen every day of the week, though.
No, I can give you some numbers, but I was going to wait until the...
Oh, have you got the answer?
No, I haven't got that
okay.
number, but I've got numbers that aren't a million miles away from the answer to the question that you just asked me.
Lovely, let's have that then.
I mean, I'd have to do a bit more research if you specifically wanted it, but I wasn't going to. I wasn't going to bring the numbers out, that's all. But I can if you'd like.
Yeah, let's get some stats in.
This would be the 16th highest in Northamptonshire's first class history. If obviously this is to be successful, the 311.
Wow, 16th highest.
16th highest as Zabe advances an appeal from Zafar Gohar. And they don't, of those 16, this would be the 3rd against Middlesex.
Oh, that's interesting.
So it's 395 for 4 in 2010. And then 321 for 6 in
395 for 4?
Yeah.
2010.
2010.
Where was that game? That's an amazing run chase. Whew. There's 4 more of them.
That is 4.
Say shaped as if to come down the wicket. He came down the wicket of the previous ball, and Zafar Gohar fired it in. Well bowled. He came half, well not halfway down, looked to come forward. It was a fake move because he went back, and Gohar dropped it short, and Zabe flashed it away to the extra cover boundary. 24 to win.
395 for 4 at the county ground in Northampton in 2010.
Who got those done?
Stephen Peters. Stayed low.
Stephen Peters' dad's on the ground today, actually.
183 not out of 251 deliveries. Alex Wakely, 87 off 154. David Sales, 30 off 41. Rob White, 40 off 44. And Andrew Hall, 15 not out of 16 deliveries.
That is a hammer, isn't it? That's cut away again. This is going to be stopped this time, but they get a single. Nice diving stop by Max Holden at backward point. But they do get the single. Zabe will retain the strike on 11. James Sales doesn't care if he doesn't face another ball now. He's on 103. 23 to win, 14 overs remain.
Yeah, the other in 1986, 321 for 6. Was 160 not out for Alan Lamb of 183 deliveries.
Jeez. What a player that man was. What a player that man was. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, interesting.
Yeah. I am amazed that this 311 will be the 16th. I would have thought it would be in the top 10 or even fewer than that, but obviously not. Good research, Dan.
Highest for a while, I can tell you. That was September 21 was a run chase that was higher than this one. That was against Surrey, 322 for 8. Sam Robson back into the attack. Safe save. Tucks it away on the leg side. Will stroll through for a single. 22 runs required for Northamptonshire.
Is Luke Holman in the naughty corner? Because they're not letting him play, are they?
He's not had the best day of his life in Northampton. All the things you could do in Northampton.
Yeah.
All of the fun activities that there are in the town. And Luke Holman looks like he's finally been given a nod to start loosening the shoulders up.
That's horrible, isn't it? I mean, that's adding insult to injury now.
2 overs, no maidens, none for 12 for Holman. He's had a spray, hasn't he, from his captain a couple of times. Outside edge for Sales. That's going to run down to the boundary edge. Gohar's going to give chase. He's going to keep it in. Going to settle on 2. Down to 20. It's almost a little bit sacrificial, isn't it?
It is. Yeah, it is. It is. I don't know what's gone on there. Of course, I don't know, because it's the Middlesex camp, but you kind of think something's gone on. He's only bowled 2 overs.
Cut away, width on offer. Max Holden out there on the boundary edge. Keep it down to a single. So down to 19. The number starts with a 1.
I mean, you can't not bowl a bowler because he drops a catch, can you? But it does. I mean, there's more to it than that. We just don't know what it is because we haven't. It's behind closed doors, isn't it? But well played. Good, nice sweep. Yeah. Is that going to go?
That's going to be 4. Vascocellos hasn't actually reacted to that, and it's going to beat him fine. And it is going to be 4. Safe save moves to 16, and the runs required down at 15 now for Northamptonshire. We've had the message. Can't repeat it, but we've had the message from
I definitely can't repeat
Sales
it.
Senior.
But suffice to say that Jumble Senior is pretty happy, which is a good thing. He's a very happy man most of the time, David Sales. And I'm sure he's very proud of his lad.
I'm sure he is.
Good stuff. Good stuff, Jumby.
Oh, that's bounced, isn't it? They're going to take Cracknell on for a single, and they're going to come through quickly. I don't think anything can be taken away from the efforts that Joe Cracknell's put in during the course of these 4 days. He has been absolutely brilliant, hasn't he, for Middlesex? With the bat in the initial instance, ran out of partners, and I think was probably mismanaged in that second innings. I think probably should have gone ahead of Holman, and then that's cut away, and it's in front of point. Going to be a single. Another one ticked off. Sales will keep the strike. And then whilst batting with Vascocellos as well, I felt like that they got that wrong.
There was one incident where their Gohar took a single, wasn't there? Well, he didn't just take the single.
Played for it.
He played for a single rather than a bat. He had a free hit at the end of that over. That wasn't what you want to see.
No. Have we had any more results come in for the county championship? Shall I have I would imagine most are almost done now, I would have thought. Draw. Somerset, Warwickshire, they've shaken hands. That's a draw in Division 1. So all of Division 1, the 4 games have ended in a draw. Surrey beat Worcestershire yesterday. Derbyshire are still going. 38 runs required for Derbyshire, 3 wickets remaining against Gloucestershire. So that is turning into a bit of a bumper finish.
Wow.
Kent lead Lancashire now by 43 runs. Joey Everson, 71 not out. Grant Stewart is out. So that could be interesting if that final wicket or final couple of wickets, but it feels like a long way to go, doesn't it? So just the 3 games remaining in the championship, all in Division 2. Derbyshire need 38, have 3 wickets left. Kent lead Lancashire by 43 with 2 second innings wickets remaining. Northamptonshire require 13 against Middlesex.
And Luke Holman, do you remember him?
Luke Coleman into the attack. Leg spin from both ends. And Sales watchful. Plays it up to loose deploy. Yeah, he doesn't look like the happiest camper, does he, Luke Coleman?
It certainly doesn't.
Single taken. Drop it down to 12. Another big round of applause. There's nobody leaving the ground early this evening, Rowie. You said, didn't you, that normally about this kind of time, well, 6 o'clock.
Right. That's right.
Time's time.
That's right.
Start packing the picnic up and
But I always go home at 6 o'clock. But it's a tight finish, yeah, but I always go home at 6 o'clock.
12 required. Save on strike. Looking for that gap in the leg side. 17 off 20 for safe save.
This run chase has been managed magnificently well.
Really well.
Hasn't it? Magnificently well.
I don't think they could have played it much better if they'd have tried. If you'd have given Northamptonshire another 10 go or another 9 goes at this, I'm not convinced they'd play this run chase better than what they've done today.
Yeah.
It has been a bit of a masterclass, really, and led from the front by Luke Proctor, the captain. So dragged down from Holman. It's pulled away. Is there a chance down there at deep mid-wicket?
He's got it.
I think it is.
Yeah.
Holman does get the wicket. Zabe goes. Bit of extra bounce, maybe. Hitting to the long side. And that breeze that we've had for days 1, 2, and 3 just isn't there on day 4. And the reaction, well, there is no reaction, is there?
Save's trying to hit that for 6, hasn't he? I mean, that's why he's out. He can hit it anywhere. He doesn't have to hit it up. He wanted a 6. He didn't quite get it. It was a good catch.
Yeah, Tom Helm
in off the rope, caught it very low down to his right. It was a good catch. You live by the sword and you die by the sword. But he'll be thinking, why didn't I just hit that for 4?
Yeah. It's his game, isn't it? It's the way he plays, the way he wants to play. He wants to impose himself. I was going to say before that the 100 was amazing in the first innings, but walking off not out, I think today would have meant as much to Save as that 100 would have done in that first innings. And Lewis McManus heads to the middle now to join James Sales with 12 runs required for Northamptonshire. 299 for 5, the score. Good catch by Tom Helm, who has worked incredibly hard for his side through the course of the 4 days. And it really has gone down to the last knockings, hasn't it, this game? Only would have been possible because of the Middlesex setup.
Yeah.
Let's not forget that they've allowed this to, not allowed it to happen. That sounds like they've set this up to be unsuccessful. They haven't. They've set the game up in order to win it, but in order to win it, they've given them Northamptonshire an opportunity. And as I say, we will talk a little bit more about that, I think, a little bit later. But bit of encouragement for Luke Coleman as well. New man in, Lewis McManus batted nicely, didn't he, in the first innings?
He
70
did.
odds.
He played beautifully. He really did.
And it's safe to say about a thankless task.
He's a man in very good form, isn't he, Lewis McManus? He's played some really handy innings towards the back of some of the T20 games. Struck the ball beautifully. And I think as much as striking the ball beautifully, he's always been able to strike the ball pretty well. For me, his defence has been the backbone of his red ball cricket this year. He's defended the ball extremely well. And it might sound like a very small thing. And of course, it's not a small thing. It's a big thing. He's playing absolutely straight in defence rather than across the ball. And it's made a huge difference to him, I think.
Yeah, it's quite pronounced as well, isn't it? As Robson, is it out? It is.
It's out, yeah.
Another wicket falls. Extra bounce. Does for James Sales. Gets a top edge on it. An assist for Joe Cracknell. And is pouched at first slip. And Sales is going to have to go. And it's 299 for 6.
James Sales, it was short. It was very short from Robson. Sales was backing away to open up the offside, and it turned. And in the end, he was too far away from it to control it. Actually did a similar thing earlier in his innings and got away with it. And that one caught the top edge of the bat. And then the top edge of Cracknell's gloves and just flew up to slowly to Ryan Higgins, who caught it. But what it does mean is that James Sales gets his own round of applause. He'd have rather walked off not out, I'm sure. But that was a very, very, very high-class innings from James Sales. From the moment he walked out there, he played really positively in defence. The ball was hitting the middle of the bat. He ran brilliantly. He took his options brilliantly. He put pressure on the bowlers when he needed to, executed well. He could not, and no one could have played that innings as well as him. That was a fabulous innings.
Yeah, it's as good as you're going to see. So it's his third first-class 100 of his career. One that I think he would have enjoyed as much as the first or the second.
He will know how well he's played there. I mean, he should know. And if he doesn't, I'm sure Darren Lehman and the rest of the crew will be telling him how well he's played there, because that was fantastic.
Well, 299 for 6. 12 runs to go. Broad on strike on 0. McManus at the non-striker's end on 0.
Don't even think about it.
Robson, 2 for 37, and Holman, the leggy at the other end. 2 quick wickets.
It's getting blowy again now.
It's picking up again, isn't it? Full face of the bat, big stride by Justin Broad.
Middlesex will be ruining their drops, won't they?
They certainly will.
Absolutely ruining them. I would say this, and it's going to be very easy for me to say this. I was going to go for 4, I think.
That's brilliantly played by Broad. Is it going to go for 4? It is. It is. We're into single digits. We're down to 8.
Yeah. I mean, who knows? What ifs are no good, are they? The way that the players unfolded and the dominance of the bat over the ball, I don't even think if had Middlesex taken the chances that have been on offer, and remember 3 of them, if not 4 of them, were the same batter. 4 of them to Proctor. I still don't think they'd have defended this score.
Not the 311, no, I don't think. That's dropped into the legs. That's really well weighted. I think they're going to come back. No, they're not. McManus is going to make short. Well, I think Broad would have got back. But the experience of McManus, he doesn't want to give Middlesex any sniff at this.
I think that's a very mature call from a very mature young cricketer in Lewis McManus. I like that.
Yeah.
Probably is not enough. You know, it had to be definitely, and it wasn't definitely.
No, I would agree. As I say, I think Broad was getting back.
I think he was.
But
and I think probably McManus was getting in. But, you know, a stumble, your spikes get caught, whatever it might be.
Bat gets stuck.
Yeah, you don't need it. It's well bowled, well played.
Outside half of the bat to end the over. So 5 runs from it, 7 runs required for Northamptonshire. Plenty of time left on the clock.
Roland Jones is running after Sam Robson. He wants to talk to him. Robson's got no interest in that conversation at all.
Derbyshire have lost an 8th.
Oh.
33 runs required for Derbyshire at Bristol and 2 wickets for Gloucestershire. Van Buren's got 4 for.
Has he? Jeez.
That's gonna put Glamorgan Gloucestershire amongst the pigeons, isn't it? Up at top end of Division 2. I've got a feeling the Kent-Lancashire game at Blackpool might be done and dusted. The score's not moved since I last looked. But here, 7 runs required for Northamptonshire. Holden continues. It's dragged down. It's played really powerfully by Broad. Is that going to dissect the 2 fielders? It is. It's 4 for Justin Broad. 3 required now for Northamptonshire, looking for their 2nd win of the 2025 County Championship.
It's not easy to hit that. It looks an easy shot. It's not an easy shot, that, because it's dying on him and turning away from him. So to get the timing and the body weight through the ball, it's a hard skill up.
3 to go. Over pitch full toss, this time by Holden. Broad gleefully accepts the single.
What's the purpose of the man fielding there when you need 2 to win? I mean, 3 to win.
I think the thing that always puzzles me with cricket fields and captains, and I realise, again, it's not your runs and not your tokens to spend, but why now does everybody come off the boundary?
100%.
Why not 45 runs ago?
100% right.
Slog sweep, and that's it. Lewis McManus picks him up for a 1-bounce 4 over deep mid-wicket, and Northamptonshire have won. They've chased down 311 to beat Middlesex at the county ground in Northampton. Hundreds for Luke Proctor, 100 for James Sales, and Justin Broad and Lewis McManus, the 2 not-out batters at the end to get the side over the line. What a fantastic run chase that has been by Northamptonshire. And there's Wendell. You can't get a live stream on at Northampton without getting Wendell Pemberton involved.
He's got the ball, hasn't he? He's got the match ball.
That is absolutely fantastic, Phil Rowe.
Yeah, that's a great win. That is a great. I've really enjoyed the 4 days, because there's been swings and roundabouts, there's been ebbs and flows. It's been a proper game of cricket. Full credit firstly to Middlesex for their part in that. Yes, they've lost by 4 wickets. They declared their 2nd innings probably earlier than they would have wanted, and opened the door somewhat to Northampton. But throughout the 4 days, I think they've played really positive, really attractive cricket, and they've tried things, they've been inventive. They've had some success in some of that, and they've learned some stuff as well along the way. And I've really enjoyed the way they've gone about their cricket. So credit to them for that. We'll come back to the declaration maybe at some point. In fact, let's do it now.
Yeah.
Because it's quite an important part of the proceedings, isn't it? Northamptonshire have won that game with 10 overs remaining. Okay. So when the declaration was made, the equation was that Northampton needed 311 from 73 overs. And a runs per over of 4.26. And you and I spoke this morning. My opening gambit was 350 off 70.
Yep.
That would have been closer to it, wouldn't it?
Yes,
it wouldn't have done the job, though, because Northampton have still, they've got 313 with 10 overs remaining. So 350 off 70 probably wouldn't have done the job either. Yeah. Run chases have changed, haven't they, in fourth innings of county championship matches, as we're seeing around the country. There's some almighty close finishes with lots of runs to get, but the backbone of that run chase was the captain, Luke Proctor, with 100, an overdue 100 for him. It was too, but it was very well made. He had a few lives, but he made them count, and he was the glue. Particularly, he played the left arm spinner of Zafar Gohar very well. Gohar was always going to be the man that if Northampton could get on top of him, they were likely to win that game, and they did get on top of him. He ended up wicketless. And when a couple of wickets did fall, particularly when Calvin Harrison went, James Sales came in to bat at number 4. And you thought, oh, this is interesting. James Sales is not in the best of form. He's a young player. He's not been in this situation many times in his career so far, and actually played a brilliant innings. And I don't say that lightly. It was an absolutely brilliant innings from him. He got his 3rd championship 100 of his career, his young career. And there were a couple of softies towards the end there when the game was pretty much done and dusted. But Northants win by 4 wickets with 10 overs remaining, and a well-deserved victory. One other thing, Lloyd Pope's contribution at number 11 to the 10th wicket partnership of 80 plus with Justin Broad. Without that, we're not talking about a Northampton win. Yeah. So full credit to him as well. It's, when you look at the scorecard, it'll be quickly bypassed. It was absolutely vital.
Yeah, no, I think you've summed up pretty much all of my notes. The only other things I had kind of there as the brilliance of Joe Cracknell, a maiden first-class 100, his 3rd this week for Middlesex. Absolutely brilliant. There wasn't really a question, but we'll just listen to the Northampton team song if we can get it across the effects mic, although the PA is, I think, drowning that out, unfortunately. But brilliant. The question, I think, will all be about the declaration, the timing of it, the number. I think the timing was right, but the number wasn't. I know you can't really have one or the other. Deploy's dismissal in the first innings is something that I think will have been addressed by now. And you wonder, on a pitch that was flat and not offering a lot, and the rate at which Middlesex scored, was that first innings score enough, having won the toss and elected to bat first? It was a good number. Was it the right number? How much did the Zafar Gohar, Luke Proctor meltdown, blow up, impact that game of cricket? The dust-up, I've called it. I don't know, and I think it probably did affect Zafar Gohar considerably, but I don't know by how much. Liam Guthrie, 9 wickets in the match, 7 in the first innings, absolutely brilliant, was picking up wickets when others weren't. Yes, it was expensive, but he took those wickets and restricted Middlesex to that 400-run score in the first innings. And that control that Northants offered in the morning, this morning, not allowing Middlesex to pile on quickly, I thought that was brilliant. Yeah, it was. Northants just read the script really well, didn't they? They said, we just sit in here, we protect the boundaries, we bowl very straight, we bowl negatively, or defensively, I should say, rather than negatively. We bowl defensively, we stop the boundaries, and there's a chance here that Middlesex might trip up a little bit and lose wickets and not get to the numbers they need to get to, which is exactly what happened. Whether the captain got a bit bored or frustrated or whatever, he pulled out at a number where the gentleman from Middlesex that was keen to tell me what he thought about the declaration, he said, we need 350. I think I thought they needed 350. As it happened, 350 wouldn't have been enough either. And the main reason why 350 wouldn't have been enough was the brilliant way that Northants went about that run chase. It was clear and it was very obvious to anyone who knows anything about the game that
if Northampton are to win that game, you have to dominate Vascocellos because he's such an important part with the Kookaburra ball, with the turning wicket, etc., etc. Northampton did that absolutely brilliantly. There was one chance against Vascocellos that was put down in the deep, but otherwise, the expectation on his shoulders didn't help him. The spat with Luke Proctor certainly didn't help him. I mean, if anything, it helped Northants. And they dominated Vascocellos. There was no shortage of effort from Middlesex in the field. They did spill some chances, no doubt about that. They dropped 4 chances in that run chase. But I think 4 of them being to the same batter. Yeah. Northants were just too good with the bat. And Middlesex weren't quite good enough with the ball in that 4th innings. But a thoroughly enjoyable game. Really good to see another Northants win. Pleased for everyone involved in that. And if we're to see a better championship 100 than James's sales this year, we'll have seen a very, very good innings because that was high quality. And he played beautifully. Well done, young man. Have a good night.
Absolutely superb. The team will enjoy it. I'm sure Northamptonshire supporters will enjoy that this evening. Phil Rowe, thank you for joining us through the course of those 4 days. My name's Dan Jadzovic. Northamptonshire travel to Kent next week. And by the time our live stream returns, we'll be back to T20 action, won't we? For the return of the Vitality Blast and the Steelbacks. So have a nice evening, Steelbacks, or Northamptonshire County Cricket Club fans, and enjoy that victory against Middlesex.